I've been walking through the fire with my head up hard aligned. Every scar became a scripture, every tear a deeper sign. They try to silence the truth, try to ban what's real and right, but the louder they deny us, the brighter we ignite. All is standing on his word, Fatty standing on the line. Still we do it for the people, still we never waste the time. They counted us out, but we counted the cost. Never lost a mission, even when we lost a lot. Truth in our lungs, hope in our stride. We don't move with fear, we move with God inside. Oh, still untouchable, can't break what's chosen. Still untouchable, truth stays spoken. Our hands to the sky, feel the rise when we come through. Still untouchable, we level up for you. Hey. Untouchable, we ride. Untouchable, for the truth. Untouchable, yeah. Step is elevation, still grounded where we came. We don't fall for reputation, we don't run from saying names. Organ crying like a prayer, violence know how it feels. Tambourine shaking the ceiling, every note remind what's real. They said power changed the soul, but it sharpened our resolve. If we eating, then the people. If we winning, then it's all. No crown without the weight, no shine without the scars. We speak light into the dark, turn the wounds into the art. Still untouchable, heaven knows us. Still untouchable, doors stay open. From the struggle to the summit we break through. Still untouchable, we rise for the truth. Untouchable, right. Untouchable, right. Untouchable, hey. Untouchable, 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 oh. Untouchable, hey. I sing for the ones who've been silenced, I cry for the nights we survived. Every note is a promise kept. We are proof that faith multiplies. Ooh. Oh, we don't bow. Oh, we ascend. Ooh. When truth calls, we answer again. Ooh. Ooh. Untouchable. Hear the anthem. Untouchable. Feel the momentum. Fire in the back, violins lift the roof. Still untouchable. Untouchable. We do it for the youth. Untouchable. Level up. Untouchable. Still chosen, never folded. Untouchable. Still standing, still rising, still rising, still untouchable.
Realize if you have a great marriage but there's 25% of bullshit, it's because he doesn't do 25% of what you want or what you like.
That part.
Now, this is what we have to be able to decipher the difference between a great man and a man that will do everything that you want. A great man is not going to do everything that you want because he has to teach you and he has to lead you. So we live in a time where women think if the man challenges her, that it's an issue. No, this is my job. This is why I'm here.
Do you think that?
Me? I did kind of agree with that part.
This is why I'm here.
Do you think that?
I think that
The man,
I don't think
if you listen,
I don't think
I will tell you this: the man that does not challenge you does not love you. That is the reality.
and vice
Does
versa.
not
And
love
I
you.
also
rise higher. To the fire. Hey, hey. Untouchable empire. Hey. Untouchable empire. Hey. Yeah. We rise higher. To the fire. Untouchable empire. Lift us higher. Ollie and Fatty, bring truth to the streets. We stand for the people, never fall, never retreat. Untouchable empire, we don't break. We rise higher every step we take. Higher, higher, untouchable. Higher, higher, untouchable. Yeah, we step in the room and the whole crowd lives. Truth in our blood, that's the realest gift. We talk power, elevation, transformation, untouchables. Yeah, we built this nation. We ain't chasing clout. That's for boys, not men. We chase money, purpose, legacy, and man. Ollie with the flame and Fatty with the spark. We light up the world when the whole world dark. Lift up the people that survive. We bring talk, justice, unity. Every time we swing, we don't bow down. We stand tall and rare. Untouchables, baby, we everywhere. We rise. Through the fire, through the fire. Yeah.
We stand together in the light.
Untouchable forever. This alright, this alright. Oh, we rise higher, higher. To the fire, higher. Untouchable empire. Lift us higher, higher. Ollie and Fatty, bring truth to the streets. We stand for the people, never fall, never retreat. Untouchable empire. We don't break. We rise higher every step we take. We move with the grace. Power to the people, that's a look on our face. We don't fall, we don't run, we don't hide. Stand on truth, yeah, we walk with pride. Fame don't move us, we built on honor. Heart of a king, real warrior armor. Empower the world, that's the mission tonight. Yeah, we always do what's right. From the city to the globe, we shift that tone. Building up lives with a righteous throne. We step in the storm and walk through the fire. Why? Cause we God made for the rise higher. Hands up, hands up. If you feel that every move we make. Through the fire, we rise higher. Oh, touch, him play.
What's going on, my brothers and sisters, man? How y'all doing today? You know, let's have another wonderful day. I hope y'all having a wonderful day as well too. Whether you at the house, whether you at the job and you sneaking to watch, whether you in the car, make sure you pay attention to the road, man. Much love to everybody that's pulling up, man. Make sure I want to do a mic check. I'm a little blurry. I knew I was gonna ask that, a mic check, and that's what I'm talking about, Babs. Let me restart real quick, my brother. All right, we good now? I know I was a little blurry. I want to make sure I'm coming through straight. Okay, mic fine, picture not. Okay, the picture good now? How the picture looking? Can you see me? Can y'all see me? Picture me rolling. You know, so the picture good. Let me see on my side. Okay, we good. We crystal clear now. All right. I don't know why it does that. We got the highest internet, and the internet don't be interneting sometimes. I don't know what be going on. Cause we fixed the overheating thing, got the fan for the camera now. I don't know why I be doing that. But how y'all doing, man? What's going on in the building? Leosha, what you doing, man? Good, it's good seeing you in the building already. Karen, how you doing, my sister? Good seeing you as well, too. My brother Stefan, nice seeing you too. Backworks, always a pleasure to see you. Let me show, hold on, let me put y'all on the screen. I'm tripping. Make sure everybody get to see y'all. No, you're not getting no refund. You should have made sure who you came to watch before you paid. That's your fault. You better assess the program and see if I already come in blurry sometimes. That's just what happens, okay? Don't be hating on my camera sometimes. I went and bought a new camera. I bought a new computer. I bought a fan for the camera. Got the highest, fastest internet. And it still don't be trying to, it ain't connecting. Sometimes some things ain't got no chemistry. You can't force things that don't want to connect. You know what I'm saying? But Batworks, man, I see you, my brother. Hey, Batworks, I'm saying it right? It ain't Botworks, it's Batworks, right? Hopefully I'm saying your name right. My brother, the real DJ Ghost, is in the building. It's always good to see you, my brother. Showing love, always showing love. My brother, Hater Sale, is definitely a privilege. We're gonna talk about it. We're gonna talk about it. Is it a job or is it a privilege? My sister, I think it's Dancing Diva. Hey, ladies, don't be afraid to pull up. All right, we're not gonna bite your heads off. I see some more sisters are pulling up. Be able to have the raw conversation. If so many brothers are in having the intention to have the conversations, and sometimes the conversation may get the best of them, you got to give some grace, especially when y'all act up sometimes as well too. But we trying to have the actual, responsible, intentional, good faith, respectful conversation. All right. And who else in the building? I know I missed somebody. I thought I saw somebody, but I ain't gonna say nothing. But again, man, we're gonna have today's show is gonna be discussing is being a housewife a job or a privilege. And another thing we're gonna be discussing is this term I saw last week. I've been wanting to do this show and review this show, but I forgot all about the show, which is about, I don't know if y'all heard the term. It's called future faking. All right, and it's very interesting because what it's discussing is people who will pretend to love somebody or have a future with them, just to actually come up in lifestyle or use a person as a filler or fill the gap in their life so they're not actually being alone. But this person never had the intention of actually loving the person. They were just using the person. So I think it's very interesting. When I heard it, I thought they was talking about the singer. Oh my God. Singer Future the whole time, but they was actually talking about Future fake. And I was like, was Future faking when he loved Sierra? Is that what they talking about? So I was kind of lost for it, but I get what they saying now. All right. It's talking about a lot of ways where people are pretending to love people and build a future with them just to turn right back around and leave them. And that's why we have these conversations and start questioning, is it actually beneficial? And is it a privilege to a man to even commit to a woman or have a relationship with today's woman if they can always change their minds? If they always have the option to change their mind, if they always have the opportunity or the power to go a separate direction, when we're asking men to be righteous and we're asking men to be leaders and we're asking men to be committed to something that can always fail. It's not fail proof. The rug can always be pulled up from under the brother. Why are we asking men to respect and love today's women if women can choose to disrespect and not love today's brothers? All right. We're going to have that conversation. And another thing I want to make sure I address. All right. To all the people who come here, to all the people that be in the chat, much love to the untouchables, much love to the haters who might already be watching as well too. We got love for y'all too, somehow, some way. Y'all make the shows interesting as well too. The haters, and I'm gonna tell you this, all the haters, this ain't like all your other content creators. And you see how I be rapping and not taking no hiatus. When I be rapping, I ain't pulling it out my because I'll make one day be famous. You know what I'm saying? But let me stop. That's a freestyle now. Y'all hear me freestyling, right? So y'all know it don't be written. But anybody can pull up on my show. It doesn't matter who it is. I'm not gonna be deleting people out the chat. I ain't gonna be pushing you off the panel. It don't matter if we got bad blood. Well, hold on. Let me stop there. Certain people definitely know better than to pull up. You know, it depends on how far you went as a person. But if we just disagree, that's fine and dandy. Okay. If we don't get along, that's fine and dandy too. Anybody who hasn't deliberately been ruthlessly disrespectful, you know, going at people's families, going people loved ones, you can't come on here. But I'm talking about, you know who can't come on here. You already know there's like 5 people. If you see those 5 people, you know who should never be on these shows. But the people who come here, the people who are invited, the people who I have the conversations with, I respect. We may not be friends, but we should be able to be cordial. We should be able to be associates, even if I completely disagree with you. You know, I'm not bringing everyone here so we can think the same. And because we don't think the same, it doesn't give me the right to disrespect you or the right for you to disrespect me. We here, I would think, to learn each other, you know, not to hate each other or deliberately go at each other. If y'all see people have a disagreement, and I'm talking to the crowd as well too, and I'm talking to the panel as well too, we should all be making sure we all come together at the end of it and don't use it to attack each other. We shouldn't become an extremist, and we shouldn't have to pick a side unless it's picking the side of what's right. You know, Truth had his moment yesterday. That's my brother. People becoming extremists, people saying I'm simping, people say he crashing out. Everybody can have that moments, but I have great love for my brother Truth. You know, no matter what, even if we get frustrated in a conversation as men, I still feel like that he was having a moment. I have my moment. People have his moments, but he's extremely intentional. He typically is consistent and has the conversation. And I could be wrong. That's another thing. But I'm not going to find a way to dislike my brother. I'm not going to find a way to bash my brother or hate my brother or go against my brother. And we should all do that as well, too. We have to all stop being extremists, man, when we disagree and start hating on each other, especially if you pretended to be somebody's friend. Especially if you pretended to love somebody, especially if you call somebody family, especially if you say you have chemistry and connection with this person, you have much love for this person. If we disagree, it shouldn't mean that we hate each other. It shouldn't mean that we disconnect. It shouldn't mean that we should be enemies now. You know, Chris had her moment. My Carol had her moment. But whoever come on here, we should still be able to be cool. We should still be able to be brothers and sisters. And it should be all love moving forward, where we all learn from each other. I'm not going to hate people just because I disagree with them. And I'm not going to bash somebody just because I disagree with them. You have to earn that. And someone should earn it as well, too. And it's wrong when we do that. You know, it makes no sense to do that, especially when we all trying to be intentional. And I'm hoping we trying to be intentional. My show is not meant to destroy nobody. It's not meant to be condescending towards people, you know? So it's funny to me if I think about this. People were calling me, and it's a minority of people. Most people saw what I was doing, was calling me a simp. And Ali ain't checking the women. When I'm known for checking women, when people will create narratives where I hate women and bash women and go at women, and all of a sudden Ali a simp, that's so extreme. It makes no sense, man. It's like telling a person who's been deleting people, hey, man, he really not a killer. He won't really bang on you. He won't do nothing to you. It makes no sense. But this ain't a hating woman channel. No matter what some sisters say. That's why we have sisters here. That's why we have brothers here. This is not a woman bashing channel. This is not a man bashing channel. This is not a man hating channel. And the brothers and sisters, I truly appreciate you for seeing the value this channel brings. I want men and women to be together. I'm pushing traditional men and women. I push gender roles. I push families. There's nothing greater than having a family. There's nothing greater than love. If you've never been loved, I pity you. If you never loved, I pity you as well too. Especially if you can throw it away based on disagreements, based on shortcomings, based on struggles of life, based on moments, based on your emotions. Like, there's nothing more powerful and greater than a love that never stops. There's nothing more greater than you loving someone too as well too. It's a great responsibility that you give to somebody versus controlling somebody. Because we either loving people or we want to control the person. That's what it ultimately comes to. You either love this person conditionally. I'll say, I won't use the unconditionally. And you love them because you want the responsibility to them and you see that they're a great human being, or there's somebody you can use and control and manipulate. That's the two lanes. You love your children because you want to build with your children. You want to help them become a great, productive human being that's loving as well too. Or you trying to use your children. You trying to use them as a facade. You trying to use your husband as a facade. You trying to use your wife as a facade. You just doing it for show. Either you loving people because you genuinely love them, or it's something you just got. It's another notch on your belt. What's going on, my sister Crimson Cure? It's always great to see you, my sister. One of the legends are in the building. Much love to you, my sister. I think my brother Truth was in the building. I ain't see you, my brother, when you was up here. You are more than welcome to join the show. Everybody's always welcome to join the show, especially if we ain't got too much bad blood. And then my brother Dollar Washer, man, what's good, my brother? TC, what's going on, my brother? Gio, what's going on, my brother? But again, let's be more intentional than divisive. Let's be more loving than hateful. Let's be supportive, more supportive of each other than going at each other. And I've always been this way. And I'm never going to change. But I do get to a point in my life where if I'm giving you makes you my enemy, if good deeds wants me to get punished, I have to remove certain people from my life, and I have to accept if certain people want to remove themselves from my life. And y'all see what's going on in these spaces. There's this phenomenon where people can change and turn the people who love them and support them into their worst enemies, even if they wanted to connect with them, even if they wanted to join with them, even if they wanted to build with them, even if they wanted to grow with them. How do you make people you claim to love? You know what? One thing I meant to do when I first got in this space, I don't care who it was. It would be completely impossible to straight right away turn on anybody I claim to be associate with, friends with, claim to respect. That means you were always harboring inside of you. That means you always had that resentment inside of you. That means you always had that identity you created of me inside of you. It means you were always harboring hate. It means you never actually saw me in a good light. And that's a lot of people. It means a lot. Most of these people and individuals we come across become opportunists. They're not really there to love you. They're there to take your light. Not even share your light, because Ali loved lions and lionesses. A lioness, excuse me, and lions. I love strong men and women around me. I don't want weak men and women around me. And I try to give grace as much as possible. But if what you're doing when somebody puts food on your plate is to go behind them and try to steal food off their plate when they're putting food on your plate, you got to be removed from their life. There's people that you try to feed. There's people you try to water. There's people you try to put a light on that simultaneously is trying to steal your light. It's trying to steal your food. It's trying to steal your water. I never can understand it, man. I really can't. I really don't understand it, yo. I really don't. You know, and y'all know what I'm talking about. And if you're doing it to somebody, stop, catch yourself, redirect yourself, reflect, look at the mirror. And if you're a person that's happening to, you got to stop, reflect, and look in the mirror too. Why are you allowing it? Why are you allowing to put yourself in that situation when the person is showing you over and over again who they are? What makes you want to do that? Some of us have reasons to do it that I can accept and understand. Some of y'all got people y'all invested in for years. Some of y'all got kids. Some of y'all got family. Those are very different situations that make the dynamics different. But if it's a fresh relationship, it's a new relationship. If it's a person you tried over and over again with trying to build, and they still showing the same behaviors, man, sometimes all you can do is let somebody go to grow, and sometimes they may never grow. You know? It is what it is. It's some things you can't do nothing about. There's people that go to their grave hating people that love them. You know, we've seen a lot of our family members, man, throw away people that love them to death, that would do anything for them, listening to society, listen to what other people saying, because there's a whole group of people who love enabling people and hanging out with people because they all learn how to make bad decisions together. You know, they all want to do coke together. They all want to lie about people together. They all want to gossip with people together. They all want to tear down people together. They want to lie on people together. They want to turn on people together. They want to be baby mamas together. You know, they want to do wrong by women together. They coming together to do the wrong thing and they enabling each other. But remember this, what someone will do with you, they'll do to you. I'm gonna say it again. What someone will do with you, they'll do to you.
All praises, all praises.
All right. We're gonna get on with the show. Okay. I think this is gonna be a very interesting one. You know, do women see being a housewife and being taken care of as a job or as a privilege? Why are women fighting so hard to be a wife just to want to get a divorce? Why are women fighting so hard to be a mother and to have babies just to resent their children, just to want to run away from their children, just to put their kids in daycare, just to drop off their kids with somebody else? Why y'all fighting so hard for the things you actually end up resenting and regretting and not wanting to do in the first place, just so you can look good, just so somebody can call you mama, just so somebody can say you a wife, just so somebody can say you a husband, just so somebody can say you got a girl, just so somebody can say you came up. There's people who just want to have money just so they look good. And most people, these individuals who live like this, never feel good about themselves because they're not living with purpose. If you don't live for another human being walking on this earth, your life is going to be a miserable one for the rest of your life because you've never put your life on the line. You've never risked. You never learned how to love somebody outside of yourself, and you've consumed with being a selfish individual. That's why a lot of those type of people always got to be controlling. That's why there's people who want to control people and use people because they don't know how to love or love. They don't know how to value another human being. They don't value themselves, and they'll project on the people. And again, they'll create enemies out of people, and they'll write stories in their mind about the people they encounter instead of reflecting back on themselves and going, hey man, I got to be the problem. If I'm having a problem with every single person that's actually a good person, it's got to be me. If I run away from every situation that requires me to do right by somebody, to respect somebody, to love and care for somebody, it's got to be me. So again, why are we running after something that's supposed to be so wonderful, that's supposed to be so delightful, that's supposed to be so joyous, that's supposed to be something that all of us should crave, to be loved and have responsibility over each other's lives, just to resent it, just to call it a job, just to call it work, just to despise it, just for it to consume you and make you angry at the very thing that you wanted. It's deep, y'all. But we're going to get along with the show. All right. Let me see. And again, man, if anybody would like to come up here early so we can help, I'll open up the panel even earlier. If you got smoke, you know, the link is always available. You know, hopefully it's intentional smoke, and it's it's smoke that can help each other grow, help us grow, you know, help us move on with our lives. And it shows people a different perspective that we can all look at and go, hey man, is this applicable? Will this help your life? Will this help you perform better? Will this help your family? Will this help your relationships? Will this help your help your life? You know, hopefully most of y'all who watching, you intentional, and you acknowledge that I'm intentional as well too. But we get to play out in real life what happens when we have these conversations with brothers and sisters. Amen. Amen.
Oh, that's a fun fact. I never knew that.
Yeah.
So we are going to be talking about this concept called future faking. I personally have never heard these two words together before. Maybe Alan made that up.
No.
Yeah.
I went to the article. He didn't make it.
I read the article too.
Maybe
And I
Alan.
had seen something about it probably about a week ago.
Okay.
Pretty new though.
Yeah,
Pretty new, right? Okay.
we got you.
I'm like, it has to be. I've never heard of
As
this.
a matter of fact, Sophia sent it to me. She sent me the video about. Oh, was it?
Alan said this
So
before.
this is a subject that you guys. Yeah, you.
Yeah.
Wait, maybe Alan did create it.
Yeah, exactly.
He didn't write the article
I'm
though.
not lying. Okay, so this is future faking is a manipulative tactic often seen in relationships where a person makes grand promises about a shared future, marriage, kids, moving in, without any real intent to fulfill them, creating false hope, deep investment, and emotional attachment in their partner, ultimately serving to control or keep the other person hooked. It's characterized by vivid descriptions of what we'll do, but a consistent lack of actual planning or follow through, leaving the victim feeling perpetually hopeful yet unfulfilled.
Sounds like just running game.
I'm feeling like this
sounds
isn't,
like
I'm feeling like this isn't
niggas,
anything new. This
Hey,
is just
I want to make sure y'all hear this.
Leaving the victim hooked. It's
All right.
it
We
fulfill
gonna-
them. It's
we'll make
about
sure we hear this
tactic.
again.
No, I'm not lying. Okay, so this is future faking is a manipulative tactic often seen in relationships where a person makes grand promises about a shared future, marriage, kids, moving in, without any real intent to fulfill them, creating false hope, deep investment, and emotional attachment in their partner, ultimately serving to control or keep the other person hooked. It's characterized by vivid descriptions of what we'll do, but a consistent lack of actual planning or follow through, leaving the victim feeling perpetually hopeful yet unfulfilled.
Sounds like just running game.
I'm feeling
Yeah,
like this
sounds
isn't, I'm
like
feeling like this
niggas,
isn't
man.
anything new. This is just selling someone a
It's just
dream,
men.
right? It's selling someone
They
a
always
dream.
trying to put some new age.
It's 2000.
It's some new age
It's
term,
a
right?
new age term that's why I said I've never heard of this
Sound like
because this
somebody-
sounds like a typical man.
Man,
Sorry.
I'm gonna flip your taxes. Never
Well,
does it.
But on the other end, it also
they was
sounds
flip.
like, it
They
also
was flip.
sounds, I mean,
Sometimes you don't see
there's
the
a
flip.
flip side to it. It sounds like,
It was
I'm
flip.
not going to say the typical, but it sounds like a section of the women out there who sell the man a dream of I like you so that they can get financial gain. You know what I mean? It's selling someone a dream. That's what it is.
I'm sorry. I actually sent Alan a clip because a couple of weeks ago, this woman had said she broke off her engagement or she broke up with her boyfriend. She said nothing was wrong.
Mhm.
We lived together. Everything was great, but he wasn't a man for me.
I was over it.
And I was over it. So
But I think
Is that
so,
wrong?
Is that not a valid reason?
First of all, that means they both dodged a bullet, one,
Right.
but it also means that there's something. She's just not putting it out there.
Mhm.
Nobody's leaving stability.
He probably did.
I've
something.
always been the believer.
And y'all pay attention. They'll always say the women will never leave actual stability. They'll never leave good men. When the men leave, it's they created a broken home. They left for selfishness, and they still want to be out in the streets doing their thing every single time. Yet there are women as well too, and they know that women change their minds. And I bet you in this conversation, because I'm just essentially reviewing this, I saw a certain part of the video and I wanted to review it. I try to find the part where he said, where I showed y'all that the main part of the video when I started it, where he said that to love your woman is to challenge her. But I bet you they're going to justify when women change their mind. They're going to justify when women aren't being loyal. They're going to justify when women choose to go a different direction. But when men do it, they're creating a broken home. They're ridding themselves of responsibility. They're not being real men. So when they say people, they try to keep it neutral, but they're actually talking about men when they say that. And they're trying to make men look bad, but at the same time, they're trying to make women look good, because a woman never leaves a good man, right, y'all? A woman never leaves a good situation. A woman never leaves a loving man. A woman never leaves a supportive man. They only leave good men. They only form relationships with the great brothers and the actual leaders in the community, right, sisters? Because sisters never drop the ball. Sisters never fumble. Sisters never ruin a good thing. Sisters are never ungrateful when they have almost a perfect situation, right? It never happens. A sister would never ruin something good. So I don't know what these brothers be talking about. And maybe the sister is right. Maybe they don't leave a good thing.
But what if it was only stability?
But
What
I've-
if she didn't love him?
But what if it wasn't stability? What if she just woke up one day and realized I'm really not into this person? I think,
He's known that.
but I think that
Did he lose his
but I
money?
think that
That's
we
the same thing.
that.
That's,
Oh, sorry.
that's literally the same thing as future faking. If you think about it, he knew that.
You said he knew it?
Well, I'm saying because
she said if she knew it.
You said
Oh,
she
yeah.
knew that.
Yeah, there's been something there. She didn't just wake up and be like, I'm moving today. I don't like this
Wait,
nigga.
did he? What
Like-
was the? What
But I think it
happened?
takes time. I think
Yeah,
it
you gotta
takes
watch.
time to be
Exactly.
absolutely sure, right?
Exactly.
I do believe that the heart and the mind exist totally separate of one another. And I think
Mhm.
sometimes your heart may be into someone, but your mind is telling you that this doesn't make sense. And over time, your your mind wins over your heart, or sometimes
Be smart.
your heart wins over your mind and you decide to stay. But I think that what
Hey, while we watching this, y'all, is love an emotion? Is love a feeling? Or do you think love is essentially a choice? I know which way I'm starting to lean, but think, is love a choice or is it an emotion? And if love actually exists, how does it end? If love actually exists, how does it end? Again, I'm gonna ask y'all, if love actually exists, how does it end? It's too many disloyal people. It's too many people who end relationships. It's too many people that walk away from relationship, from friends and family members, for us to start believing that love is just an emotion. It has to be a choice. For me. And I don't think it's just to me, but I'm gonna use it so I don't project on the other people. But they were looking at even how human brain works when people have children, and there's a part of the brain that operates in a way when it has a child that it makes the choice to be in this person's life forever. It's a certain part of the brain that operates. And I did a show about it maybe a year ago about what happens to a woman's mind and what happens to a man's mind when they have a child. It becomes it isn't just nature or innate. It becomes a choice that they make in their mind as well too, to be dedicated to this child. So if we're able to be dedicated to human beings, that could be our children, that could be our family members. What happens when we're supposed to join in a relationship with another person, but the reflection of how we're loyal in our families and the reflection of how we're supposed to be loyal to our children, it doesn't carry over to what we do with our relationships. Just think about that one, especially when it doesn't make sense. When we see too many people falling in love with the wrong people, and we see people breaking the right people, what is actually love in 2026? How are we truly treating other people? Are we actually trying to love people? Or again, are we trying to control people? Just think about that for me.
we need to realize is no matter how much time is invested, none of us own anyone.
Mhm.
Exactly.
And we have the right to walk away at any time we choose.
Reserve
and
the
it
right
doesn't
to
make
change
us
your mind.
wrong.
Yes.
You understand? Because at the
Yeah.
end of the day, none of us deserve to be a hostage of somebody else's love.
Right. Hey,
You got to reserve the right to be able to change your mind.
I like that.
And I think with this whole situation, this whole future faking thing, I found this clip to send to Alan because, you know, most of the internet says, oh, I'm looking for this type of man. And you guys have all these qualifications, all these specific things. For her to have this, you know, the 6 foot, the 6, whatever, the 6 figure, all that nonsense, for her to have that and say, hey, I just woke up and I wasn't happy. I think like that is the eternal fear of like each one of us.
Yeah.
So I don't think that you should be able to call this future faking in this instance, but not future faking for that. Because if you think about it, she kind of sold him the lie because she moved in with him. And this whole time, he could have been working hard. He could have been doing everything he was supposed to do, being righteous, not cheating, going to church, all the stuff that y'all say y'all want. And this whole time in the back of her head, she's got a whole escape plan.
Maybe she self-sabotages.
But I do
Whatever
think
it is, but she future faked.
But I
She
think
had
where-
doubt
I
for
think
sure.
where that
and sold him everything.
differentiates from future faking is that future faking is a person that goes into a situation knowing that they don't want this,
Yeah.
right? And they're like, but she's pretty.
And
I
they're
want to keep her
purposely
and
the
keep her
dream.
here. So I'm purposely going to tell her,
Exactly.
look, yeah, we can do this. We can do that later on, not today, tomorrow, right? I call it selling someone hope, right? It's like when you go to someone, so do you think we can get married? And they go, anything is possible, right?
Yeah.
They're not telling you yes, and
Yes.
they're not telling you no. But in their mind, they know, yeah, this isn't happening,
Right.
right?
Yeah, that's
Has
a female answer.
But everyone has done
That's
that.
a female answer.
In a
I think
way.
that this is different
We do
because
it.
this says actually, I don't know if I've never seen this clip, but we're saying that
Now we can
she
play it.
woke up and, decided, I don't want to be here anymore. I don't know if that's the case because I didn't see the clip. We'll watch it. But in the message, it says she's changed her mind. And I think that that's okay to change your mind because
Let's be honest.
what's
people
funny
do
about
this
that?
every
Like,
And again, if it's okay to change your mind, and if we're telling people that relationships shouldn't be a full-out lifelong commitment, please stop telling men to practice discipline. Please stop telling men to be womanizers. Please stop telling men to look just only for fun from women. Just stop telling men that it's wrong to just look for sex. You know, and I've been thinking, and I've been processing, if we have a problem with emotions, if we have a problem with being fully committed to each other, then should we just have sex with each other and have friendships? Because love ultimately controls and has expectations, right? Love has boundaries. Love has foundations. You have to move different when you're in love. So then I go, okay, why don't we just be friends with benefits? Why don't we just have friendships? But who's the first person that ultimately wants to actually control the person? Who's the first person that actually ultimately wants the relationship? Who typically goes, hey, what are we about to do? Where are we going from here? I can't just keep having sex with you. I need something more than that. Even though we're supposed to be people who have full autonomy over our bodies. And now in today's society, men and women are equal. But if women can change their minds, then and women can do what they want for their own love, for their own self-love and happiness. That means that we need to care about what makes men happy as well, too, because the relationship is supposed to benefit the man if that's what women want. And that's why women give the sex and the man gives the relationship. So I ask that if these relationships are not being fulfilling, if the emotion is temporary and there's no actual commitment, then we need to stop telling men to get married to women who can change their mind. We need to tell men to start doing what's in their best interest, especially when they're programmed to actually love and care for women. There's no reason we should tell our sons to still respect and value today's women in the capacity of marriage. You can respect them outside of a marriage and you treat them as such. But have fun with women. Do what makes you feel good. Do what makes you feel right. Do what makes you happy. Enjoy yourself. Since women don't have to prove themselves, since women don't have to fully commit, and since women can change their minds now, we're not pushing men to commit and get married. It's illogical. And it compromises the men, and it compromises our sons. And it compromises the women and children as well, daughters as well, too. This is why women are over-sexualized. They care more about the ability to take care of themselves. They care more about competing with men. They care more about emulating men and trying to act like men, their version of what a man is, that they're destroying themselves. They're exhausted. They're overstimulated. They're overwhelmed. They can't sit their behinds in the home, enjoy taking care of their family and being loved, and allow the man to do primary most of everything. And if he fails, it's still his obligation to fix it. They want to do everything, and then they complain about it. I don't understand it at all. Imagine Ali wanting to do everything. I want to be a pilot. I want to be an astronaut. I want to be a cop. I want to be a soldier. And then I come and wake up every single day and complain about having to serve those roles, having to provide that service. Hey, bro, man, I'm tired of doing this, man. This is too much. I can't take this anymore. But then I keep performing those positions. Women fight to be mothers and wives. Women fight to be supported and taken care of just to complain about it and the responsibility they have to have for it. So again, it looked like society gonna have to change again, and it has to ultimately benefit the men for us to have these families that flourish. And if we have to just be friends with benefits, then women have to start complaining about men doing what's in their best interest when women have perfected it and mastered it. The marriage benefits the woman. The divorce marriage benefits the woman. The single life is benefiting the woman. Everything is benefit the woman and compromising the man. When they're alone, it's for self-love and happiness. When we're alone, it's a lonely man epidemic. Now we're the baby daddies. The men who had kids with these women who don't cooperate with them are the baby daddies. And the women are single mothers that are strong and independent, living their best lives. They can do better all by themselves. But will complain about men not being good men or responsible men and being deadbeats. Make it make sense. And it's only a rarity of shows that actually speak on the perspective in this way and actually tackle what's actually happening in relationships without becoming too extreme. And when I say extreme, I mean becoming so jaded that we just go all the way to want to throw uppercuts to the women, put women in headlocks. I'm still purposeful. I'll always be purposeful. I can't do nothing outside of having purpose. and having a good intent and trying to bring the man and woman together, because that's what I came from. But I understand the people who may be going different directions because they didn't come up out of that. And I could understand their perspective. But if it's tarnishing society, if it's tarnishing relationships, if it's tarnishing our kids, if we're doing only what's in our best interest and we don't even care how it affects everybody else and our kids, what kind of people are we?
Hey, like
changing your mind isn't future
I
faking.
don't know.
I think
She did it the righteous way.
I think,
Right.
but I think the difference is she was trying to stay and realized that
work.
she couldn't,
Mhm.
right? Versus a future faker is someone that's like, I'm going to fake this for as long as I can to keep this person here
With no intention.
with no intention.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just it's really for the sake of my benefit and my benefit only.
You're
Because
right.
you know what? This is a great woman. So it's very beneficial for her to be here with
Yeah.
me, right? Because of what she pours into me. I don't necessarily want a future with her, but I'm going to sit here and collect for as long as I can. And I'm going to sell her whatever dream I have to keep her here as long as possible.
That could be
Right.
the same thing though,
It could.
because she could have sold him the dream that, hey, listen, I'm going to have these kids for you. I'm going to still be here to support you. And just to wake up and be like, no, I'm
But
good.
I think the difference is in her mind, she was saying, I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try.
Right.
I'm
Let's
not
run
old.
the tape. I gotta
And it might be that she was on the fence, right? It might be that she was
lying all along though.
not necessarily. She wasn't being transparent, but she wasn't lying. I think there's a
Y'all want
difference
women
between the
to be
two.
the same so bad.
You're right.
Yeah, I
I
think
said
she
you
wasn't
want
being
women and men
transparent,
to
but
be
she
the
wasn't
same
lying
so bad.
because it could go either way. And another thing we have
Lying
to
is very intentional.
and another thing that we have to understand too is when love is involved, sometimes you don't want to hurt someone, right? And sometimes you have these doubts in the back of your mind and you don't want to reveal it to them because it's like, there's a chance I might go all the way with this. And if I reveal these doubts in my mind, it's going to hurt them and it's not worth it.
Excellent,
know?
excellent
What
point.
would you prefer though? Wouldn't you prefer the truth?
I would prefer transparency,
Yeah.
but
And this brother been solid this whole conversation, and I don't want to take anything from him. And I'm trying to give more grace to everybody as well too. And I have to be more intentional too. And a couple of my brothers, I'll point out too. Well, I won't point it out because I won't make it seem a certain way. But there's brothers who've been pointing out to me. There's certain directions I've been wanting to go. Right? I don't want to jump the gun. I don't want to assume. I don't want to speak for a lot of these sisters when they're speaking, even though I feel like or typically know, or I think, not feel, where the conversation is going and what they're going to say. But we got to let these conversations play out more to see which direction they're going, because I'm going to give this brother grace as well too. Maybe he hasn't had enough of these conversations, but it seems like we're justifying and pacifying what the sister is doing or what a man can do, especially when they fully committed to a relationship or committed to a person when in the back of their mind, they know they didn't really intend to be with this person forever. You're using and manipulating that person for your best interest. It may not be that you even want to be with anybody, but this person is bringing value into your life and you're fine with doing it, but you hide that part away from that man or from that woman that loves you and just doesn't want to use you. But I'm going to give the brother grace. I'm going to start giving y'all a lot of grace. I'm going to let y'all be able to repackage whatever you just said. I'm going to let you come out that corner. Once you put yourself in the corner, I'm going to allow you to repeat it 3 or 4 more times if I can, to make sure that's exactly what you said and that's exactly what you mean. But a lot of times, man, I'm telling y'all, I know which way the direction of the person is going and what they're about to communicate. We've done this so many times. But I'm gonna keep from jumping the gun.
I know that that's not always the case.
It's not.
I know that, and once again, and I will say this, people are human. And this is what there is no perfect scenario. People are human. And that's the variable that I always keep in my mind, right? Because we have a tendency to internalize things and take them personal, like it has, bruh, a decision had nothing to do with him, to be honest with you.
And that kind of transparency is hard.
I ended my engagement and today I'm moving out. There wasn't any betrayal. He didn't cheat or anything. Honestly, I just changed my mind. Sometimes clarity comes quietly. Choosing yourself doesn't always need a big explanation. But my village, the women in my life are so amazing. They've shown up for me in more ways than one, helping me pass, sitting with me, praying for me, making a hard transition feel lighter just by being there. I'm so grateful for community, for having people who hold you up when
See, this is the difference between a man and a woman. As a man, if I have a homeboy who's engaged, him and his woman is living together, and he's getting like cold feet or like second guessing himself, I'm gonna say, look, bro, It's okay to be nervous. It's okay to be scared. You're starting a new life with somebody. You know, marriage is a big step and it's okay, you know, but you're not about to leave this woman. You committed to this woman. You told this woman that you want to marry her. You want to spend the rest of your life with her. And I'm going to get on him about making sure he do what he said he was going to do with that woman. As a woman, you know, you want the relationship, then you want the ring, then you want the marriage, then you want the kids and shit. And at any point, you can say, I don't want to do this shit. And then people can like, yes, girl, whatever bad decision you make, we champion that. We have your back. Oh, yes, my village came through and they helped me pack and they prayed for me. And we just had a jolly old time that I just wasted 2, 3, 4 years of this man's life, got engaged to this man. He thinking I'm about to be his wife. And I just woke up one day and I said, fuck it. And every bitch that I know agreed with me and said, yeah, I'm making the right decision. And that's a woman. No matter what bad decisions they make, they're going to have other people, mainly other women, saying, it's okay, you're making the right decision. Even if it's bad, even if it's horrible.
Amanda?
This man who was feeding to say something, he didn't even let me watch the girl's full video, would have given his friend terrible advice. Because I don't think that they understand how big of a commitment marriage is. And honestly, he wrote this off as cold feet. And that's not what I got from her whole village helping her pack up her stuff. She stopped herself from making a very big commitment to
and a hard decision.
And a hard decision. To tell a man, nah, bro, you said you was gonna marry her, you gotta do that shit. That is horrible advice.
I don't think that's what he was saying, though. I think
That is 100%
I think what he spoke
said.
to was having accountability for the responsibility.
So are we supposed to tell people not to keep their word? I want to know to everybody, if somebody tells you they're gonna do something, if somebody tells you they committed to you, if somebody gives you their word, are we supposed to tell people to dishonor that word and not to hold true to that word? Is this the way we going with society, or is it just for sisters that can change their mind? Is your word not supposed to be your bond? Is your word not supposed to be the truth? Is your word not supposed to be a full-out commitment? And again, every time we come back to this, it's women who keep women broken. It's women who keep women lying. It's women who enable women. It's women who keep women single. And this is why you can't stand, or why they can't stand their mamas typically and their families, because they know they're making all these horrible decisions. You see so many women trying to get away from their mama and they sisters and their cousins. But as soon as they have to be held accountable, as soon as they want to pick themselves, as soon as they want to put themselves in front of everybody and they want to make the same decisions they mamas made or their family made, they'll go right back to the same people who helped them create those decisions. And sisters, y'all know it. It's so many of you who can't stand your mama, but when you need a place to stay, you're going to go straight to your mama. When you need a person to gossip with, you going to your mama. When you need somebody to be toxic with, you go straight to your mama. And anytime you're making the wrong decision, it's a woman supporting it. I'm going to say it again. Anytime you're going to make a wrong decision, there's a woman supporting it. Tell me I'm lying. And anytime there's a man calling you out, there's a man trying to redirect you, there's a man trying to correct you, there's a man working your best interest, there's a man who supports you and loves you, you end up calling him toxic and controlling. And all he doing is trying to tell you the truth, which is real love. But as soon as you're ready to be a hoe, sister supporting it. As soon as you're ready to be a thought, sister supporting it. As soon as you're ready to break a family, your mama supporting it. As soon as you're ready to run away from responsibility, mama supporting it. Anytime women are going ready to make the wrong and bad decisions, the sisterhood is right there to support it. Correct me if I'm wrong. And that's the sisterhood. That's the girls. This is what motherhood has become. This is what womanhood has become. Anything a woman wants to do, even if it jeopardizes all of our lives, even if it jeopardizes your man, even if it jeopardizes your kids, the women will collectively support it. So then it has to come back to a point and go, do the women actually love? The men. Do the women actually love themselves? Do the women actually love the children? Because the man do. The man sacrificing. The man fully committed. And then we wonder why men may step out their relationships, why men deal with other women, why men deal with multiple women, why men fail to commit to today's version of a woman. It's because women are doing whatever they want to do and still support it. Women are cheating on their men and still support it. Women are neglecting their kids, still support it. They doing every and anything to address how they feel about what they're going through, but the last thing they thinking about is how this impacts their children. The last thing they thinking about is how this impacts this man. And man, what about this brother's happiness? What about this brother's life? What about your kid's life? What about your kid's future? Forget, look how selfish even these conversations are, to where we still talking about the men and women, and it always comes back to the women, but they say they prioritize the kids, but their decision making has nothing to do with the kids. It has to do with their own personal happiness and how they feel. Everything is how you feel. I don't feel it anymore. I'm not happy anymore. Soon as you single, I'm miserable again. I'm not happy again. I'm not feeling it again. I need a man. If y'all married, you're miserable and you want to be single. If you single, you're miserable and want to be married. If you pregnant, you don't want to have a kid. You want to go back to being childless. If you have a baby, you don't want a responsibility of a child. If you don't have a child, you want a child. You want a family. You want kids. If you have no money, you want money. If you if you're broke, you want money. If you have money, the man's being financially abusive. You have everything. You're not satisfied with everything. No matter what so many sisters are getting, man, it's not appeasing their appetite for life. They care too much about what they have control of. They care too much about what they want to do, their life's interests, and that you never know what they're talking about as well. When we have these conversations and sisters talking about their dreams, their goals, there's never an end goal. It's never truly carried out. We did the show with Kevin Samuels. The lady didn't know how her business was supposed to run. She didn't have an end goal. She didn't know even how to operate the business. She didn't even know what to do with the taxes for the business. So many of our sisters just be talking. But it's affecting the community, it's affecting the family, and it's affecting more than anything the kids. The kids have to live with it. That the woman is their first voice. The woman is their first teacher. The woman is their first guidance. It's getting real.
Of the investment you made, right? I think two things can exist at the exact same time. And I think that no, her friends championing her, I don't think that was all the way right. I think someone should say, girl, that's kind of messed up what you did to him.
But I'm sure the whole story.
Wait, let me
right. Yeah.
No, I'm speaking about it the way that she presented it, right? Oh, my village is amazing because what they did was support me, right? No, I'm sorry. If you love this person, there is a responsibility as a friend to go, but girl.
Can we tell you what support as a woman?
Wait a minute. There is accountability that girl, what you did is kind of messed up. Like, you have the right to walk away, but it's still kind of messed up that you were there with this guy for 4 years, but in the same breath, once again, I will say no one owns anyone, right? And I'll go even further to say everything in life is a risk. And we have to understand that when we enter relationships, we can invest 10 years. It doesn't mean that there's a guarantee, right? It's a risk that we are taking, and we have to make the decision. Is the reward at the end the possible goal or the risk, right? And no, it's not a guarantee we're going to win. There's a chance we may lose. And if we lose, I'm sorry, we have to suck it up and take it because we don't own anyone.
But you don't think that girl know that was fucked up? That after 4 years, 10 years, that her making this decision to leave was fucked up? You think she needed her friends
by the video she made and what she said? Not, no. I didn't hear at no point that she said that she thought it was messed up.
We didn't even watch the video.
What she said was,
we didn't hear the video.
Wait. What she said was, I have to choose me. Or everything she said was an I statement and me. Everything was centered towards her. There was no empathy for that man. I'm sorry. There wasn't.
I have to actually disagree.
I think that the point of the video was her making a decision for herself and showing her village being there for the decision that she made.
Can I?
But and that's
You see how selfish they are? Y'all see how like do the sisters see it? I mean, we try to keep our delivery like this. Do y'all see how selfish the women are? It's about her. She just destroyed her whole entire family and made a video about it like it's cute. She has a village that supports it. She weaponizes her kids the same way. She gets her kids to support it as well too. They grown kids. It's all about her and how she feels. That's not what grandma and mama was. It's about the family. It's about her man. It's about supporting him. It's about loving him. You're supposed to be him. That's why you get the man's last name. Your identity is supposed to be him. Your identity is supposed to be your kids. Your identity is supposed to be your family. What is this other thing you're looking for? They can't even, they'll put, a dream, myself, my happiness. What is that? Like, what is it? And a lot of times it ends up becoming some man. It ends up when you wanting a replacement so you can have somebody else that endorses your lies, that endorses your delusion, that endorses your control. But then a lot of times you can't find that dude either. We always wondering where he's at.
It's men out here that really won't let you.
All we ever hear is there's men out there.
I'm not even saying that's my
Where he at?
Where he at? Saying that's my type. I'm just proving a point.
Where is he at?
Because if I tell him,
where is he at?
I tell the man, okay, my
Where
feet better
is
not
he
touch the
at?
ground. He's gonna make sure my feet don't touch that ground.
Where is he?
Because I'm a queen. And
women love to say, "Yeah, he exists." Where's he at? Where's he at?
Well, I got one.
Where he at?
Where's he at? In this world that we live in, where he at? Out of all the niggas in the world that you know, whether it be a brother, a cousin, or a nigga you fuck with, where's he at?
Listen, the whole point is that don't matter.
If you ask me where she at, I start getting in my phone.
We simple.
Where's this nigga at that they talking about? Where's he at?
We don't want him.
He's there.
God damn it! You can't make this shit up.
They only want the men they can control. That is the truth. And then they leave those men too and resent and reject those guys as well too. Because the most of these brothers gonna lose either way. Either he put his foot down and he's assertive, and you're gonna have to live an orderly and righteous life as his woman, or you're gonna get a man to enable you to make all the wrong decisions, and you're gonna leave that man because he weak. You're gonna leave that man because he enabling you. You're gonna leave that man because you still miserable and unhappy because you really not living for nobody but yourself. And the truth is, most of these women don't trust anybody. And someone who can't trust anybody can't trust themselves. So they're always competing with other people. And this is why they're so jaded and tired. You're wasting all your time competing with somebody else. You're wasting all your time trying to do what a man does. You're wasting all your time trying to do every single thing, every responsibility. You want to be at home. You want to be outside the home. You want to work. You want to be with the kids. And then you blame everybody for being overwhelmed. You blame everybody for being tired. You blame everybody because you're not happy. But most of you are not being women.
just the perspective of the video, but you don't think
But
that
what you're making is an assumption because there's no proof of it.
No,
in the video.
when it comes to support from like your community, right, your friends, she had about 6-7 girls over there. You can't tell me that there was not one person that was like,
But what you're making is, once again, what you're making is an assumption.
no,
There is no
but
proof of that.
I'm thinking is that no, listen,
you,
y'all men know how y'all commune together, right? But we as women know how we commune.
That's still an assumption. There is no proof. If we took that video to court and we said, was there anyone, what proof is there that anyone told her the latter, that what she did to this man wasn't right, or who held her accountable? You know what they say? They would say there's no evidence of that in this video.
Just based off of that video. And
Exactly.
also,
And I'm not saying that you're not right.
So you had the audacity to film it.
That's the no. That is the weird part. Like, I don't understand that.
I want to make this clear. So you said all these women got together as a community.
You're celebrating what he's mourning,
right?
No, you're not celebrating that he's mourning.
That's a celebration.
One of them was like, oh, girl, don't videotape this. Nobody had the common sense to say that. but they were supporting her.
And you're celebrating what he's mourning.
No,
because that video is a celebration. I chose me, everyone. Look, my friends are here to support me.
Okay, can I say something?
That's a celebration of the death that he's mourning. That is very insensitive.
she's not mourning.
Say my thought.
She doesn't sound like she's mourning.
Sound mourning.
She
guys-
But don't, okay, and that's an assumption.
And remember, all they're doing is making assumptions that this woman didn't make the right decision. Excuse me, that this woman made the right decision, but are her friends telling her she's wrong? Is she actually thinking about the guy and what he's going through? But none of them are talking about the guy and what he's going through. They can care less about how this is impacting the man that put his whole life into the investing into this women and his kids. They don't treat men as humans, y'all. And then they project and say that men don't treat them as humans when they're responding to women, not treating them as humans. Men can't sexually objectify women majority of times if they're not sexually objectifying themselves. If you're not giving a man anything to love except for the sex, what's your value? And we ask women that all the time. Take the sex away. Hey, don't even use your sex. Matter of fact, don't use your looks. We asked the sisters that yesterday. What essentially is your responsibility? What is the one thing most women can do that would that all men can be supported through and see great value in, and it puts the women's value up drastically? Most of women can't answer. They don't have to think about it, because no matter what, being a woman, showing up as a woman, being beautiful, having looks, having the grace that you have, just existing as a woman is going to get the support from men. But men aren't seen as humans as if they're not being productive, if they're not taking care of your life, if they're not investing in you. And at any moment you go, hey man, they ain't really a human anyway. I can compromise them anytime and change my mind and go for something else. I could just go back to myself because there's 30 men waiting to be with me. Because inherently and biologically, and the fact that we all come from mothers, men don't believe and haven't believed that women are actually this way. It took me all the way in my late 30s to go, dang, yo, women are really at this point where they're actually using men and manipulating men. They don't love men. And I fought long and hard with myself. There's a minority of women who actually do, and they show up by their dedication, but most women do not like or love men. They like what they can get from a man because the standards and expectations wouldn't be this high. We'd stop at, hey man, what do you want from that man? At the most, I would like this guy to take care of himself, but before that, I hope he's righteous. I hope he's orderly. I hope this is a good human being. I hope this man is going to be a great father. I hope he's going to be a great lover. I hope he's going to be a great man. All the other stuff is a benefit. If he doesn't have that, if he can't furnish my lifestyle, if he can't fund all the things that I want, that is not the deal breaker. But majority of the time, even if men give women everything they want, it's not enough. And the man ultimately is always reaping the consequences and ramifications of a woman's decision, even though he didn't make the choice. And then we want to make men to be out the villains and to make men to be the problem and make it seem like that these men are predators. But most of what sisters are putting out and promoting and advertising is their bodies and their beauty. They're not bringing nothing else to the table. And much love to my brother Duke Whitfield with the $10 super chat. He is a sponsor of the show currently with $10. My brother says, let me fix this real quick. My brother says, I'm late, but I agree with you about the Anton debate. When you admonish your kid, you pull them in close and tell them not to do it again. You don't necessarily want to hit them, but for them to understand you. Absolutely. We don't want to touch our kids. We don't want to beat our kids. We don't want to spank our kids. We want to be able to redirect them before it ever comes to a consequence. We hope that the incentive of us loving them will redirect them and correct them. The same way a man doesn't want to really redirect his woman. He don't want to spend all that time and energy to correcting his woman. He don't want to go back and forth with his woman. He don't want his woman to feel bad. But if he loves her, that's what he's going to do. He's going to tell his woman the truth. He's going to put his woman on the right path. He's going to tell his woman about herself. He's going to correct her where she's wrong. He's not just going to be a yes man. That's a liar in a name. And then you're going to have a weak man. It's going to make you a weak woman because he's accepting you being weak. And then you're going to have a weak and broken family with children who have identity issues. And then my brother TJ with the $5 super chat, just a hot 5 for the live. Much love to you, my brother, man. I truly appreciate that. I got to hit the video for my last brother, man. My bad, man.
We just got $10, kinfolk. You know what that means, right? We back on our feet again. I ain't gonna hold you. Support the healing people.
Just a hot live, hot 5 for the live.
Thank you for the $5. We were all born to be untouchable.
Thank you, my brother, again with the $5. Y'all help us. We need $85 for the Cash App, 100 more for the super chat, 100 more for the Cash App, and we need some memberships, y'all. We need help with our membership goals as well too. So please make sure, if you feel in the show, if you want to show love, if you want to show support, especially for our momentum, especially for us growing men, please make sure you support our goals.
Like the video, hit subscribe, and show love to Ali at $Ilkan.
And again, if he don't challenge you, he don't love you. If he don't correct you, he don't love you. If he doesn't tell you the truth, he don't love you. A real man's gonna make sure you have love for you have love for him, and you have love for his family, and you have love for your babies, you have love for your community, and you don't break yourself. Most of what men are doing, and they'll say it repeatedly on these panels, is trying to protect the woman from herself. Most of a relationship that most men are in, brothers are doing their best, sisters, to protect you from yourself. That's why they'll say women are children. We trying to protect you from you making bad decisions that destroys your life and ultimately destroys ours. What's going on, my brother TJ, with the $2 super chat, man? Much love to you, my brother. And then my brother Batworks hit us with a $5 Cash App, man. Much love to you, my brother, as well too, for the ongoing contribution and support always, family.
Thank you for the $5. We were all born to be untouchable.
You know, if all your man is saying is yes, you know you're not a good woman. If all you want him to do is enable you, you know you're not a good woman, especially if it's not benefiting the family. Especially if it's not going toward loving and investing in him, you know what you're doing is wrong. But we ain't got to keep beating a dead horse either. Let's keep going.
No, it's not. I'm speaking to what she presented there.
I also want to say we did not see the full video. That man ambushed the video. I saw 5 seconds.
Another assumption. I'm speaking to what we
We
saw.
didn't see that girl's full video.
No, but you're saying he's mourning. You're literally.
I got one more thing. I just want the sisters to, and this is, listen, I speak sisters. All these sisters are talking about what they feel, and the men are addressing what we actually saw and what's real. All of them are talking about what they feel. Just so the woman doesn't look bad, and just so she continues to look good for doing something wrong. She just broke her family. They're doing everything but addressing what she actually did from what they can see and making about what they feel, living vicariously through that woman, because they ultimately probably live the same way. If I'm seeing a drug dealer and I'm making him make certain decisions, but I'm a drug dealer myself, I'm going to justify everything he doing. Because I'm dealing on the streets too. So I'm assume the best things possible to justify why my man on the street and he dealing drugs, because I support that too, and I'm a part of that community as well. So they're gonna do everything and anything to make sure that sister still looks good doing wrong. And this is what the brothers be talking about. How many brothers have the experiences where your woman, your family members, you could be your mama, it could be your sister, and other women who will compromise you, and they don't even know the other women if you're disagreeing with another woman. This the woman you invested in, this your sister, that's your mama, that's your auntie. They'll even go against you when it deals with other women. In general. But what do we know?
making an assumption, but telling us to not make assumptions.
Can I say something? I also think that she's probably protecting him by not saying what really occurred.
What?
Because I agree.
She said he was a good man.
I'm
and there's
telling
nothing
you,
wrong.
I'm telling you,
That
I've
is
been in
another
this
assumption. Oh my
situation.
God. She said he's a good man. Now you're saying she protected him because he was hell on wheels.
Oh
my
What
Lord.
I'm
It's the
saying
real
is,
reason that his dick was
can I
small
just
and
say
she
my
didn't wanna
perspective
marry
now?
that.
Because we
Exactly.
all respect each other's
She's not gonna say
perspective.
that.
So coming from a woman who has been in a position where I love my man, and I was in a difficult situation where he also made me feel like I was in a mentally abusive situation, I wouldn't tell everybody all of the difficult things that I was going through. I would always big him up and make him seem like, all right, like everything's great. He's a great man. Everyone in my family thought that I was in a perfect relationship because I protected him. So maybe what she's doing here is not putting all of their business out. Yeah, she recorded her family helping them pack and stuff like that. And maybe she did say, yeah, you know what? I had to choose my own self. Maybe my mental health was suffering, something like that. But
What you're doing is a perfect example of projecting.
I'm just
Because
saying
it has
my
nothing that it has.
perspective.
I understand, but you're basing what she went through your experience. That's the perfect
Okay, maybe
example
I'm
of
projecting, but what I'm doing is also taking detail from the video that we did not fully see, and the fact that she's not saying what fully happened. She said there was a great relationship, but obviously, if you're putting yourself first, why are you?
I don't understand how you can pull that he did something wrong from her saying.
That. I'm saying she said that.
If she said it was
herself.
yes.
So I'm saying take the video for what was said and what was presented.
So let's rewind it.
Choosing herself means that there was
an issue.
There was something about the relationship that she could not see herself continuing with. She did not want to commit
Maybe
to
he
this.
bit his nails.
And maybe
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
even if
maybe.
that's that,
Yes.
that is something.
That is something. See, and this is
that's
what I mean.
that's different from
We
cold
have to be able to decipher
No,
the
it's
difference
not.
Because
between
you have to commit. There's going to be things that you won't like about your
how you
partner.
feel is not real. Your feelings are a reaction to what is real.
But listen, he brought up having cold feet, right? If my brother came to me and was like, I'm having cold feet, I'm gonna be like, look, this is your decision, and right now you're committing to a lifetime of it. So whatever it is, you need to be sure about it. I'm not going to talk about, oh, well, you made a commitment to her. You got kids with her.
What I'm going to do is ask, what's the problem? And if he says she bites her nails, and I'm going to say, bro, are you serious?
I'm not even asking the problem, because the thing is that problem.
Then how?
No. Listen, that problem has been ruminating.
But how can see?
He
This is the difference between men. This is the difference between men. You see how you said that problems? It is nature. It's
nature.
You're absolutely, and I've learned to
Right.
accept it. But you see how you said that problem's been ruminating because something as little as biting his nails. Once you
No. I'm talking about this. I'm not talking about nail biting. I'm talking about this. I'm saying,
But even if the problem's been ruminating, if it's a small problem, it doesn't matter how much it echoes in your mind. It doesn't make it any bigger.
it doesn't matter. It's still your it's still your choice. So
is
if
your
this is
choice.
something that I can do this, I can deal with it, and then you realize,
So that's
just-
not cold feet. Stop there. That's
no,
not cold feet.
I'm saying that it is.
I don't think she committed.
No. It's doubt.
So I have a question.
Wait, hold on. And the doubt has been ruminating. The thing is that perhaps she said it before the marriage and he's saying it the day of. You see what I'm saying? And they both got the opportunity to walk away. It's just that I don't think that you're going to have a friend group where everyone has different personalities. So somebody's going to be real with you. Somebody's going to also say, well, I support you whatever you do. And of course, your mama, your grandma, and well, baby, y'all done paid for the wedding and y'all live together. Trust me, the elders are gonna try to suck you back in. You can't tell me that she didn't have
that conversation,
multiple perspectives as a consequence of the decision that she was gonna make.
So
And that also has nothing to do with them helping her pack up her house.
Who was gonna was he gonna help
They're
her?
definitely all of the friends could
damage
have
is
been
done.
like, girl, for real? Like
They
you
weren't,
really gonna
because she said
leave
my
that man?
community supported my decision 100%.
Why wouldn't you support the decision?
But why do you think that?
Because listen, I've been in listen.
do you support
Wait. I've been in situations that I've said to male friends of mine, bro, I don't agree with what you're doing, but if you need my help, I'm gonna help you.
Exactly.
Exactly. Because you was gonna say, fuck you, I'm not helping you pack up shit.
But what happened?
I gotta stop.
This is my question though. Whatever happened to the realization that relationships require compromise? And if something small,
we don't know if it was small or big.
Assumption.
Okay.
I mean,
You're absolutely right. Well, no, it's not an assumption because what she said was he was a good man and it was a great relationship. So I would assume.
Okay.
No.
This is what she
No.
said.
If I
So
say
it's
I
not
have
an assumption.
No, if I say I have a great marriage, that does not discount the 25% of the bullshit. Because I'm comparing the 75-25 and the 80-20.
But you do realize if you have a great marriage but there's 25% of bullshit, it's because he doesn't do 25% of what you want or what you like. Now, this is where we have to be able to decipher the difference between a great man and a man that will do everything that you want. A great man is not going to do everything that you want because he has to teach you and he has to lead you. So we live in a time where women think if the man challenges her, that it's an issue. No, this is my job. This is why I'm here.
Do you think that?
Me? I did kind of agree with that part.
This is why I'm here.
Do you think that?
I think that
the man, if you listen,
I don't think
I will tell you this: the man that does not challenge you does not love you. That is the reality.
And
Does
vice versa.
not
And
love
I
you.
also think that if there's people are expecting perfect out of relationships these days, and it's not.
And I'm gonna keep. This is why men just have sex with women. This is why men just have sex with women. Every single one of them struggle with empathy. None of them have sympathy. None of them humanize the man. None of them still are trying to look at the point of what they're trying to say is that the man there's no concern for the man and what he's going through. There's no concern for the man's happiness. There's no concern about how this relationship is supposed to benefit the man when the women ask for the relationship. If we treat it like all y'all like hoes, even though a lot of women are acting like hoes, you would beg to be a wife. You would beg for relationships. If men stop giving out relationships, if men stop having sex completely, y'all would beg for it. But what happens is we get to see is when you start getting these relationships, you start compromising the men. It was all about using men. It was never about actually loving men. Women are more free than they ever been in their lives. Women are more free than they ever been. It's the easiest time to be a woman. And they're miserable when they're alone, and they're miserable when they're in a relationship. Can y'all tell me why? And the main thing we have to keep looking at is how they keep competing with the men. They want leaders, but they can't take suggestion. They can't take advice. They can't take correction. They can't take information. They can't stand when men are talking. That's the main thing. If he said exactly everything that women like to hear, what coming from a woman's perspective, and he talks like a woman, and he enables the women, they love what he's saying, even if they don't respect him. But they know they can use them. But a lot of these women can't stand actual structure, actual righteousness, actually being orderly, actually doing what men are saying you should do. They don't want men. They want men that they can love.
Going to be perfect.
And
constant work.
And I will say this: we all have this idea in our head of this perfect person that does not exist. Absolutely. No one has ever met them.
Never.
Everyone has this idea of this perfect person that no one has ever met. And what I've come to learn is, look, man, you have your core principles, pinpoint what's important to you. And if that person has 2 or 3 of those important things, you work with them.
Yes.
They're not going to be perfect. But if they have but what's important is that they have the desire to grow. If they have that desire, then anything's possible. But if they're rigid and it's just, well, this is just the way that I am, then leave them alone.
Quick questions. Let's just say he was 100%. And she woke up one day and saying, no, I don't want this legit dude. This 100. I have the best relationship that has ever existed in the existence of relationships. What rational?
Women aren't rational.
No, hold on. Women are not irrational.
Women aren't rational. That's the reality. And look, and you may not like what I'm saying. Women are not rational. Women are the only people that will get upset at you for giving them what they want. A woman will want a man who has, I want a man who's wealthy, who's affluent. She gets that. They get married, and now she's complaining about time. Right now, he gives her a time,
but
and now wait. And now,
you just
listen. You just hit it right.
No.
Know what they want.
You let them talk long enough, and they always give it away, man. Y'all don't know what y'all want. Let them talk long enough. Just let them talk long enough, man. We got to stop interrupting y'all when y'all talking. Just let y'all keep talking. Y'all know what you want. You don't know what you want. You so educated that you make miseducated decisions. Y'all want marriage till you get the marriage. Then you want to be back single and strong and independent again. Y'all, I know what you want. It ain't the fact that you don't know what you want. We know what you want. But supposedly you don't know what you want. But we seeing time and time and time again exactly what you want. It's your way or the highway. You have to be in control of what you call love. And ideally, again, I don't see how you think men should invest in something that doesn't benefit them. It becomes from you wanting to be a housewife that we thought was a privilege. You know, a man can support you and love you and give you his resources and help elevate your life to where you look at it as a job. It becomes work. I'm telling y'all, the sisters get to demonstrate, even on here. I don't know if these sisters married or in relationships, what they put their men through. And you know, by the way they conducted themselves, they actually don't value men as well either. Unless those men are doing what benefits those women. Seldom do you hear women come on these panels and talk about what a man is that ends up being something that benefits himself. A man has to always be what benefits a woman. But when you ask what a woman is, she has autonomy over her body. She doesn't have no responsibility to men or her children. It's about her love, her self-love.
Wait, but not knowing what you want and irrational is not the same thing.
And then wait. And now he gives her time. Now he puts work aside. Now he's home all the time. Oh, he's home too much. Why are you always home? This is what men.
And let me shout out. I'm gonna start doing this in between shows too. My brother Jeffrey, what's going on, my brother? I'm gonna make sure I shout y'all out between shows as well too, to make sure we recognize y'all when y'all coming through. My sister Jazz is in the building. Jazz, what's going on, Jazz? You gonna come up here and cook today? I see my brother Machine in the building as well too, telling Jazz to grow up. Oh Lord, my brother Dynamic Fit Labs, what's going on, my brother? ES Kid, my brother James Blair. Moonlight in the building. Smell the rose. Would please hit the like, y'all. There's 57 people in the building, almost 200 people in the building. Please like and subscribe. I will be opening up the panel soon. Okay. If y'all want me to drop the panel sooner, let's say 50, I'll drop it. We can open it sooner. I just want to get to this place. There's a certain place I want to get to where I'll drop it. Or I may drop it earlier, but I want to get to a certain spot and then I'll drop it as well too. Okay. Unless y'all want to drop it earlier, but I'm just want to make sure I recognize the people, the wonderful people in the building as well too. Let's see. Gully is in the building. What's going on, Gully? Easy is in the building. Always good to see you as well too. I like that I'm starting to recognize more and more newcomers as well too. My brother Larry Blaze, what's going on, Ali? Peace and love to you, my brother. Tone, how you doing, family? Good to see you as well too. All these names, man, I'm starting to recognize a whole bunch of names. I like the fact that I'm recognizing the names. Zion, what's going on, man? It's good to see you. Ronnie, I think I saw Ronnie somewhere. What's going on, Ronnie, man? It's good. Always good to see you too, my brother. I think I see you. There you go. I know I saw you somewhere. And willing to win, man. Always good to see you as well too. All right, let's keep going.
Deal with on the regular.
Oh, and please don't forget to like and subscribe. And make sure y'all hit the share button at the bottom of the screen. Okay.
This is something that
You be turning
this is something. This is something.
So men don't do like what do
no, and I'm not saying this is
men be doing a lot of stuff.
Men do, and I'm not saying we don't. But what I'm telling you is this is something that I've learned to accept about women. I'm not saying it like it's a jab or it's a detriment. Once again, I speak to how God designed us, and I've learned that this is how God has designed y'all. You understand? And y'all are the only ones. And this is, I always say, a man's job is to provide and protect. And the number one thing you have to protect a woman from is herself. That's the reality.
Maybe it is. So do it. Maybe it's the truth.
That's the reality.
You guys think after
we have a long list of jobs too.
You think after all this time?
No, I'm not complaining.
No, I'm just saying.
I'm stating it as a fact. The future faking, you should be able to be punished because, look, you walk into a casino. You know you might win, you might lose. If you lose, you're not able to sue the casino. But if you walked in knowing that you were going to cheat the casino, right?
Right.
Then they have the right to punish you however they wish
So we're talking about
because
intent, then.
because your intent.
Yes,
it's about intent.
exactly.
Your intent was malicious.
But also, I'm sorry, but like, I'm not. You can't sue. You can't take legal action. I mean,
There's no way to prove it.
No, right. But also, allowing someone to take that many years of your time is also your own. Your own, because I'm just
you got to be accountable.
You got to start waking up.
You got to take
but,
the L.
But wait. But then again, like y'all saw Lorenz Tate in Menace to Society. People are great actors. Like I really thought he was O-Dog. Like people are great actors.
That would be her intent then. That would go towards her intent if she was acting the whole time.
No, but what I'm saying is, so yes, I totally do agree that people have to take a level of accountability for what they allow, but some people are amazing actors.
They are. I will agree with
some people are amazing. Look, man, like, they have dinner with your family and your mother's like, oh my God, you got to marry this guy. Like some people are amazing actors. Or you got to marry this woman. Some people are amazing actors, you know? So although fault does fall on the back of the victim to a degree, but I'm just saying that some people are great actors, man.
Well, I like to hear his side. Honestly,
I would too.
Because
I would like to hear her full side.
Let's find her man. I can do this. What's the name?
I actually would love to hear both sides.
Yeah, I'd like to hear his side. And I only brought that up because we did discuss the woman that wanted to sue the guy for wasting her time.
Which is out of line.
But I do respect hearing you guys as like your side of, you know, how men think versus how we think. So it's kind of like cool to hear that. Because sometimes, you know, I have my point of view as a woman and then I hear it from men's side. I do know that sometimes might be about to be my top of the month. And I will end all of this. So irrational or whatever, you know. So it's like
you can hear the same situation from a man's perspective and a woman's tends to be two totally different
stories. Right.
Yeah.
Now I don't think that means that my feelings or the things that, you know, the reasons I make choices are always off of like, you know,
not at all.
Both you know, unimportant things.
Your feelings are always valid. I think with men, sometimes it gets frustrating, right? Because we believe in y'all, right? And we invest and we hope that we have this thing, like men have like the Superman complex. Some call it Captain Save-A-Ho complex, right? Where we think that, no, I'm going to teach her. I'm going to lead her. She's been through this. She's had the wrong guys and she's going to grow with me, right? And she's going to begin to understand how much I love her. A lot of women have fear of abandonment. A lot of women can't accept your love and you try. No,
because a lot of guys act like the good guy. It sounds so good. The exact person you are right now, imagine.
Remember, they kept giving grace to the woman who actually broke her family, but they keep ishing on men and assuming that men are bad. Women will do it live. There's no assumption that the man is good. There's no assumption that most men are righteous. There's no assumption that most men would do anything for these women when they admit that men are easy. But look what they keep trying to do. They keep trying to perpetuate that these men, hey, maybe they were toxic. Maybe they were bad. Maybe they were users. Every single time when the sisters open their mouths to talk about men. Where's the assumption that most men are good men? Where's the assumption that most men that love women would do anything for these women to their capacity? They always got to go to the minority of men that are doing wrong by these women. And it's typically the men that can get a lot of women. But he's not actually doing a woman wrong. He's treating a woman accordingly, even though there's men who do treat women wrong. But most men who get access to a lot of women and women see it will try to discredit this man and destroy his reputation because he don't have to be with them because they don't even earn his commitment. Most sisters don't think they got to prove themselves to a man. So why should you have a man? Huh?
Oh my God.
If I got to prove my worth to you, but you ain't got to prove your worth to me, if I got to commit to you, and then whenever you decide you can change your mind, why should I give my all to you? Man.
And I got robbed from a guy that was saying the same.
I get it.
So what are you gonna say?
I get it, but I'm not the guy that robbed you.
I don't want to hear that.
But I'm not the guy that robbed you.
Yeah, but guess what? It's still a level that
I'm still not the guy that.
Remember, she gets to be traumatized. Man got to grow up. Man got to get over it. Man got to be real men. Forget what you've been through. Forget your mental health. But the women get to mistreat men and get to continue to be traumatized and use mental health to not do right by men. They get to keep holding on what happened to them in the past instead of growing up to a mature woman and developing.
Robbed you.
Right.
So at the end of the day, why do I keep paying for the ghosts of your past? That's the thing.
But that's what I'm trying to tell you.
and I'm not-
Now, for you
and
to
I'm not-
sit with the person for 5 years that's showing you that would be an issue.
And I'm not saying, and once again, we don't go into it this way. Okay, we go into it, all right.
Madly in love.
No, it's not even madly in love. We identify, okay, she has traumas. We have conversations, you know, God willing, our conversations are about more than sex.
Hey, y'all, it is not your job to deal with a woman's trauma. If I gotta be healed, if I gotta watch how I talk with my woman, if you gotta respect your woman, if you gotta do right by your woman, if you can't continue to cheat because you were traumatized or had bad experiences with women, they have no justification for having to be traumatized. Don't be in a relationship. If you can't commit to a man, and if you can't do right by a man, don't get in a relationship. Same thing with a brother. If he still got to cheat on a woman, if he still got to neglect and abuse a woman, if he still got to lie to her, then don't get in a relationship. But stop using this justification for why women get to still mistreat men and do wrong by men and make it about mental health. I don't care how traumatized you are if you're mistreating other people when you know you shouldn't have been mistreated. If you can recognize you shouldn't have been mistreated, why are you mistreating a man and justifying it by saying it's mental health? Excuses for days why they can do wrong by men. They change their mind. Self-love, happiness. They're choosing themselves. They're looking for themselves. They're lost. But you were lost before you got in this relationship. You were supposedly broken before you got in this relationship. But now you with a good man you can't respect and love. And now you lost while you with something that's good for you. You're lost when you finally got a family. When you were lost without a family. Men end up losing themselves when they lose their woman and they lose their family because that's their purpose. That's the only time men be like, yo, man, I'm kind of losing myself, man. I'm not feeling myself, man. I might lose my women, man. I might lose my kids. Women will give up their kids, will give up their man to find themselves. And I keep telling y'all, if you have a woman that's telling you she got to find herself and she's lost, she's trying to go back to a life where she didn't have no responsibility. She's trying to go back to a life where she didn't have to love and take care of nobody else. She's trying to go back to a life where she don't have to do for nobody.
All praises.
Make sure y'all paying attention.
Right. And we speak about your childhood. We speak about your upbringing. We speak about whether you had one parent, both parents. So to a degree, I get an understanding. Oh, okay, this is where it's coming from. I put in a year, I put in 2 years, I put in 3 years, I put in 4 years, and it's still there. Right. And you have to understand that what that also comes with, it comes with the man not being acknowledged. It comes with the man, his efforts not being appreciated because you think that he's the guy that broke your heart. It's draining and it's exhausting. And then what begins to happen is the man begins to question
resentment.
It's not, and sometimes it's not even resentment, but what happens is you won't allow him to lead. Now you're beginning to make him question his own competency. Am I even worth leading? Now it starts to affect him. And sometimes
that's how men lose themselves, y'all. A man feels fulfilled. A man is on his purpose. A man has resources. A man knows how to protect a family. He's all about his family. And then you have a woman that's ungrateful, just like these women demonstrating their behaviors, and doesn't respect this man and starts emasculating the man because she feels uncomfortable because she has to have a responsibility too. She has to be a woman. She can't complain and say this dude lying. She can't say this dude broken. She can't say this dude not a father. She can't say this dude ain't loving her. So she has to make up something in her mind to feel bad about that man because she feels insecure and bad about herself because she has to live up to being a woman for this man. Right?
Oh shit.
So now she got to be a woman. Now she got to step up to the plate. Now she got to be something she's never been before or never seen before. And it's overwhelming for her. And we try to justify it when she has to grow up. It's arrested development. It ain't mental health. It ain't because you ain't had no mama It ain't because you ain't had no daddy. You a grown woman that had these experiences too. Just like a man who ain't have a mama and a daddy and grew up rough, he got to turn into a man. You have to finally develop into a woman and be this woman that y'all say y'all are. Y'all say when y'all find these individual men, y'all gonna support these men, cooperate with these men, and submit to these men. And like I told y'all, when they tell us that submission is natural, it's not. And they don't support to the individual man. They don't submit to the individual man. They don't submit to men in general. They only submit to themselves and who they can control.
Times he leaves not because he wants to, but because if he doesn't, you're gonna destroy him.
Yeah, your inadequacies affect his identity.
Yes.
So
because he sees himself through your eyes.
They know
if
it.
my woman sees me as nothing, then how can I be anything?
They know it.
That's the part y'all don't understand.
I'm about to say Jada is eating it up over there.
That was so good.
No, I'm just saying that's the look, man.
I feel like I'm just starting to get to know a
if
species.
this would happen, while you were older, that's a complete different mind fuck. Like if you're in your past 35 and you're in your 40s and this is happening, and you've already created this identity for yourself, you already know who you are, you already done the work. That's devastating.
Yeah,
Is that your story?
That's literally the story. That's it. My story?
Yeah.
No, I'm just saying. I'm just saying we're older men. So imagine going through our battles that we.
You see what I'm saying? How they don't want you to personalize it when you're trying to talk in general. Then when the man's speaking in general, they want to personalize it so they can use it against you. They want to hear this brother been through that before, and they're gonna go, maybe this you, brother. Hey, maybe it's you. Maybe you the one that made this woman like this. Maybe you didn't know how to treat this woman. They're trying to reverse it and start talking right back about the man again, whether it's men in general or whether it's the individual guy. They start personalizing it, and they just acknowledge. And the fact that she supposedly was expressing some emotion and some teary eyes, that they're acknowledging that they don't even know what a man is. She just said, I'm experiencing the species for the first time. They ask you, Uncle Ricky, who hurt you, because they don't want to feel it, and they know they've hurt men before too. They don't want to empathize with that because they've done it themselves. A lot of them don't see men as humans.
No, personally, as men on a daily basis, and we get to a point where we're tired of our own shit, and then we go fix our shit. And now we say, okay, I fixed a lot of my shit, but the stuff I haven't fixed, I'm still willing to work on. I'm willing to work on it with you while also taking on your stuff. And then you say, wake up one day and be like, oh, I don't want this.
And then after you go deal with a man that's worse than me. Cardi B.
Every time.
Oh my God.
That's
you can't say Cardi
that was
B.
a joke.
So I was gonna say, I didn't know if you really
That's
thought
her
that
own decision.
Whose own decision?
Yeah, if she,
Are you talking about Cardi B? No, we're talking about.
no, I'm not talking about Cardi B.
I
If
said Cardi
she
B because I knew it would
decides
set
to
y'all off.
I would speak to what he was saying before. Like, you don't know what you want.
This was a comment that a woman left, right, under one of my posts. It's about standards. She said a standard is supposed to be a non-negotiable value that applies regardless of who's in front of you. When expectations shift based on attraction, status, or emotional attachment, those aren't standards anymore. They're preferences with exceptions. The problem isn't that women have standards. It's that when those standards disappear for certain men, it creates confusion and mixed messaging. Consistency is what gives standards credibility. Without it, you're not standing on principles, you're reacting to desire. So this is what I'm saying.
come up with these.
How
That was perfect.
because it's the truth.
Be thinking.
Yeah, because you're so strong on an expectation for this man, and he gave you more than you asked for. Then you leave him to go deal with a man that gives you less.
Can I say this?
It is
without-
mind blowing.
Can I say this without everyone's gonna get so mad at me?
No, we
But I
won't.
think
This is a
that
safe space.
or everyone's gonna think I'm dumb. Whatever.
There
I
it
don't care.
goes. You don't
I
care.
think this goes back to the community for men. I
have
think as
one.
though, I feel as though there's not enough. For example, I feel like men are not held accountable for a lot of things. I feel like men don't have enough people like in their community, in their circles, like, because again, like, you have broken men creating broken women, and then now they're with other, they're starting new relationships, and
Broken
that's an issue.
families.
And it's like, creating broken families. I think that there needs to be a reset within men.
I will
honestly,
agree with you,
because
but that's on both sides of the fence.
I agree, but I'm just saying,
Why-
why as a woman?
Why did he disagree with her when we were talking about what men go through? And now you have to have a reset button for men. They don't hear nothing. All they hear is what they want to hear and what they feel. It's going to be made right about women again and what they need and what expectations they have. And they're going to make it about what men are doing wrong when they're talking about what women are doing wrong.
When do I have these trust issues? Because it came from maybe my father. It probably came from my past.
And your father was raised by a mother.
Right.
He wasn't raised by his father.
And why was his father not there? Let's talk about that though, because
Because maybe the mother alienated him out of her life.
Really
And you're talking to a man.
Oh man, I knew you
I'm
were going to
sorry.
say that.
No,
and
because
I don't never get
and
to
I'm
finish my
not-
point. Let me just say my point. Because there, you hear these other statistics like, oh, all of these men, 80% of men that are incarcerated were raised in single mother homes. Well, where were the fathers? And why were these men creating these crimes? And
Y'all see it, right? I'm just going to point at it. Let it keep playing. Every time you start talking about women, they're going to go straight on to they're going to go straight to men. Now it's where were the men? Where were these fathers? Men can't get women to do nothing that they want them to do. But all of a sudden, we're supposed to believe that because they had fathers, they were going to listen to their fathers too, when we know they don't listen to their dads too. If their dads tell them to keep their legs closed, if their dads tell them to be virgins, if their dads tell them to respect themselves, if their dads try to keep them away from the wrong person, they still gonna pick them. If it has a man, if there's a M and or a or N in that word, they're not gonna listen to those brothers. They're gonna listen to themselves. So again, soon as you point at the women who are doing wrong, and we're asking sisters to address the woman that's doing wrong, and let's say it's a minority of women, they will still go right back to what men are doing wrong when we're talking about what women are doing wrong.
even if you weren't with mother, why weren't you present in your child's life? Why couldn't you be the person that could talk sense into your son? So while we're always trying to say, oh, the single mother is the single mother, that, what is it? Is it that our men are the weakest? Because
no, it's that if the father tells them to go left, you're going to tell them to go right. If the father says he need to be asleep by 8, you're going to make sure he sleep by 10. If the father says he should be eating healthy, you're going to feed him whatever that you want to feed the kids until they get older. And when the kids are running over you, you get to say the man wasn't in their life. And you try to call the man to be involved in their life, but now it's too late because now they have resentment for the dad because you taught them to have a resentment for their father. Women not only keep the men out their lives, they also keep the men out their kids' lives as well too. And they like to play dumb when we on these shows. Women get in the way of a man loving them, and the women get in the way of a man loving his children as well too, and actually doing what the father is saying.
Let me go a step further for you, right? I'll be vulnerable and reveal a little bit about my past. So my father lived on the first floor of my building and I lived on the second floor. Never knew that was my dad. Found out when I was 14 that was my fault.
So whose fault is that?
Right.
I want to know that.
Let
first.
me finish.
No, first I want to know that.
Wait, let me
need
finish.
all the facts of the story.
Let me finish, right? Probably about a week later, he saw me in the lobby. He said, "So you know?" I said, "Yeah." And he said, "Okay." And it was, right back to business, right? Never really said anything to me after that. Now, as I grew and I became a man and I matured and I had children, you know what it taught me? I didn't have resentment towards my dad. What it made me realize is, damn, I wonder what my dad went through in his life. Let me finish. That didn't allow him to be the type of man that could show me love and raise me, right? This is what y'all forget about. Men are human. Y'all have this thing. No, because when y'all have the, and I see it all the time. When a woman kills a man, oh my God, what he put her through, right? Like y'all have so much sensitivity and empathy for the fact that women are human and they go through things and they have traumas, but that's totally absent when it comes to men. I'm sorry, yes, there are fathers that left home because they're deadbeats. There are fathers who had trauma, who it didn't begin with them. And there are fathers who were alienated. But I hate this narrative that every time it's a negative thing about a man, we think to the worst. Men are human.
No, I said we need community for men because this is an issue that doesn't stop and the numbers are high.
Yes.
So that's what I'm saying. The numbers are high. That's why
But guess what? But just as much as men are the reason, women are too, because a lot of fathers are alienated out of the home. You are looking at a man who was alienated from his child's life for God knows how long. And I fought for it. You understand what I mean? So what I'm telling you is we are both at fault. And as long as we keep pointing fingers, I don't think anything's going to be solved. I think what we need to do.
Not what she's saying,
I don't
though.
say that at all.
Wait, just hear what I'm saying. I think what we need to do is men need to focus on improving themselves. And women need to focus on improving them. The community of men needs to focus on making their brother better. And the community of women needs to focus on making their sister better. Right? Because that's not what occurs, right? When the conversation occurs, it's this, it's the girl, yes, you chose yourself, right? No, but it's, but girl, how could you have been a better woman? How could you have handled this better?
Conversations as well, and we do.
We literally just
and we
said
literally
that.
are raising these men on a lot of times.
I literally just said,
prison fathers.
Yeah, but-
do you know what strength that takes?
No, and
it takes community.
And I did say I commend you. I commend you because, and let me tell you the sad thing. When I heard you say that, you know what? I thought that you are the exception because that is not the majority. That's the reality, and you know that.
That's why I high five.
And you know that.
But I mean, I still feel as though with everything that I've gone through and everything that the choices that I've made, I feel as though there still is a lack of men being held accountable for certain things. I wish that men were working together more to hold their brothers accountable.
All men are held accountable. All men are held accountable.
I don't think
all
so.
Men, if all men are held accountable.
Again, the clip said the women came over as a community. They helped their pack. But in the very, very beginning, the man said, hey, I spoke to him. And I said, you are just experiencing cold feet. You made a choice to be with this woman. That was him holding him accountable. And you saw that. That was his.
Oh, I don't know which one you're talking about. I'm sorry.
The man.
The guy that was in the corner of the video.
Oh, that guy. Okay.
Yeah.
I was rolling my eyes. I was probably like,
There was something in your eye at the time.
I was just like, what? I didn't want to hear it. So maybe that's my fault.
I'm saying that was him holding
because it was in
right in front of you. Like right in front of you.
But the thing is that, and I think you and I, we had like a conversation about this. The point that Jada is trying to make is that as a general matter, men do not have commune with each other, right?
Yes, we do.
Okay.
Then we wouldn't have the numbers and the issues that we have in our community, which goes back to now us women being the issue because we're so annoyed and aggravated. We're bringing our trauma to the next man every time.
You may mean the right commune,
Yes.
but we do have
That I can agree. Maybe not the right.
So the thing is that
Think about how goofy it gets. If a woman mistreats me, nobody in society allows or accepts me to mistreat a woman because a woman mistreat me. They literally say, who hurt you? But if a man mistreats them, they get to mistreat every single man they come in contact with for the rest of their life and brush it off as trauma and mental health. Make that make sense. Hey, Uncle Ricky, I hope you're listening. They ask us who hurt you, while they get to justify why they mistreat men for the rest of their life or their children because one person hurt them. But they'll turn right back on you and you go, hey man, this woman is hurting me. She's using my kids against me. Women in general are doing this. They're hurting men in the community. They're hurting the village. Who hurt you? Like like watch what's happening. Who hurt you? But I'm disrespecting you and hurting you because one man hurt me.
talking this both sexes shit. So what I'm saying is comparable to what I'm applying to men. So, like I said, men are not in commune. You might know your home. Do you know your homeboys' kids' ages?
Yes, I get.
What did they talk? Yo, they talking about we don't have brotherhood. They talking about we don't have a community. Now they asking to deflect from what women are doing. Do you know how old your homeboys are? What that got to do with what we talking about? Why am I trying to figure out how old my homeboy is? Men have way better relationships with each other. Men hold each other accountable. Men don't justify in general garbage that they do. Women will enable each other being garbage. Women don't hold each other accountable. Matter of fact, when we say they racing to the bottom, they help each other do it. They help each other be ruthless. They help each other be disrespectful. They help each other be single. Men don't do that. So while we're talking about a brotherhood, when the brotherhood isn't destructive, it's the sisterhood that's destructive. It's the community of women who are destructive to each other and help each other make bad decisions. It's not men helping them do that. Y'all call men making bad decisions, treating women like the 304s, like a lot of women like to operate. Even if they end up being married, even if they end up in relationships, these women still got 304 mentalities. These men should have never got with these women because these women changed their minds. These women changed their directory. These women play victim. So until you hold women accountable, until you hold women to be responsible, until you tell women to stay committed to the man that they supposedly support or married to, or having intimacy with, or romantic with, stop telling men that they're doing wrong by women when they're responding to women doing wrong to them. And they're not necessarily disrespecting them. They're just treating them just like they are. Because if most of these women didn't move like 304s, they couldn't be treated like one.
I can agree that men don't have enough, they're not surrounded by enough positive influences.
Yes.
That I can agree because, and
I'm not saying just hanging out, going playing basketball, going doing whatever. I'm saying like
when I go to my church, I visit churches all the time. And just even in general, I'm not saying people have to go to church, but I'm saying people have to seek like, like everything that you should know about life. I personally feel as though is in the Bible.
Well,
but when I go to church, I don't see as many men seeking those things. No, I'm just,
because men,
you guys are taking it too deep. I'm not
No, I
saying you
don't.
have to believe in Jesus Christ now. I'm saying just knowing, there's Proverbs, just knowing how to be a good person to others, just knowing how to be a person that gives, that takes care of children, that takes care of the elderly, that doesn't lie, that doesn't steal. Those things are in the Bible. I'm not saying just out of a religious aspect. I'm saying go back to learning how to be a better person. And it starts probably in the.
Are y'all here? Yo, they are woman-splaining and coaching men how to be better men when we're talking about we need to be making women better women. And we talking about what women do in general. And they identified that she identified herself that she just learning the species. They're really coaching men on how to be better men. And like I keep telling y'all, they want men to be better for women. They want men to be aware of how they treating the entirety of society, but they only have to be good to the man that they like. They only have to follow the man that they're into. They only have to respect their individual men, where men have to respect women in general. Pay attention. We're not just talking. We can walk this back 50,000 times. If you say, hey, ladies, y'all need to close y'all legs, man. Y'all getting pregnant way more than y'all have relationships. How we have way more women getting pregnant than way more women getting married in our communities. And then we tell men they got to do better when women control who get access to them. We say marry before you carry, and you start talking about men who don't take care of women because you didn't marry them or you didn't make sure that they were actually in a relationship with you or committed to you. But you go right past marry before you carry. Man. Shout out to my brother, 30K, with the $10 super chat to the Who Hurt Ali Fund. Much love to you, my brother. You and my brother Duke Whitfield are now the sponsors of the show collectively.
We just got $10, kinfolk. You know what that means, right? We back on our feet again. I ain't gonna hold you. Support be healing people.
And then my brother Mark Chapman with the $2 super chat. The women want men to speak and operate just like them. They want the men to be their version of the woman they like to see. Yes, I would agree to that. They want them to be women, and then they leave them because they're women. They leave them because they become emotional. They want men to be like women, but when they start addressing their concerns and they make demands and they point light at the problems, then they play victim and they shut down. If you want me to be a woman, don't be mad when I tell you how I feel. If you want me to be a man, don't be mad when I tell you about my problems that I got with you. If you want me to be a woman, don't be mad when I prioritize myself over you and my feelings over you. That's what we need. Hey, since you want me to be a woman, I'm putting myself first. Hey, brother, since they want us to be women so bad, put yourself first. They real good at it. So put yourself first. That's what they want you to be, the woman. So put yourself first. They want to lead the relationship to the ground. They want to lead the relationship to dirt. Soon as they get responsibility over the relationship, they don't know what to do. Everybody's out of control. So y'all brothers, when she want to treat you like a woman, make sure you put yourself first.
church for some people.
Men do hold church.
Which only women are at.
Men do hold church amongst themselves, right? Every man has maybe a small circle of friends that they speak to every morning, right? Like it might be 1 or 2 friends that 3 or 4 times out the week that they speak to. Now, the question is, what are they talking about?
Exactly.
That is the question. And I would agree that men don't have enough men who are speaking things of substance, right? Who are positive influences in their life. Do men commune? Definitely. But they commune about maybe BS, you know what I mean? But they definitely do commune.
So I'm not saying men don't hang out, which would, I guess.
No, it's
which
not
is
even
really,
hang out.
No, what I'm saying is like commune again. We're talking about parallel things. If we're going to say, oh, it's men and women's fault, fine. But if we're going to say commune the same way, as far as women commune, men should be doing the same thing.
We do.
No, we're not. We're not just hanging out.
No, I'm not talking about hang out. I'm not talking about hang out. What I'm saying is like we have to be, if we're trying to resolve an issue, we have to be specific, right? Because people jump on the defensive. When you go, men don't commune, they're going to go, but we do get together. No, so you have to say, I understand that you do commune, but what are you guys talking about, right? Are you guys talking about things that are going to, that are focused on your betterment? Are you guys just focused on financial growth, or are you focused on emotional and spiritual growth? Do you guys speak about things like that? Because I can tell you, I have friends that I'm surrounded by that I speak to 3 or 4 times a week, right? When we speak in the morning,
You're also a good man that you went through everything that you went through, you persevered through it, you did the work. What we're saying is there's a lot of men that are out there alone that don't know where to go. They don't have the community. They don't have a man like you to say, oh, I'm about to go into the hood today and go preach to, not preach, but go speak to the generation that are leaning out.
Yes,
off of drugs,
because
whatever.
I have a friend of mine. He's married, right? He's married. He has 2 kids. And he tells me, he said, I know you hate when I say this. He said, but bro, you're the reason I'm married. He said, the man that I was before, I would have never entertained this. He said, but you're the one that made me understand that infidelity made me weak. It didn't make me strong. I was surrounded by people who made me feel that the more women I slept with defined me as more of a man, right? But I used to tell him, but bruh, if you have a woman, then you're good. It doesn't make sense. You understand? You made a commitment. If that's the case, then be brave enough to be transparent and tell her that this is what you want to do. And he's like, yeah, but I don't want to lose her. I'm like, okay, then if you don't want to lose her, protect what you value. And once again, men commune, but what are they talking about when they commune? That's the thing, right?
And when are they talking about it? Are we talking about it at the very end, like once we've already committed the sin? Or are we talking about it in the beginning to prevent the sin?
Right.
Yeah.
So
there's a story on that too, guys.
You're right.
Samson.
End of the day,
men don't commune.
Thank you.
I don't agree, but I get where you're coming.
Yes, do you hang out? Yeah, but I'm talking about I'm talking about actually, I mean, and I can't speak for anybody else except for the people who I commune with.
Yeah.
But I have friends when I want the honest truth, I go to them. I have friends when I need the reaction that I was gonna perform.
Validation.
No. I call this, am I tripping?
Yeah.
Or am I doing too much?
Yeah.
Right? If if I already know it's cool, I don't need validation.
Checking the temperature, right?
Right. Mm-hmm. Even when I'll give you a perfect example. Something happened with my brother and my sister-in-law. Them. And I literally called my line sister to ask her, I love both of them. I want to be involved, but I don't. And I also don't want to mess up relationships. You know what I'm saying? And I was like, what do I do in this situation? And I went to her because I've known her forever. She knows my brother. She knows a lot of things that have gone on in our lives. She also knows, she has a lot of the background, right? And so I wanted to, before I just acted and did what makes sense to me, I was like, let me see what she say. Somebody is gonna, you always have a friend that's gonna tell you back, or you gonna have a friend that's gonna, and they'll, even though they're looking at the situation and they know you, they're gonna give you that honest truth about whether what you're deciding or what you think you want to do, whether it's decent or not. you know? So it's just hard for me to like say that. Long story short, I think that's what men need and don't necessarily always have, because there's also a level of like comfort. This might be your best friend for the last 20 years, but there are some things that they still don't know about you. You know what I mean? And there's some, and whether it's embarrassment, whether it's for whatever reason, they don't know that about you. So I think with women, because that's how we generally, you know, be in situations with each other, I think that women are vomit at the mouth. You know what I'm saying? The friends know everything, you know? So I think that does help you, you know, help us hold each other accountable. But I also don't think that men share a lot of that.
You know,
how can you, and they lie in the same breath. How can you hold somebody accountable that you don't even know, or lie like you don't know? Like, we don't know each other. Like, I don't know Uncle Rick on here. Like, I don't know Nino. Like, I don't see how they typically conduct themselves on the panel. I may not see them off the panel, but most of the people on YouTube, that's their real life. That's typically who that person is. They know exactly who their friends are. They know they be enabling their friends. And then she's going to go from, we don't really know who they are, or we don't see that part, when we know most of these sisters are performative in public, but in private, you get to see how they really are and how they treat their family. But then you say you need to hold them accountable, but you don't even know who they are. Crazy, boy.
Whatever.
You know what I pulled from what you just said? And it kind of shed a light for me, something that I never really thought about. I think that men are not surrounded by enough men that they respect. I think a lot of times a man's community are guys that he parties with, guys he makes money with, but it's not necessarily people that he respects. And
this is what I'm saying. Now he's starting to placate to the sisters, and they love it. They eating it up. Men are typically around men that they don't respect. They just partying with them. Now he's placating towards them, and they feeling good. They'll do this. They'll go, I don't know about that one. I can have a panel of a lot of sisters on these shows that we have. If you start talking bad about men, they'll nod their heads. They love when you start talking bad about men, knowing it's a minority of men. Most men don't be around men they don't respect. Most brothers are very selective with their friend groups. They're actually around brothers who supports them, who's there for them. They actually have a brotherhood. Most men aren't going to be like, yo, I don't respect that nigga. I'm going to hang out with him. We're going to do our thing together. They're projecting. That's how women move. They'll cut each other off once they say the wrong thing. If a woman tells a woman a lot of times the actual truth, she'll block that woman. She'll cut that woman off. She'll act like she never knew that woman before. Men tell each other the truth all the time. And if he shut down, if he can't handle the correction and redirection, and you get to see it on these panels all the time, he's acting like a woman. So don't allow her to project, fam. And then you go along with her saying that most men hang around men that they don't respect. Come on, man.
And like men, we're designed differently once again, and we operate differently. And I think it goes back to the shame factor, right? If we're around guys that we can't respect, we will do the most lowly of things and not really care what they think.
I was just gonna say that.
You know, and I think that may be the issue. I think, especially in this day and time, a lot of the circles and communities that people build around them aren't genuine, aren't sincere. People are hanging out with people that they know, I can't even count on this person. You understand? So even when that person gives you advice, you don't even know if it's coming from a genuine place.
I'm be honest. I say anybody that's like my real, like, down for my niggas, you know, like them type friends, that's somebody I can call right now and ask for $10,000.
Yeah. And you know, and
bro, even if they broke.
And for me, I was just about to say, and for me, it's not even just about the 10.
And real friends to women are the ones you can call and ask for $10,000. That's what makes a real friend. Forget just the man that they like. A real friend is the woman you can call now to a woman that will give you $10,000. How many women is going to lend a woman $10,000? How many women y'all know is about to lend another woman $10,000? One of the most unattractive things that a man can do is ask a woman for some money. So a woman about to lend another woman $10,000 when a woman loves resources, when she loves money, it's going to take away from her ability to buy something for herself. Man, be serious. Ain't no woman lending no woman no $10,000.
10,000. It's about the person that you can call and say, I'm in a jam, and they can go, and they're gonna go, I ain't got 10,000, but I got 200. You can take. You know what I mean?
And that's literally the exact point that I'm making.
Right.
Like, I borrowed some money, matter of fact, from my line sister, because I know she got some separate money too. You know,
Is she telling? Look. If brothers was talking about they had to borrow money from somebody, they already be calling us broke and dusty. Hey, what you doing with your money, fam? How you mismanaging money? Why you so broke? But they're not gonna call her out. They're not gonna say, hey, why you gotta borrow money, sister? What's going on? What's going on with your finances? I thought all y'all was strong and independent. I thought y'all had the bag. I thought y'all started making more money than black men. I thought y'all done came up. What you doing borrowing money? What you doing with your finances that you gotta borrow money from somebody? But it's the men who broke, right? It's always the brothers who broke. The man broke and the women dealing with the wrong man. When the man is broke, they dealing with the wrong man. But the man is a brokey. The man is a bum. It's very interesting that she can just say, I'm borrowing money from my sisters, and nobody calls out anything.
and I was like, hey, I'm waiting on some like X amount. I was waiting on one of my deals to close. And I was like, but I don't know what I needed to hold me over. She's like, well, I ain't got 10, but I can float you 5.
Yeah.
I just feel like anybody, because she didn't give me the whole 10 now.
Yeah.
So same thing.
She gave you what she could.
No.
Man, yo, y'all know.
Because real eyes realize real lies.
She was just bragging about the women, giving her 10,000, but she ain't gonna give me the whole 10. She gave me the 5 to hold her down. Why she need $5,000? Yo, what is you going on? Or what's going on in your life where you need to borrow $5,000? She couldn't even say it was something important. She was about to tell her on herself and say it's something she needed to buy for herself. But what are you going through that you need to borrow $5,000? At least brothers be like, hey, yo, Uncle Rick, you got 20 on you? Hey, Shakes, you got $20 on you, fam? Hey, Dynamic, you got about $10, fam? Or Original CMC, you got $10? Hey, we and I am borrowing $5,000, asking for $5,000. I wish one of y'all would ask me, hey, Ali, hey, fam, you got $10,000 I can borrow? 10,000 who? You better go get you a $10,000 job. You better go get you a $10,000 job. A $10,000?
And that's what I'm saying. Like,
there's real friends.
That's who
Is anybody that didn't want to give it to you?
Depending on
even if they have 5 of them, like, I ain't got 10.
Yeah,
I don't got it.
Exactly. And so that's what I'm saying. I think that's, and I don't know if it's a fair barometer or not, but anybody that I can call and ask for money, like a large sum of money, I think those are the people who are really down for me, because like you said, baby, I ain't got 10, but I got a couple hundred for you. You know what I mean? Again, I don't know how whatever y'all's barometer is for friends, but that is mine.
But I think it's a big deal what you said too about respect, because I think a lot of times people don't respect with men. You don't respect a man's opinion. So if you guys are doing something together, you're not gonna say, well, for example, let's just say if your friend has a good woman at home, and he's about to go out and make a bad decision and sleep with someone that he probably shouldn't be sleeping with. It's kind of like, are they speaking up, or are they just like, oh, whatever, like,
what would y'all say most men do?
Most men are just gonna let it rock. Or if you're around someone,
what would y'all say most men do?
If you're around someone and they know that you don't cheat on your wife, or they know that you are a person that has stand-up character,
they ain't gonna do it
they're
around
you. They're gonna be on their best behavior. And so that's what's not happening in our.
You know why that's not necessarily the case? Because unfortunately, society is preaching something different, and the man who is faithful, the man is looked at as a weirdo. No, listen, and I'm being totally honest with you. I'm being totally honest with you. And at the end of the day, he's fighting the current. He's fighting the current. And he's still out there like, yo, bro, like, what are you guys doing? But he's drowned out by a sea of, yo, look at this dude. He out here.
But doesn't that go back to respect though?
So it does go back to respect. But what I'm also telling you is the problem is society as a whole, right? We've created this narrative, right? Oh, whore shaming. Everybody has the right to do as they please, right? So at the end of the day, it's like, bro, why you minding my business?
Do you get into that?
And this is what we've created. We've created a society where every and anything is okay. This is what we've created.
It's true. It is true.
This is what we've created. And we have to take account
for women. Yeah, stop getting neutral now during the show. You've been holding women accountable. Stop saying it's for everybody. It's women. Women can do anything and not have to be held accountable. They can do anything and still feel like they're redeemable. A hoe can turn into a housewife. And the women to tell you, a hoe can turn into a housewife. Just because she had all those bodies doesn't mean she's not a wife. But then they'll turn right back and around and tell men they got to control their manhood. So she can be a wife getting run through, but I can't be a husband running through them. It would make more sense that I'm gonna find my wife running through a whole bunch of women than a woman gonna find a man or a husband getting run through the way she's getting run through. She's not committing to nobody. Yo, you so funny. Y'all so funny. Much love for Karen for her pockets talking to me. Somehow her pockets talking to me. Been a member for 1 month. Hey, that's too short, Karen. I thought you was a real one. A 1 month?
Got untouchable empire, baby.
And then much love to my brother, Uncle Ricky. Let me hold some. Uncle Ricky, I wish somebody would ask for damn $10,000. And then much love to my sister, Miss Karen, for hitting us with $5. Talking about I got 5 on the stack, on the 5 on the 10 stacks you need, sis. That's crazy. And then much love to the one and only Lucky Marie. What's going on, Lucky?
Hi, Ali.
How long you been watching?
I was watching when you first messaged me, and then I kind of got out because I had a meeting.
What's your take on what you've been watching, Lucky?
I was agreeing with you. You know, it resonates personally a little bit.
It resonates. It resonates a little bit.
Yeah, let me.
Why? Okay.
You can keep talking. It's just going.
Why are the sisters? If the sisters are looking at having being a housewife as a job, why should men be fighting so hard to get married to today's women if it's no longer a privilege? If a woman, like every time I dealt with a woman, Lucky, she wanted to get married. I ain't never met a woman I dealt with that didn't want to get married. And putting it on the table, hey, I eventually want to get married. You want to get married someday? I love to get married too. Hopefully you start acting a certain type of way, so I marry you as well too. But if the woman's always putting a relationship and marriage on the table, how does she ultimately end up resenting something that she wanted?
Well, I think there's a tactic of how to keep the thing happy. You know what I'm saying? So like it could become off intimidating with a man that you may be used to dealing with men that need you to do a whole lot of things to help them. So when you deal with a man who doesn't have any requirements for you, just for you to come in and be a woman, sometimes it can get uncomfortable. And that's why you have the thing where we self-sabotage, because you need something to do. Like when you have a skewed view of yourself, you think love is something you should work for without even recognizing that he loves you already.
But Lucky, you know why that don't make sense to me?
Why not?
They're happy before they met you.
Were they happy?
No, that's the word on the street, right? Yeah, that's a good question. I like that question. So they showed you the performative side of themselves. They had to be, because if you were actually happy, all you have to do is just keep being yourself and add your happiness to me. But for some reason, this happy person gets into this relationship where you get a guy that go, hey, babe, you ain't got to do nothing. You could just rest in your femininity and just be who you are. And the woman ends up being miserable, or she always was miserable. That's a phenomenal question that you asked. So Lucky, let me ask you that then. If she gets into this relationship and it was allowed to always be herself, what ultimately makes this woman miserable? Or was she always miserable?
Well, yeah, I think because that's a self thing. You know what I'm saying? I think when you reach a level, sometimes in relationships where you kind of talking about where that person is unhappy or both of y'all are unhappy. just that one individual person is unhappy? Like her, you didn't do nothing different. Now she's just unhappy. Is that what you're saying?
Oh yeah, like the person. So you meet. So you know when the brothers be talking about the bait and switch,
Mm-hmm.
and you go through that honeymoon phase where y'all all over each other, and she always smiling, she always happy. You ain't got to do but so much, and
The
like,
lust.
this a happy, loving woman,
Yeah.
and all of a sudden, regardless of whether she has to start and do things for you, or a lot of times where she ain't got to do nothing for you, something happens to where the woman starts saying she lost herself. But it's like, hey, where did you lose your? You get what I'm saying? So imagine me getting a relationship with a woman, and I may have been doing my thing, but she worked herself into convincing me to be monogamous. I'm like, you know what? Maybe I can get rid of all these women and invest my time in this woman, have kids with this woman, marry this woman, build a relationship with this woman. That was just what I was doing when I didn't have a family. I always wanted a family. I think ultimately everybody wants to be loved and loved. I think to the core, even if they're misguided.
Well, that's why they misrepresent.
A man gets a family, and then I go, a Lucky, I lost myself. You know, I want to go back. You know, I want to start going back out again. I want to, go back into the streets again. I want to have all these women again. I don't say it. I just say I lost myself. And I think a lot of times when people say they lost themselves or their identity, it's who they were before they had the responsibility to love somebody else.
Well, see, when I say I've been to a place where I lost myself and I wasn't in a relationship. So I think for me, just to speak from when I felt like I was lost, it was because I remembered where I was, where I felt the most confident, the most loving, when you feel confident, you feel like you can tackle anything. But when you lose yourself, you're trying to figure out what happened between there and now where I don't feel confident, I don't feel worthy, I don't feel love. So sometimes when you're in a relationship, you think it's that other person's responsibility to validate that. And like you said earlier, there's a representation. So most of us don't feel like I said earlier, that we're enough or we're likable. So we put on a representation because we know you'll accept these things. However, that's just a short-lived thing because you just set the honeymoon stage. So after that, I get to know who you really are. Now you have to reintroduce yourself. And I think that's where you find the attitudes, because now we have to be accountable for who we really are, not for the perception that we put out front.
Right. But then what ultimately makes it so is the person more upset at the person seeing them for who they are? Is that what you believe is happening? Like the person finally gets to see, like they have to put the veil down, they have to put the mask down, and then you finally get to see this person for who they are. And instead of using the help of the person to build you and find this self, you project and go, oh, this person revealed who I was, and I'm gonna make them an enemy for exposing who I am. And for me to
I don't think it's an intentional make them an enemy. I think you're talking about the defense and her response is treating you like you did something wrong.
Yes, for instance, I'm giving an example of what I mean. A man can meet a woman and he has to be a man for this woman. He can't just do what he usually was doing. And there's two types of men. There's men who will get angry at you and will shame you for making him feel that way. He feels insecure around you and he has to be a man, and he'll get upset with you for having to be a man. Or he goes, you know what? They ain't got nothing to do with her. I need to grow up. I need to develop, and I need to get my things together and be a man to be with this woman. And I ain't talking about financially. I mean like his character. Who is he as a person? If he's actually moving righteousness. A lot of times people will get upset with you for having to change and alter themselves and manifest something that they didn't exist, even though you said, like you said, it was a presentation. It wasn't really who you are. But I finally made you feel like I had my things together, but I really wasn't a man, and I get upset at you for exposing it. You didn't do it on purpose. It's, hey, I need a man. And then you go, hey, this is the criteria I need for a man. And you go, damn, I don't meet none of those. And I get mad at you because I don't meet none of those.
Yeah.
I'm talking about the mature versus the immature. So I think that happens to women as well too. You get to a woman you get to a man and go, I can't cook. And the man go, well, in order to me, you have to be able to cook. How dare you shame me? How dare you disrespect me? How dare you offend me? But that wasn't his intention. He's saying, hey, I need a woman to cook. But the mature woman goes, is that what women's supposed to? They should already know, but I'm gonna give grace, right?
Yeah, I was gonna say a mature woman should not know. Yeah.
I need to cook for a man. That's what I need to do. And I go, yeah, man, with me. And you know what? I love you. And if that's what a woman's supposed to do, hey, help me. I'm going to go on YouTube. I'm going to get with other women, learn how to cook for you. Or a woman who doesn't want to alter her ways or change her ways and want you to just love her for who she is going to become upset at you. and you're gonna have to be the enemy for having to make her change. That's what I'm saying.
Having to make her change.
You know what? Don't do that. You know what you about to do. You know exactly what I'm saying. Don't you try that. Don't you? Hey, Lucky, don't do that. Don't do that, Lucky.
Okay, I'll leave that alone.
I think it's Lucky. If I'm supposed to be a father and I'm a horrible father, and this woman has an expectation for me to father, I need to change.
Yeah. I think so. I think what we can have a conversation about is it seems like what I hear when a lot of times men have this conversation, women just don't change. Like there is nothing that is encouraging her change, and then it just comes down to what is your non-negotiables. You know, so it's just like, because the last time we had a conversation, you were saying that men love women beyond their expectations. Men love women beyond their boundaries. So it's like, if you don't respect your own boundaries, these conversations aren't going to evolve because you have to respect your own boundaries. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, what is the non-negotiables you have as a man? You know what I'm saying? Just generally, when you talk to these men, what are the non-negotiables that they have that women are just not giving them? Just so I can kind of understand, because I get the whole the presentation part. I think I don't think that's gender. You know how I am. I don't think that part is gender specific. I think most people, good afternoon. I think most people have presentations of themselves because they want to be liked. They want validation. So, you know what I'm saying? I mean,
yes, but if the expectation is cooperation, then you don't necessarily want it to be a deal breaker, because we'll say that women are women. So we have either you're going to accept woman for who she is or you not. But then men will be shamed for not understanding this woman who may be traumatized and might have been hurt in her past and try to work with this woman. So
who's shaming him? Society
will shame him for not working with her. Okay, I'll give you an example. If a man leaves his family right now and the woman is not being cooperative and she's not listening to her man, thank you, Lucky, you about to smile. If he leaves his woman and his children, is society and women going to support him, or are they going to bash him for leaving his woman and his children?
They're bashing.
Thank you so much. Now, if she decides she changed her mind and this man is not fulfilling her and she's not feeling him anymore for asking her to cooperate and listen, will she be supported by women, or will they bash her?
Lucky answer, not anecdotal.
Yes,
they will bash her. But if you had a mama like mine,
you mean they won't bash her?
They won't bash her. Sorry.
No. And it's been happening on this show. They give women the reservation to change their mind. And if they're not feeling the guy, they get to engage in self-love and happiness.
Well, why do you think that is? I think I know other, but why do you think that is? Do you think that women teach other women fear?
No, women want to keep. So what a lot of women like to do is keep each other single. So for instance, Lucky, if you become a extremely successful woman, and not saying you're not already, if you become different than all the women that's in your society, you get the bag, you have a man, the woman will be jealous of that. And if you have to come back home, and if you have to go back to where they are, and they see you as the failure just like them, but they'll praise you because you ended up just like them. Because a lot of times women will cut women off when you start doing better than them. They get very uncomfortable by being around you because they feel like you outdoing them, instead of going, you know what? My sister doing her thing. She's being successful. She got a man. Now she married. I'm going to try to strive to do the same thing. Instead, when she has a problem with this guy, or when she has a problem with the people who love her and support her, I'm going to enable her so she's just like me.
I see that, because I think it's see, this is why I don't like gender specific things, but I understand we have to deal with them, only because so you don't know any men, black men around you that you could have supported who just don't want to see you. They was with you until you started doing better than them.
Extreme minority.
Okay, what I was gonna go with it is I think that's a self-identity problem that we have just as a whole and as a group, where women when they're left with each other with no male influence and things like this, I genuinely think people in general, they try to either vicariously live through whoever is the younger person, whether it be a daughter, a sister, a cousin, a granddaughter, anything like that. So they try to live through them and teach them things that they wouldn't do. Just like sometimes fathers tell their daughters, hey, don't go out there and get pregnant. Sometimes it's the teachings of what he knew he was out there doing with girls that were doing that. So I think some can be taught fear, but some can come from a place where they don't know that they're teaching you how to still be single because they don't have the tools to teach you how to do it together. So only tools they have to tell you is, hey, my man ain't guaranteed. This is what you do. You know what I'm saying? I don't think it's intentional to keep you by yourself. I just think it's because, you know, with people, especially as technology evolves and how we connect evolves, a person could change their mind. That's just a fact. So what do you have fundamentally that can't change and that can't waver? So I think you give people advice based on them always knowing what to do in case that person changed their mind. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, but life is our greatest teachers. So we can't keep talking to women like they're 18 years old. And like our sister Ali says that a lot of women don't mature past 14 years old, right? And you'll go, hey, maybe that's a little extreme. But when you're identifying with these sisters who 30 and 40 years old, they'll come up with the fact that they say that they didn't have the right upbringing. Their mama was in it. Their mama didn't teach them right. Their father didn't teach them right. But the same men have to find out what's good for women, what's good for society, what they need to do to produce. So if I have a society of women that goes, if we ask and you just survey people, hey, do women need men? Most of these women will say no. And if we ask the brothers, do women need men? They'll say yes. And then if we ask women if men need women, they'll say yes. But if we ask the brothers if they need women too, they'll say yes as well too. So when you have a collective of women that say women don't need men, then they can't blame things on men and say it's because the father's not in her life. It's because she don't have a man. It's because she don't have brothers or elders. She already says she doesn't need a man. So she only values them when they're giving her something or she benefits from it. It's not for actually a life skill or how to be a woman and to value herself or to value a man.
Would you say most women are hypersexual?
Yes.
Okay. The reason why I asked is because hypersexuality I know for a fact that's a large reason why we don't have we have that mindset where we can just get another. That's a hypersexual mindset where you may not think you're doing it for sex, but the reason why you think you can have access to another form, you know, of the same type of man is because, you know, if you hypersexual, there's a cat call. Do you ever seen a woman who let herself go with her husband and she didn't he couldn't ask her to do nothing, couldn't put on a nice dress, couldn't get her hair done, none of that stuff. It was too much. You have to work for this. Then when they break up, she does all those things to catch another man. What I mean is, I don't think it's anything that we don't know how to do. I just think it's hypersexuality. So as long as you have people's mindset of knowing that they can get up under a new one or get someone else to do something, it's quite hard. You know what I'm saying? With somebody who's always done relationships that way to run, then just fix it. To be in a committed relationship, because I guess I would have to ask, with these women that these men are with, does she have a history of showing she committed to something greater than her? You know what I'm saying?
Right. But these are the same women that say don't sexualize me or objectify me, right?
The women that have committed to something greater than themselves? No.
I'm talking about the hypersexual woman. That woman that you're talking about is completely different. But when you say women hypersexualize themselves, it's typically to keep from attaching to a man, but to maintain the attention and validation of those men without having to respect herself or him. So because it takes work. If she actually loves the person herself, she has to do for the man, and she has to pay attention to things she shouldn't do that demonstrates that she's a good woman. You get what I'm saying? So a lot of times when they're hypersexual, they want all the glitz and glamour. They want the attention. They want the likes. They want the even sexual encounter and to be made feel good by a man, but they don't actually even like them or love them. They don't want to have the emotional attachment. So they start operating in the way they think men operate, but then they become so-called traumatized or desensitized and dehumanized, and they start becoming dead inside. They start struggling with pair bonding.
I have to say, wait, I'm going through this now. So I'm learning, but I'm listening because I'm more of if it don't work out, I guess you could say I'm a runner. But I don't think that it's a runner. I think it's more like the non-negotiables.
You're a runner, she a track star.
You know what I'm saying? So it's the non-negotiables, and I really just be trying to understand when men say this, what is the thing? Because sometimes it makes it seem like y'all are trying all these things and these women just cannot. And I might sound like a feminist when I be talking to you, Ali. I just can't see, especially you.
But you see it. Like you see it. So a lot of times people don't want to talk about the celebrities, right? They don't want to talk about celebrities, but if the high value man, the handsome man,
Can we
the
what about
resources,
that? Can we advocate for the
I'm going
average man?
No, but the average man. So okay, let me ask you this, Lucky. Would most men want the average? Do most women want the average? Forget the celebrity.
Yes. She does.
So
are you
women
telling
want,
me average women are hooking up with average
no.
men?
I'm gonna ask you again. Do average women want average men or above average men?
We want average men.
You heard? Did you hear what I asked?
Yes.
Oh,
Are we not average people up here? I'm average. You average. We average people. I'm not super
okay.
rich person. We're average working citizens. Yes,
Most women.
Most
women want average. Hold on, Lucky. I mean not Lucky. Ali. Most women want average dudes because if he's above average, then that puts a mirror in front of her. That means she has to do better. So they pick average, but they want him to succeed and have a level of a mindset of a guy at the top.
That's not true.
At the top level.
But we just went over that.
True,
wait.
So hold on real quick, Lucky. Hold on, Lucky. He made a statement. He said it's true.
We just went over that a minute ago.
Hold on, Lucky. Hey, Tan. If and being respectful, if a woman had a choice between being with you or being with Idris Elba, and that Idris Elba wanted to be with her, and you wanted to be with her, who would she pick?
Can we use a realistic situation?
No. I asked
that. I see it every day. I see it every day.
No, bro. I asked you that for. No. I'm gonna say it again. If Idris Elba wants this woman and you want this woman, who would she pick?
The average Joe's gonna choose Idris Elba if she likes a guy like that.
I'm sorry, Tan, is it?
Hold on real quick.
She got your ass.
So let's not.
Wait, can I ask?
But there's not.
Okay, I'm
actually. That mean walking.
I'm actually.
Idris Elba's walking around though. So
I'm actually. Lucky, don't move too fast. No, Lucky, because he did it to himself.
I had a question. You always do the 3 thing and then it goes.
Lucky, I promise, Lucky, I'm gonna get back to you. You know, I want you to have the conversation. I'm actually, if there's a football star or a basketball star at the school between the average guy, but that basketball star and football star wants that woman, who would she pick? The average guy or the man who's the football star and the basketball star?
Bro, I lived it myself. She chose the average dude because I had a standard that she had to live up to.
No,
seriously, bro. Like,
so you agree with that?
Like,
I'm sorry.
No, you heard it, Lucky. That's why you made a face. The body language says everything.
Oh wait, he said if it's a high school jock versus a. See, this is what you're doing when you put us in. It's like asking a man, would you take Kelly Rowland or the girl that work at your local Walmart? Like,
yeah, of course you're gonna choose Kelly Rowland, bro.
Exactly, but we're talking
about. We talking about high school. We just went to high school. I went to high school.
Okay.
So do they want?
Me and her are probably about the same age. Ali, me and her about the same age. Born in '91, right?
Boy.
So we seen it right before social media took off. I'm like smart, like the average girl, the smart girl understood that jock or that popular dude that was varsity had multiple females, and so they don't really want to. They liked them, but they knew that they can get what they want, and they wanted to get and hold down the average dude because the average dude gave her everything she wanted. That top jock wasn't giving her everything she wanted, and he had to grow on Monday, on Wednesday, on late start, early start, on Friday, and maybe on Saturday.
Okay,
so a lot of girls that are average don't fuck with the top dude, and I was literally one of them, and I didn't get a lot of girls because I got a lot of girls, but a lot of girls said, "Hey, I can't really fuck with you like that because you already got too much on you, and too many girls are already on you already." So the average girl dated the average dude.
I have never in my life. Hey, Lucky, that's twice you smiled. That's twice. I've never heard a woman say because all these other women want you, I don't want you. It actually wants you because other women.
It's competition.
That's 3 times you capping now, Tan.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. I lived it.
Only thing I'm going to say to what he's saying that's his particular point of view. You know what I'm saying? Only thing I'm smiling about is okay. I get what you're saying, right? But what I'm saying is we're talking about average people. Most average people are not going to be in the presence of a Chris Brown or of a whatever your idol person is, your perfect person is. So when we talk about average people and we talk about these women with all these bodies, who do you think the bodies are? They're average people, and then I get now in the conversation, most men aren't having sex. But Ali, you're not genuine for real, right? Right. You're not genuine, even though they say that. However, I'm sure you've smashed women and you're a regular guy. It's like, why do we get up here and act like women are not just regular people aren't?
You seeing what you did, right? You seeing what you're doing, right? I moved the conversation, and now you're trying to make me the regular of the regular. Hold on. You're trying to make me a certain. You trying to separate me from the celebrities. So we did that. I went to high
Not
school.
a celebrity.
No, exactly. I see what you're doing, Lucky. So we came back down to high school, Lucky. If we were in high school,
Well, I didn't
and
like
the-
boys in high school, so you gotta.
nah, see what I'm saying? Hey, Rodney Cummings, brother. I hope you reel us back into reality. If you do you think the woman wants the guy that the women want, or you want she wants to deal with the average guy that most women don't want? Who do you think most women would typically want?
That's not the question.
The guy that all the women want.
Right.
I see it all the time. I got a friend. He gets all the girls, and and they all be like, "Oh, you a player? Oh, you this or that?" He be like, "Nah, I just like who likes me," but they all want to find out about it, so they all mess with him.
Mr. Cummings, he said in high school, right? So do you see a difference in the psychology of how women mate when we're talking about mature people, adults? Are they still trying to go for the high school mindset? We're talking about adults. We're talking about a woman. I'm not talking about no bitch I'm talking about an actual woman who is fixed. We're gonna just assume these people are in the right mindset. Are they going?
Yeah, they're all women. They're all grown. They're all grown. So
Okay,
we're talking about females in their mid-20s that mess with a 50-year-old man.
So we're talking about men in their 50s are expecting a certain level of maturity from mid-20-year-olds when the mind doesn't develop until 26, according
He
to
didn't say that, Lucky. He didn't say that.
But what I'm trying to gaze is we're judging the maturity of women in general based on a high school viewpoint. Most women don't think the same way they did in high school as adults. Most of the ways you thought at 21 is not the way you think now as a 40-some-year-old man. I hope not.
Hold on.
So we
Lucky,
evolved.
It's so no, we everywhere we going, his goalpost is moving now. So when he went to 25-year-old woman, does she typically want the guy her age or the older productive guy? Does she want the guy her age that doesn't have that much? There's an average guy, or does she want the guy who's handsome, is producing, and older than her? Who does she typically want?
The one that's producing.
Right. So why are we doing this? She don't want the
what
above
I'm trying-
average guy.
Because we're talking about
Okay, hold on. Hey, hold on.
But most of the wait, can I finish the statement? Because now it's about to get on pile on Lucky. She don't get how we can't get these women like it always is. So let's just have the conversation and push it forward. Most of the men that you have on your panel who are married, are you telling me they're not average people? Most of the women that come on your panel that are married, are you saying they're not average women with average men? Are they with these high buku type earner of men? Are we saying that there's never been a situation where there was a pool boy analogy where the woman who's with the high value man is still cheating with a regular man because there are certain elements that she still requires as a woman? Are we about to sit up here and act like none of these elements exist?
You move the goalpost again, Lucky.
No, I'm not. I'm just trying to.
Are
Y'all get stuck in this bubble of victimhood.
Are most people getting their first choice, or are most of these people settling?
I hate that. I don't think most people are settling.
You laughed again, Lucky. Look at you, Lucky. You know that? Oh man, come on, Lucky. Oh my God, this is crazy. Lucky, you doing this to me? Like, look at your body language.
Give me an example of somebody settling. No, y'all gonna make me a believer because I've had this conversation a million times, and then y'all like, oh, settling is when you're actually coming to reality. No, what is
are
it?
there a lot of men who would probably deal with more attractive women, but they're settling now because the less attractive woman behavior is better than the attractive woman?
Are they selling, or they're just coming to reality that this is their lane and they can't get what they want?
No. We settle different than y'all settle different. Y'all settle different.
Okay, so what's settling for a man?
You gonna answer the question?
I'm asking, what is settling for a man?
I'm actually again, would a man want a prettier woman above an unattractive woman?
No, a man would want above what he can get. Exactly.
That's what I just said. You changed my words.
I'm agreeing because I'm being specific with my words with you.
So why are men
Okay.
starting to deal with women who are less attractive?
Because they're starting to live in less delusional and be in reality to see this is the lane that they're in and what their options are. The same way women are not technically settling, they have to look at reality and these are their options. They can't get something above themselves. That's not them. It's that simple. Why do you think women can date delusional and get something beyond what they qualify for and men aren't doing the same thing? That's why do you think it's only one gender that's delusional?
No, because the men settle. The men deal with women who are 5s and 6s, and they go, I can get more cooperative women from this lane. I don't want to keep dealing with these baddies, and I still love this 5 and 6. I'm gonna treat her like she's a baddie. Where women go, I can't settle with this 5 and 6. I want him to be an 8. I want him to be the man that other women won't, and I just don't like this guy. I'm using him till I still get the man that I want. That's why I don't stay with this guy.
You made that up, but go ahead.
I made that up.
You did.
So women are marrying the men they love. Most women marry the man that they love.
See, I think most people aren't marrying who they
No,
who
don't
they
say
love.
people. You
I
move it.
have to over here. On this picture. I got to, because you're sitting up here trying to make it seem like there aren't men trying to get a baddie to get on their program and they don't qualify. They get up in here, can't even turn a camera on, Ali, talking about why women won't cooperate with them. They can't even show their face. So when they get with women, where there is a delusional mindset in general of people who thinking that what they prefer, what they think they should get is supposed to be in their program. So settling really is people looking at the reality of where they are and what they actually can get and what their options are, whether it be where you live, how old you are, how many kids you have, if you're, all of those things are matter. So you're telling me it's only women doing that, but there's men also having a single problem where they saying that women, no matter what we do, women. But men aren't I'm confused on how you're trying to make it seem like only women are the ones settling when men who are married are still spewing out hate or that they're not getting cooperation from 5s and 4s. You see what I'm saying? So no, your lane is just where your lane is. You're not settling. You're just where you're supposed to be.
That wasn't my point. I said men accept
That's
their
my
lane.
point, though.
Right, but that wasn't my point. You made your own point. I said that men have preferences.
Exactly.
I'll say it again. Men have preferences, but they are fine with staying in their lane. And if they get a woman that's in their lane, they actually love that woman. They actually all about that woman and support that woman. That becomes his queen. If a woman has expectations, so when she settles and she doesn't get her so-called preferences, those are her expectations. She actually don't like the guy that she settles with. She don't love
She's
him.
not settling. This is her reality.
No. You keep moving it. No, I'm not saying.
No, I'm
No,
not.
I'll
I'm
say what
telling
you say. I'll say what you say. That's her
Because
lane.
y'all are making it settle. That's
Lucky,
not true. She's
Lucky,
not
you keep doing
settling.
it. Lucky,
I just make it more simple.
Hold on, real quick, Tan. I concede to you. She's in her lane. Why get frustrated if we having a back and forth, Tan?
I'm not
No, I'm not frustrated. What are you talking about?
No, it looked like you got frustrated. My bad. I'll concede. It looked like you got frustrated, but I noticed something. It like you dropped your head when I said that. But Lucky, if the woman gets in her lane, she doesn't actually like the guy or love the guy. She hates that she had to settle. She wants to still get her expectation. That's why a lot of women are happy. They're not happy with the guy that they get. Men are.
So are we saying that because she doesn't love him, that means it's settling? And that's the part where I disagree with the word settling. Just because she doesn't love him, it's her not loving the reality of where she's at. It's not settling if this is where you are. That's like thinking you're supposed to get the first place trophy, but you didn't practice, you didn't do none of the stuff that was supposed to guarantee you that spot. And because you don't get it, you feel like you settled. All I got was this. No, you're not entitled to nothing. You get where you are.
I gave you that already. You pulled it back. I'm giving you that again.
Right.
She's in her. She doesn't accept her. This is the guy she should love, and he loves her. This is her lane, but she don't love the guy. She still thinks she deserves better. She hasn't accepted her lane. Where a guy goes, I'm in my lane, and I love this woman. I accepted this is my lane. I'm not going to get a Rihanna.
That he loves her.
Because he stays with her. What do you mean? He takes care of her. He loves her.
We don't know people that stayed together for years. And they
No,
don't
he don't
love
have
each
to
other?
because Lucky he don't have to be with her. He's be with her. He's with her because
She
he
don't have
actually
to be
loves
with
her.
him either.
That's
I
right.
think I
She
can make
leaves
this
him.
simple. I think I can make this simple.
So how are we gazing that he loves her, aside from her loving him when they're both in their relationship, she could still
I
be
can answer
doing
that
her
question.
responsibilities and vice versa. Go ahead.
I can answer that question because most women, majority of women, will move in and not build with a guy. So I really think you guys are really talking around like the whole topic. Most women aren't going to build with a guy and see where he's at the age of 35, and y'all both around that same age or 34, and see the final product. Like most guys that really want a relationship or really want a marriage, she may have 20 pounds to lose or may not be in her peak of looks, but he'll build with her and y'all can grow together and come together. Most females aren't going to build with a guy. They want a guy already completed already.
Can I ask him a question, Ali, please?
Go ahead, ask the question.
And Ronnie, make sure you get in there too, my brother. Now,
just for clarity, so this 35-year-old man needs a woman to come in his life and help him build?
No. Okay. Are we talking from 20 or already 30 or
I'm just trying
something?
to clarify what you're saying so I can get on the same scenario as you. You said that 35-year-old man, a woman is not coming in, don't want to come in and help him build.
Correct.
Okay, so a 35-year-old is looking for a woman to help him build.
A 35-year-old? No. At that point, no, you shouldn't. When you're young, okay, so we're talking about
Why
younger
did you say
20s.
that?
Because when we're in our 20s, we kind of want a relationship so we can have kids by at least by 30 years old or 28, 29. So we're going from like a dating age of college to probably 30 something years old. Guys in their 20s will build with the female. We'll grow with her. Y'all don't want to grow with a guy. Y'all want the guy already in the S class. While the
Correct.
dude's already in high school at the same level as you, you want to do in the S class while the guy is cool with maybe the cheerleader.
Correct.
Or the girl who's doing some type of whatever course, whatever class she's in, whatever. Y'all won't build with a guy in y'all 20s. I've seen it personally.
Female,
Y'all
so you're
won't.
saying there's a certain demographic group that's not taught to prioritize marriage in college. Okay, we've had that conversation. I thought we was having a different conversation. Yep, correct.
Okay, cool.
I had
So if
to
you're-
So where did
I had
the
to disagree
35-year-old
with him on
So
I had to disagree.
I
I had
never
to
do it.
disagree.
hold on, let Ronnie go real quick.
I never-
I had to
I never threw
I had
age
to
in there.
disagree on him with the 30. It takes a man to like 35 to really find himself and to really develop his skill to figure out what he's doing in life. So a woman that comes into his life can add value to help succeed him even further in life too. So these younger girls, they with younger guys, they got boyfriends, but they out there messing with the older guys because they want a certain lifestyle that their young boyfriend can't give. So it's all about a lifestyle. If you got any kind of money or any kind of clout or anything, these chicks is going. And then even the older ones, the older women, like we go back to the settling part, they settle after they have 2 or 3 baby daddies, 2 or 3 kids. They settle for a regular guy that has a good job, and then he's settling for her because maybe she looks good and stuff like that. Everybody is in a settling game to a certain extent in life. So you just got to know where your lane is and everything like that. Men can pull baddies no matter what they look like.
No, they
But it's
can't.
like, do you want the baggage that comes with a baddie? Because there's
So y'all
there's a
gonna
lot of
let him sit up here and lie to
Oh,
y'all.
let him land, Lucky. Let him, you respond. To
Let-
him,
No,
Lucky.
that plane about to crash. Nope, it's
Well,
crashing.
let him let him
It's
crash.
not crashing because I see it around me all the time. So this is happening all over throughout our country. So everybody settles in different ways. Like men, the more successful you are, don't really matter how you look, the more pull you'll get with nice looking women. If you want to deal with that, because dealing with nice looking women comes with a certain outcome
Headache.
with it. Yeah,
Certain
it comes with a headache. But most men would prefer, like Ali said, a 5 or 6, someone that's nice, that ain't combative, that's submissive, and gets on his program and works with him to build something or to have something together, to grow together. But nowadays, that just ain't going on.
So look, I want you. So you're asking me that. So are you saying that I said guys in their 35s was looking to build with a woman? Because I didn't put an age on that. I just said typically we
You
want to
said-
build with the woman, and women
said
want to move
35.
in.
No, you
Okay,
mentioned the 35-year-old age. I was
okay,
just trying to clarify.
okay. So a dude at 35 and not building with a chick. He's not. At that point, stage, if he's even single, he should be building himself. And then by the age of my opinion, by 40, I mean, then you can reach back at a 20-year-old. But I'm not about to deal with no 30-year-old. She's over the hill. Simple what it is. If you ain't getting your 20s, you're over the hill. I've been saying that even before Kevin Samuels. Over the hill. You 30 plus and single. You 30 plus and single with a kid, and you ain't got nobody. You're over the hill.
How old are you?
I'm 34, married.
You're married, right?
Yeah, correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
So men your age, typically, are you saying that you see them having trouble with women in their 20s?
Men of my age are not worried about dating and taking somebody seriously right now.
Okay.
From my barbers, from the people I deal business with, trucking, they're not taking girls in 30 seriously.
That's fine. So if men, for what you know around you, aren't taking relationships serious, what is the problem if women aren't? Why do we still want women to take relationships so serious and get in line for men who don't want a relationship?
I didn't say men are having a problem.
I didn't say you did. I'm just asking to pick your brain to get to know, because
I don't see a lot of men my age having problems with having a relationship. My close friends, my people that I'm circled with, are married, but the guys that are single, they don't want a relationship, and they're not complaining about having a relationship from girls in their 20s. They're just looking at girls in their 30s and like, you know what? And I'm telling them, bro, they're washed. They're washed. Don't even take them seriously. They're washed. They missed the boat.
So the men that you know that don't have relationships, that are in their 30s, why are they looking at women in their 30s if the women that are their preferred age under 30 are open and ready for a relationship? They don't have problems with those women. Do you see what I'm saying? How it gets confusing? Because just go for the women that are the preferred age. They're younger, hotter. They're not giving you problems, but you don't want relationships. But we're highlighting the women that are above the wall that we don't want.
I'm not highlighting. I'm not highlighting them.
And us as a community, and us in these conversations of men who you yourself know other men who don't have these problems that the men on the panels are having with women in the same age range. So what I'm saying is there has to be a disconnect between the men you know that have the option and just in general what we hear. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, so I hear what you're saying, and I understand what you're saying. I feel like a lot of men, when they come on these panels, not Ali's panels, but other panels, they're kind of saying like, "Hey, you missed your chance, but this is where you got wrong in your 20s, and maybe in your upper 20s, this is where you got wrong, and either we got married to the one who really really loved us and who wasn't on bullshit and who was on our program, or hey, you missed the boat." So the men that you want aren't checking for you. They're just telling the other men that, hey.
I'm sorry, I do that sometimes. I get excited, so I'm not trying to be disrespectful. But I'm just saying that it's the same thing with women. When I just believe in self accountability. It's not male or female. How can I grow if I'm blaming a man for all the reasons why I'm not where I'm supposed to be? So when I hear men making all the blame on a woman, I'm gonna bring it back to you in self-reflection, because there have to be some self-reflection. What is happening? So that's why I asked you in your personal life. If you know men who are single, who are choosing not to get married or take women serious, I'm sure they're still having sex with those women, whether they are over the wall who want relationships, or the women who are under 30 who want relationships. Their preference to you as their friend is not the woman in her 30s. However, I don't know what conversation he's having with the woman in 30s to get that sexual access. So if their preference are the women in their 20s, it sounds like men have the option for women who don't have children, aren't 30, aren't really this, but they're not marrying them. So how is it still the women if you're telling me you know men who don't have female problems? It's just them, and when they're ready to jump in it. So that tells me that men have a choice out here. So when I'm on a panel and I hear men saying even a 20-year-olds, it's something in yourself that we're not assessing, because there are men out here who don't have that same problem. You get what I'm saying now?
Yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah.
Okay.
You do?
For allowing me.
You stopping? That's where you go. So she gonna win that one. So
I mean, it's not about win or lose. I understand what.
So listen, you came up and you already took an L in that first one when you said that women want average man. That's absolutely not true. The number two one is when she asked you that question, you should have told her that young women want to be young, have fun, and be full of calm. Most of these women ain't trying to get married when they're young. They dealing with older men so they can get their resources. But you just let her tell you that the young women actually want to be in marriages, and the men don't want to.
That's not what she said.
She said she asked you, why are men not trying to be in relationships? Why would women want to be in relationships with men who don't want to be in relationships? Why should women take the dating market serious when men aren't? That's what she asked you.
Because okay, so
yes, you did. That's why she did.
Let me answer that. So Ali, let me answer the question.
I'm answering it. It's because men are reacting to the market. If most of these young women were looking for sex and we're looking for money, looking for a good time,
who leads relationships? Men or women?
Even if the men are trying to lead, if the only time a woman gives cooperation is with her mouth and her body, that's why a lot of men didn't settle with women. And a lot of times the men understood that you had to get the money too. So when they got older, they get access to a lot of women now because of the resources. It don't mean because the woman actually likes you. It's just she wants access to your resources. So because young women are moving a certain way, because the older women are moving the same way, and all of them don't want to change until they lose their looks and they get older, that's why the date market is messed up. Because those older women too, they still miserable, they still jaded, they still unstable, they still indecisive too, Lucky, and they have high expectations for themselves. They want to practice chastity now. They want to be born again Christians, born again virgins, and they have all these expectations for men. And when men are waiting, women still don't have nothing that benefits the guy when they end up waiting. But they went to God. God told them to change. They got new faith, found faith. They're going to therapy, and they still that same woman. All they did was try to rebrand and repackage Lucky, but they still not listening to the younger men, older men. They're still that same woman. That's why Lucky.
Tan, I'm sorry, just for clarification. Your friends that you know that have options, are they trying to get married?
No, and they're not trying to get married. But hold on.
Wait. So we're gonna just assume, right, that when people who don't want to get married, they don't date and mate like that, like they want to get married. They date like they want to hook up. So we can't say that these women are not marriage minded because how they're being pursued is that of sex. So I'm sure if he shifted his mind and aligned with women who he wanted to just see as a wife, I'm sure he would meet 20-something-year-olds who want to get married. That's the point of self. Okay, I just wanted to make that clear, Ali. We're talking about people who aren't looking for marriage. They're gonna get a hookup or a situationship. We can't judge those same women the same way the women who want marriage, because they're not outside.
You're judging the minority of women. The women who want to be married are married. The women who wanted a man, they got a man. Most of these women didn't want no man, Lucky. That's why the average age of marriage right now is 29. They want to have fun and they want to have sex. They want to see how far they can get with that sex as well too. They didn't know how to cook. Y'all already said they ain't have a mama and a daddy. They taught them how to be a wife.
So you was proposing.
Lucky, I let you.
How many times have you proposed, Ali, and the woman said no to you?
Go ahead.
How many times have you proposed in your life?
You gonna let me land?
I'm asking you. You said these men just want to get married, so that means that they've asked and they were told
so
no.
Lucky. You want to be respectful and honest to you? I haven't got to a place yet where a woman convinced me to marry her. I haven't got there yet. So let me finish since you asked me. They want the marriage. They want a husband, but they don't want to be a wife. They'll do it in the beginning. They'll bait you in. They'll do all the things you're asking. When that honeymoon phase is over, which is why most relationships end in 2 to 3 years, that woman becomes who she actually was. It's too hard for her to upkeep that man, Lucky. That's why men don't get married. But if women expectations and standards were higher and they knew how to treat a man consistently and actually fed into this man's ego, actually took care of this man emotionally and worried about his happiness, most brothers would get married today. Brothers can't wait to get married. Men want to get married, Lucky. Men want a family.
I'm sorry, Tan.
I'm
sorry. In your experience coming up in your 20s, you're saying you know abundance of men that were just asking women, the first one they was in love with, to marry them? Because to Ali's point, he's saying
they were looking.
Oh, okay.
They were looking for hold on. So the men I know, like my group, they were looking for serious relationships, but none of the women were trying to be serious.
Exactly.
And I've stayed in Florida, Orlando. I stayed in hot areas. I've stayed in Orlando for 7 years. I stayed in Seattle, another hot area. A lot of us was very serious, but the girls was not serious at all. They had their friends around them saying, "Hey, do you, girl?" Just like, and I hate to throw celebrities in there, but y'all wasn't condemning Lori for breaking up with Michael B. Jordan because y'all told Lori,
Nah,
hey,
you
you
can't
too
do that.
young. Go
Nah,
have
you
your
can't
fun.
do that. You
Okay,
went along
all
with
right.
Lucky earlier. You can't switch
Okay,
along and say
all
we
right.
talking about celebrities now. That's why I told you took that L in the beginning because you didn't let her
But
go
it's
that
not
way.
celebrities. It's the
No,
general
no.
population.
No,
Oh, can I just land, bro?
No, you can't land because you shouldn't have done it in the beginning. I'm tell you again, when you come up here a certain way, I'm gonna let y'all know I'm not gonna be Mr. Nice Guy going forward. If you come up here and talk crazy and move with an L, I'm gonna go straight at your head. So don't ask me for grace when I try to give you grace in the beginning, and now you want to talk about celebrities when you didn't want to talk about celebrities in the beginning.
No, because the scenario.
No, excuse me. Please don't talk with Remo the show.
Bro,
if y'all coming up here, make sure you just like you huffed and puffed just like that. If you come up here,
I'm not huffing and puffing, bro. I said you got it. You got it.
No, it ain't no I got it. You came up here, and when we're talking about celebrities to show the differentiate between a high status man and low status man, you didn't want to talk about celebrities. Now you're talking about Lori Harvey. So be consistent.
Because you switched.
No,
You switched from low status.
Man, don't say
bro,
because.
you switched from low status to a guy that wanted to do great, and then a regular guy.
Again, let me land. Let me land. And this
Bro,
how I'm saying.
you gonna land, bro.
As much as I want to, it's my show.
But you keep cutting people off so they can't have some type of clarity.
I'm gonna say this again. I move extremely purposeful. If you have a problem with how I'm conducting my show, family, you can.
I don't have a problem. I don't have a problem.
Let me run my show.
I got you, man. That's it.
Okay.
Got you. I got you.
With great respect. Okay, thank you. So
I've been showing you respect all the time, bro. Got you.
Be consistent. Be consistent. Then you should acknowledge that. You should say, hey, Ali, you know what? I told you to stay away from celebrities. I'm not bringing a celebrity in. When I said high status man, I wasn't talking about no celebrity. I have a good faith conversation. Y'all didn't want to talk about the Michael B. Jordans, so I'm not talking about the Michael B. Jordans or the Rihanna. So have a good faith.
I'm not talking about the Michael B. Jordans.
Don't try to beat me. Don't try to beat me when I'm landing, please. You started talking about Lori Harvey, so don't bring up a celebrity status. So a celebrity and can you concede to the fact that you brought a celebrity into the equation that's a woman? Can you concede to that?
The point of me bringing her up was the other girls that were regular. The regular girls that was regular down here.
Can you concede to that?
Their mindset. Go ahead, bro. Yeah.
Okay. So let's stay away from the celebrities because you didn't want to talk about it. Now go ahead. And make
So Lucky. So when it's a young girl around her age that wants to get married to a dude, they'll say, "Girl, you too young. Don't do it. You got a whole life ahead of you. You too young, and you don't want to be submissive to him." So girls around our age and guys around our age was more serious in their 20s than there were girls period around America on this climate. That's it.
I
can you
I can understand it. I don't disagree with that because that goes back to the initial point of even if you are in love or you like somebody, it's like y'all too young to be doing that. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of like that conversation. You could go get more experience, which means go get more ran through and then I totally get that.
So hold on.
So with that being said,
the bull hasn't talking. The bull hasn't talked yet.
Oh, my fault.
No, you can't. Let him go. Then I'll open the panel.
No, I don't know everything y'all talking about because I just jumped on, but I appreciate it, Ali. Let me tap in. You know, I've been watching y'all for years and all that. You know I mean, but anyway, no, real rap. You know what I'm saying? I'll be bipping with y'all. But anyway, what's the actual question? So I can answer the actual question.
Come on, bro.
What's the topic?
Like, come on, man.
I don't know.
Can we finish the topic?
It wasn't.
No, there was no question. I was just trying to finish. There wasn't a question to bull. I was just trying to finish my point. So Lucky, at 35 years old, dudes ain't trying to get married.
Why you get so defensive?
Hold on,
relax. You get too defensive.
I'm not getting defensive.
Hey, Tan, stop saying what you're not doing. This is what I have problem with women. You're actually doing it. You're getting defensive when someone has to tell you to stop so someone else can stop talking. You huffing and puffing. They say you're not huffing and puffing. Just own it if you're doing it. But this ain't the Tan show. So respectfully, please allow the show to run the way it's supposed to run. This ain't your show, family. If you want to run your show like that, go start your own show. Drop the link and have the conversation the way you want to have the conversation. It's that brother's turn. Then you can come back. What's wrong with the man wanting to ask a question?
Yeah, just in general, what y'all talking about. That's all I'm saying, Ali. Just in general. What's the topic?
The topic is being a housewife a job or a privilege, but we were discussing the type of men that women are liking and the man. So Lucky asked, why are women choosing not to be in marriages and then expect women to be in marriages? If there's men that don't want to be in marriages, they get older. There's older men who don't want to be married now. Why should women still want to get married if the men aren't choosing to be married?
Well, I can't answer all that, but I'm gonna start off with the first part, right? the housewife thing. No, I'm just gonna start at the very beginning. You could go back and break some more down, but I'm saying the first part where you were saying about the housewife thing. Is it a privilege or a duty? What you say, a privilege or what?
Is it a privilege or is it a job?
Oh, a job. And I say it's both. It's both. It's a privilege and a job. You know what I'm saying? It's a privilege because obviously if you in a relationship and somebody else helping you, now you don't have to do nothing 100% by yourself. So you have help. That relationship. So you have help. You have, even if you're doing it 70, 30, whatever. So at the same time, it's a privilege to have somebody in your life, but it's a duty when you make a vow or a commitment to somebody. You know what I'm saying? It becomes a duty when you make a vow or oath, and in bonding agreement that you're going to commit yourself to this person, then it becomes a duty. But I feel like it's both in general.
So so you have to pick one though.
I would say overall, a housewife a privilege. It's a privilege. It's a privilege. Absolutely. It's a privilege. Ain't no doubt.
Okay. Go ahead, my brother Tan.
Lucky, the reason why they're in their 30s and they got good professional jobs or entrepreneurship, the reason why they're just sleeping around and they're not taking these girls seriously, because they've been burned probably in their 20s. They've been burned. So now that they're making a lot of money, they're like, man, I'm not trying to mess with these chicks, or ain't nobody serious. So what I tell them as a married man, successful with a business with my wife, and I'm doing stuff together to where she can be a stay-at-home wife next year, and it's a privilege, and it's a privilege for her because she's put in time. She got skin in the game. But I tell these dudes, man, stop sleeping around and get your money right, get your investments right, understand compound interest. So I tell them, I don't know if you're trying to get this through. I tell them, man, stop messing with these chicks and focus on you. And about time you get 40 and you understand compound interest and you got investments compounding for the next 5 or 6 years, where do you want to be at? Imagine where you want to be at and you not having to go to work every day, cut hair or whatever. Then come back and go get a woman to where it's easy to where y'all can just glue together, where she don't have to work with you. She don't have to debate on if it's 50-50 or if it's if we're equal or we're partners. You have something already. Since you've been burned already, you in your 30s, take your 30s to just grind hard, compound interest on investment. By the time you get 40, then reach back to a 20-year-old or maybe a 31-year-old. That's cool to just fall into place on your program. But I tell these dudes in their 30s, if you don't got a program, bro, you don't deserve no female. It's over with, bro. Just get your shit together and reach back and get somebody to put back on your program, a real program. So don't do this whole struggle up type shit.
He gotta wait till 40 years old to get a wife.
He's not waiting to 40 years old. He's building himself and he's compounding interest. I need to get my money up to where it's easy for her to come in, play, and just lay in her femininity or just be relaxed to where she can be a woman.
No. So listen what you're saying, and this is what messes up with our ego. So
what is he waiting on? What is he waiting on?
Who's waiting on? You talking to me?
No. Yeah, you're like
no.
You saying he gotta wait.
These women wanted men who had money, and the men who were getting money was running through the women. But then you telling this man to stay away from these women who want money just to get the women who want money. Why? So if he reaches back, no. But if you're telling them to develop, men got to develop themselves and make all this money to get the pick of a litter that the litter typically wants money. So why does he got to wait that long to have to reach back and find a woman? What shouldn't he? Hold on, let me finish. Shouldn't the man keep dealing with women? And while he's building himself up, and if he runs into the right woman while he's dealing with these women, then he'll settle down. Why would a man stay away from women, stop learning women, having access to women, get all his money and resources together, and then all of a sudden turn right back around and go, okay, now I'm going to pick from a woman?
No, stay away from her. And by the time you get your shit together, you got something called optionality. You got something called optionality. You can go whatever state you want to. You go whatever country. You're not stressed off of working and surviving. So when you get older, you got optionality, and then you can have some discernment, because when you're making these investments, you learn stuff. You start reading books. You start understanding personalities. You start understanding patterns, so you can have an understanding of who you're dealing with.
You know what's funny?
And then you could text her, be like, "Hey, open this account right here. When you get to that age, open this account right here, and let's see you know how to save."
So why did you?
So you test them.
So why did you tell Lucky a woman needs to get with a man and build with him?
In their 20s. We're talking about guys in their 30s. I'm 34.
No, please.
So in their 20s, they're supposed to build with somebody. If they miss that boat, like my wife got with her when she was 21.
Hey, brother, please stop. I'm asking you a question first, then you can respond to it. That's two different things. You're telling a man to stay away from a woman, build all his resources up, and pull. This is what you're telling men. Get all your resources together, stay away from women, and look back and pick from one, while you telling the women to build with the man.
So if a guy is 30 and above, stay away from females and build yourself up. Understand compound interest and understand investments. Build yourself up. If you're in your 20s and you still dating as a dude, get with a girl that can get on your program and build with them. So we talking about two different maturities. We're talking about a dude at 30 and we're talking about a dude at 20. If he couldn't get it between 30 and 20, hey, by time 30, start understanding money. Start understanding like compound interest. Stop understanding. Go ahead.
So how do you know she loves you? Like the woman you were talking about that builds with you, I can see. I go, you know what? While I'm doing my thing and I'm building, this woman who want to build with me, I think this woman may love me. How I'm gonna know if I get everything together and I go back to try to get a woman that she don't love me, she loves me for me versus loving me for what I have? How will a man be able to differentiate for a woman who loves him for what he has and what he doesn't if she didn't build with me? Because that's what granddaddy did. That's what our fathers did. They built with women who gave their youth to the men and built with those men when you were younger. So how would a man identify when he has the world in his hands and now this woman goes, you know what? I love him. How would he identify if she loves him or not?
If you, by the age of 30, 37, 40, if you can't tell if a woman really love you and like you,
we're done. No.
If you can't tell, I can't help you on that.
Tan, you're edifying the people that's watching. That's what you've been doing since you've been on here, right? I'm talking about for the people who don't know. I don't know. The bull don't know, Rodney don't know. How do you know if you become a productive man and you have the world at your fingertips and you finally been this man who developed himself? How do you know if a woman actually loves you or not?
If she's a good listener, if she understands what you're saying and she can change her life to fit you. If she's a good listener. Now the whole bait and switch, man. Hold on, bro. I'm not done talking. I'm not done talking. So we gotta understand as people, life's a risk. Life is a risk, man. So either you're gonna stay in your basement and not take risks, or you just gonna go out there and conquer and tackle the world. But I'm speaking from a married man, with a girl with a business that I met her at her dad's house. So you can't really tell me nothing, Rodney, about anything about me and a good woman, because I have it, and my wife next year will be a stay-at-home wife.
You're not 40 either.
Okay, but I'm 34 though. I'm close there. So
you're 30.
Are you talking from a 40-year-old? Okay, so you're talking from a 40-year-old.
You're telling men to stay down until they're 40.
No, I'm not. I said from 30. I said from 30 to 40.
And get money, and then
you just said,
hold on, 20-some-year-old that ain't gonna want you for you. That's just gonna want you for the pocketbook.
Hey, Rodney, hold on real quick.
Respond again. Bro.
You just said no, I didn't. Then you said you want this man to focus on himself for 10 years, not deal with no woman.
Yes,
that's crazy.
Yes. Exactly.
That's crazy, man. Come on, man. Like, come on.
Hey, come get this nigga, man.
You ain't got that discipline. You ain't got that discipline.
That's one of the worst.
It's not.
Tell a man to stay from a woman for 10 years of his life is one of the worst advice you can ever give a man. If you're gonna edify, exactly. 10 years, man, that's crazy. And you can. And matter of fact, what's worse about that? If you pick that woman at 40 years old and she listened for maybe 2-3 years and she became the worst version of herself, what do you tell a man then? Should he keep wanting to be in a relationship, or he should just do his thing? Hey, you got that old and still ain't found a wife. Hey, either will you tell him to do his thing or keep trying to marry a woman? What would you tell him to do?
At 40 years old, if he can't find somebody. You said what? At 40 years old, he can't find somebody.
No, you telling him to find. You telling him this man to wait to 10 years to deal with a woman to find a wife. And if he
normally around,
so you and this 40-year-old woman, man, once he gets to 40 years old, what's the lowest he's dating, and what's the oldest he's dating?
Man, he got optionality to date whoever he wants to date in whatever country he want to date. So he will find a woman that wants to be a wife and to fit in.
Is he right?
Sorry, bro. It is what it is, bro. So guys I talk about have dealt with it in their 20s and maybe the younger 30s. There's been 2 guys that I told that I'm cool with, got kids with the woman, and be like, bro, I'm kind of scared, man. Like, should I? It's just a title. I'm like, bro, you already got kids with her, bro. Like, if she really wanted to take you to court and get your shit, she could have already, bro. Like, you live with her, you full-time with her, you love her, you just scared because you've never seen it in our community. So I'm telling you how it is in our community, bro. Just grow with the woman, love the woman, because you already love her already. You got kids with her already. You got 2 kids. You got 2 kids with her already. Go ahead and marry her. She's doing her job anyway.
Period.
So that,
hey, go ahead, my brother Ronnie. You were supposed to respond, brother. Whatever
Period.
you heard,
Thank you,
just
Ken,
rebuttal.
for that
This is all
marvelous
over this is all over the place right now.
how's it over the place, bro? I work on solutions. Like I said yesterday, I work on solutions. I'm not saying I didn't have the problems you had. I just addressed it, and I'm instead of hitting my head against the wall, bro, I built me up.
Hey, this is
ain't
tribal.
no dating coach type
Hey,
shit.
Tribal, this your fault. That my Tribal, I saw you early. This your fault, Tribal. Go ahead, my brother Rodney. What you think about it? 30. So, hey y'all, wait for 10 years. If you 30 years old, stay away from women for 10 years and just focusing on building, and then turn back around and reach back for the woman who gonna love you for who you are.
Can I just add to this, or Ali?
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead, Lucky.
Okay.
Hey, hold on real quick, Lucky. Hey, Rodney, were you gonna say something, my brother?
I'm sorry.
She can go ahead. I can wait for her.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Just make sure I came back to you.
The perfect gentleman. Thank you, Rodney. And I'll be quiet. I just think that his point is being missed because let me just say this. Just think about this, Ali, right?
Trolling.
10 years is not really crazy because you want to build yourself up. Even other cultures, we always highlight other cultures. If you want to give your daughter to a man, you look at his wealth, you look at the things that he's built up for himself, right? So we always talk about traditional. Now, I get 40 sound crazy because what was you doing for the last 20 years of your life? Now, something could have happened. You may need to get your footing. Now, I'm going to just say this. If we instill these values when you said high school in young men to prepare themselves, that 10-year might be around 25 where he would be ready. But because we're so dysfunctional, and when we're dating out of survival, you date differently out of survival because now you're feeling entitled to certain things. You're asking a woman to agree, or a woman is dating out of survival, asking you to agree. There's a different mindset that goes into it. So I think 10 years is not crazy if these skills are taught. Now, and I also don't think it's crazy because if the average man is not even having sex with women, Ali, we're not talking about you, right? If he's not having sex to get access anyway, then what are you doing in this time frame? You should be building yourself up in general. He's not saying don't meet a woman. If you meet a woman while you're building yourself up, then that's perfect.
Yes, he did. Don't do that.
No, I'm not, bro. No.
Lucky, don't change. Hey, Lucky, I see what
he's dealing with.
But I understood you properly.
The dude that I'm talking about, the dude as an example I'm talking about is dealing with women and not wanting a relationship. So I'm saying, bro, get off that. Build yourself up. Man, so the guys I'm talking about, that are still dealing with women and still having problems with women, and I tell them, hey, bro, stop thinking about women and build you up. Because I know from a conversation of you cut my hair or us just playing basketball, you're not even where you should be anyway as a dude. You don't even understand a couple of like things I'm talking about when it comes to.
So what should a woman do from 30 to 40?
Preserve.
No, not you, Lucky. I'm asking him.
Oh, sorry.
After age, when she's in college, man, she should be worrying about finding a man.
No, I said
if she's she's throwing a Hail Mary. She's throwing a Hail Mary. Hopefully someone catch it. It is what it is.
I didn't actually. So brothers, take care of yourself. Be productive. Be on your manhood. Make sure you can provide for a woman. But she's throwing help from 30 to 40. She's supposed to be throwing Hail Marys.
But I told you, a dude in his 30s shouldn't be dating like that if he ain't got it together. So by the time he's 40, he got stuff compounding. He's growing. So when he's 20,
you're not answering my question. You're not answering my
question.
Go
ahead, man.
Come on, Tan.
And I know it's bothering you, but it's not being consistent.
That's not. You're not being genuine with it, bro.
How am I not being? You just told a man to
because you asking questions to fit you, so to fit your narrative, what you're trying to say.
Other people to stop over talking. You still can't control yourself, brother. I'm asking you to stop over talking me. I'm asking you a question. You're gonna be able to respond. Nobody else gonna respond. You told a man to be the best version of himself when he go from 30 to 40 years old and he got his bag and he could take care of somebody. You just said a woman from 30 to 40, you need to just be throwing Hail Marys. That's what is going to help. So how does that benefit a man if a man from 30 to 40 is going to work on benefiting a woman? How does a woman throwing Hail Marys from 30 to 40 going to benefit a man?
Because a man at 40 with money got optionality, so he could travel to different countries, different states, and meet women.
I didn't ask you that.
I'm not telling a man at 40 to talk to a girl in the 30s.
Please be intentional. I didn't ask you that. What is a woman, not a man, supposed to do from 30 to 40 years old? If you're telling a man to work on himself to benefit himself and a woman, What is the woman doing from 30 to 40 years old outside of throwing Hail Marys to benefit herself and a man? You might have not thought about that because you're saying stuff that that sounds good to a woman. So can you tell me something that's going to benefit a man that a woman's going to do from 30 to 40?
I don't know, bro, because I'm not a woman. So I don't know what to tell women in their 30s how to operate. You're asking the wrong dude.
Shut the fuck, shut. Did I say, no, oh, shit, say it again, say something else. Oh, say something else. Say something else, nigga.
That's crazy. That response to, you know what? If we sitting at the dinner table and I got a family and I'm raising a son how to be a productive man to take care of a woman one day, and I'm looking at my daughter, I say, daughter, just throw Hail Marys. Hope a man just figures it out and just put your best effort out there, whatever it is. We don't know what it is. Throw Hail Marys, shoot shots from the half court line, buzzer beat the baby mamas, and hope that a man gets you. Like that's crazy, family. That you.
I didn't say that.
And let me land. It's crazy that you telling men to do what's in their best interest to get a woman, to take care of a woman, but you have no edification or information to give to the women what they should be doing. So you adding to the problem as well too, because you're telling men to be their best version of themselves while you're allowing the women to just do whatever they want to do and throw Hail Marys.
So now you brought up two scenarios. You said my daughter. So if my daughter's at the dinner table with me and her mom, I'm telling her, hey, when you get young, you have to find a husband and bring him to me. A guy that you think is good, and I'm going to see if he's good for you or not. So you asked me about a girl in their 30s, and then you brought it to my daughter. So which one we on? Are we on 30s? I can't tell girls in their 30s
what would you
what
tell
to do.
your daughter? What would you tell your daughter at 30 years old who's still single? What would you tell her to do from 30 to 40?
Oh, Hail Mary.
Hold on, y'all, please.
My daughter, if it's personal, hey, you missed something, and this is probably what you missed. We're gonna figure it out. But from here on, it's crunch time. My daughter. It's personal. Now it's crunch time. So maybe from 2019 to 30, you missed something. But now we're gonna get you on board. But I don't plan or it can't even think about my daughter from 20 to 30 not being a mindset.
No, you still didn't answer the question. All you said is crunch time. It's crunch time, baby. What are you gonna teach her and tell her to do?
She can learn from her mom. She can learn from her mom.
Oh my God.
She can learn from mom, and I got a good ass woman, so she gonna get it in her 20s.
Hey, don't worry about it.
If you didn't learn from mom by then, anyway,
bro, you throwing up scenarios. You throwing up scenarios to fit your narrative.
We got three. I know I'm the narrative guy. We got three people. Let me just show that everybody. But I created the narrative. I didn't have to do nothing. I just let you talk. Carol, much love to you, my sister. Sophisticated Jerk, much love to you, my brother Byron. Much love to y'all. Carol was up here first. What are you getting from the conversation? What would you like to add to the conversation? And then my brother Sophisticated and Byron, man. Y'all go right after, and then we'll reopen the panel. Hopefully, y'all not talking about Dan Marino and Ben Roethlisberger or Joe Montana throwing Hail Marys and hoping that when they throw, I mean, it's not even realistic. If we were having a football team and in order to championship, I say, yo, every play, throw a Hail Mary. Hey, Sophisticated Jerk. This next play,
can I say something?
Hey, that's the bull. Please, brother. Please. Hey, the bull, we putting you in the lineup too. Throw a Hail Mary. Hey, Carol, throw a Hail Mary.
What is a Hail Mary? What's a Hail Mary?
A Hail Mary is when the
I
quarterback
don't even know what
down.
that is.
I'm about to tell you. A quarterback is when a quarterback heaves the football as far as he can to get a lucky touchdown. That's what it is. Hopefully they can win the game.
I hope I could win the game. I want
I
to
didn't
score
say
a
that, bro.
touchdown. But I was listening to Tan say his advice to the men in his 30s that might not have found a woman yet. And my response to that would be the pursuit of happiness is a consistent thing. I don't think that you should ever stop pursuing your happiness in the changes of your life. So if you're in your 20s and you don't have a way, you're trying to figure it out. If you're in your 30s, you got some experience and you're not quite there yet, still figure it out. If you're in your 40s and you have accomplished all these amazing goals, you're still going to have to figure it out. You're going to have to figure out different things. When you're young, you're going to have to figure out if you're trusting this person. And when you're in your mids, you have to see if this person is responsible with you. And you're saying, hold on, excuse me.
Okay,
Yeah.
so Miss Carol, we gonna still.
And when you're 40, you need to find out if the person is really rocking with you, if you can trust them, if they're there for good intentions. So you
Okay,
just
so-
have different goals in
So he
every
said,
level.
this is what he said, so we can address what he said. He said that a man that's 30 needs to stay completely away from women till he's 40 years old and work on his purpose, make sure he's solidified and grounded, and he's able to reach back and be able to take care of a woman. So this is what I'm gonna ask you. That's cool if that's what it is too. That the man need to be the
If
best.
that's what he wants.
I'm not against that. No, I mean that some of the advice I'd be like, hey, that's what men should be doing that when they 20 years old and getting to 30 and getting to 40, that you should be building on being the best version of yourself. When I'm asking you, Carol, when I asked about the woman, he just said throw Hail Marys. What should a woman, if a man's working on being his best version of himself for a woman and himself, what should a woman be doing from 30 years old to 40 years old?
What should the woman be doing in her 30s to 40s? Pursuing her happiness?
Oh my God!
Can you hear me?
You asking a man what a female should do.
Just now.
It's
A
not your turn,
female-
family. Please stop trying to interject. It's not your turn. There's 3 people. There's new people. I'm going all to them.
Thank you. I want Sophisticated Jerk to talk. Thank you. Thank you.
No, hey, Ted, you listen, brother. I'm trying, yo. I'm telling y'all keep like some of y'all come up here and get extremely disrespectful. This
Bro,
is
was
not
I disrespectful yesterday? Like you like short temper right now, bro. Like me and you were cool, and I don't know why you so short temper right now. I'm very cool. I'm very calm. I was trying to finish the conversation with Lucky, and you just being very short temper with people just having a real conversation.
Hey,
you coming off short temper.
Hold on real quick. Is that what y'all see? Is everybody on the panel that's been on here? Is that what y'all see?
I see him cutting me off every time
Yes.
you try to talk.
That's your character. Happy. You got ADHD. That's your character.
Yes.
That ain't
you
my
are
character, bro.
being-
Bro, you just being very short tempered, bro.
So no, I'm not.
Even
I'm not
yesterday
doing-
you was.
Why I'm not doing it to Rodney? Why I'm not doing it to Bull? Why I'm not doing it?
Yeah,
to
even
Carol?
your chat is saying it. So
Bro, you being very short tempered. Your chat saying it, bro.
There's a couple people saying it that don't like
He
when I
just
say
excited. He just speak fast.
Nah,
Ali just speak
I'm not
fast.
excited, bro. I'm not excited.
Let me tell you this.
I'm just calm, bro.
Ali, don't do that.
Let me tell you this. You've been inconsistent. Hold on, Debo, please. You've been inconsistent. You asked me to do something that you turned right back around and did it as well, too. You're telling people to not cut you off. You're telling Ronnie not to cut you off, the Bull not to cut you off, while you're cutting me off every single time I talk. And I've asked you to stop doing that. So I'm trying to be respectful. I'm not no tyrant.
Okay.
I'm not no bully. I'm not trying to be like the other content creators that'll probably chop your head off, kick you off the panel. I got respect to you as well, too. But you're not carrying yourself like you should be inside this conversation. You feeling a certain type of way when I'm responding to something that don't make sense from what you're saying.
So the reason why I'm cutting you off, so let me give my explanation as a man. The reason why I'm cutting you off is because you
stop
misconstrued
right
what
there.
I'm saying.
Stop that again. The fact that you admit that you cutting me off instead of saying you should wait till I land and then respond to what I say is not conceding the fact that you cutting me off because you didn't tell that to Rodney.
Okay.
You didn't tell the Bull. So you're wrong. So if I gotta land,
I'm wrong for cutting you off.
You did it
and
again.
I'm saying,
you did it again. You just keep
bro,
repeating
all right, bro. Hey, you got it, my
It
nigga.
ain't
Because
no- it's not
you're not nobody's dad.
You ain't either. So just go ahead. You don't even worry about it. Yep. You ain't my son. So I ain't about to talk to you like you my son either. My brother, Sophisticated Jerk.
What's good?
How you doing, my brother?
Doing all right, man.
Please don't get on my bad side. Because I'm a bully. I'm a bully. I'm trying to son people. Like it's crazy, man. I have a temper today. Like it's crazy, man. Yo, I tried it. I would like everybody to go back to the beginning of the video, and this is Lucky's fault because I know what Lucky was doing, but that's okay. You know what you did too. She already did this.
Everything is Gina's fault. Everything's a woman's
and
fault.
I ain't saying she know what she did,
I didn't
but
do
not in a
nothing. I
bad way. No,
disagree.
not
I
in a
agree
bad
with
way.
him.
You know exactly what you
He
did.
had
I know.
excellent points. I had something I wanted to ask because, he said something in regards to his wife teaching and what the daughter should be doing within 10 years. So I definitely think because men up here, you guys men always say women should teach women. So I didn't understand why that answer wasn't a good answer. But yeah, I'm here to learn.
No.
I'm a woman.
You know, Lucky. He said, wait till 10 years before you deal with a woman. But before he said that, you asked him why you said you should build with a woman. He said, when you younger, build with a woman. That don't make no sense. And that's why you laughing, because you know what you was doing. My brother, Sophisticated Jerk. If a man First
we
of all,
light skinned, sophisticated. Be on my side. And,
do you think that's good advice to tell a man to stay away from women for 10 years of their life, from 30 to 40 years? Do something, build himself into the version of a man that's supposed to benefit a woman, but then turn right back around when we ask what women should do, especially if we're giving solutions to the community, say all she need to do is throw Hail Marys.
Nah, that's not good advice. I see what he was saying as far as the building, because you do need to build, but you could multitask, man. You need to still be out there dating and interacting with people, because you don't know what time you're gonna actually meet that person. And I think sometimes, man, people think like that person's gonna be just waiting for them at the finish line, you know, after they do their whatever program and they get that 10 years that they're gonna find that person. It's like, nah, that might happen at year one, you know, when you're like, say you might be at the gym, you run into somebody, you know, you might go to an event, meet somebody. So nah, you gotta kind of keep your eyes open and, you know, be out there dating. Now you can't let it consume you, so you can build, but nah, you need to be out there. Right. And if I was a dad or a parent, what I would tell my daughter, if she was at 30, she need to be doing the growth process too. She actually need to be probably doing a little bit more, because, you know, looks, hit, gender's a little different. So it's just like, hey, you got to build also, so you become an asset to your man.
Sophisticated, What'd you try to say about the look? She'll look her way out the relationship market when she starts getting older, if she don't get a man while she's young.
Yeah, it's just, man, we know guys, you know, we a little more superficial, so looks do matter. So it's like, man, she gotta be building too.
can I do this with sophisticated?
Let's go.
Okay, just really quickly, because I love how you just admitted how men are superficial. But just, I remember being on a panel, I want to say it was Team Fatty, where there was supposed to be a debate, and they said, or no, actually it was my panel, I'm sure, y'all check it out. They said I was superficial because I stopped talking to a guy because he had bad habits. And they said, that's what's wrong with women. We don't want to be y'all leave for superficial reasons. But I always hear men mate off superficial reasons. So if women are leaving for superficial reasons and men are dating or choosing for superficial reasons, how are men judging women for not having more depth if they're not choosing depth?
Repeat that one more time.
I'll just keep it simple. If you could admit that men are choosing off superficial reasons, how are they judging women for not having depth if they're not searching for women with depth?
Well, I mean, you could do a number of things, because I mean, we all are guilty of like being superficial. So when I say it, it's just like you're not just stopping at the looks. So the looks would kind of get you in the door, but then when you kind of like go through the courting process and all that, that's when you start measuring the depth. But the first initial interaction is going to be based off of looks for the most part. Then you got to take it deeper.
Okay. So would you say that's a mature thing to do, or that's something you did when you were younger? As you get older as a man, you look for more qualities over superficial, or it's the same?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you're just going to, because looks debates range from, I'll say like from like 5 to 10, you know, that's where you're in that category. But then you're going to still have those conversations with that person to kind of get deeper into that. So it's really not a maturity thing. It's just a natural process. People are going to go off of somebody that has some type of attraction to them.
Okay. And so for the person in the chat that's retarded that said depth is stupid on how you search, can you determine a woman who is dressed respectfully? Would you assume that she carries herself and her mindset is different than a woman that's more revealing?
It's an indicator, but it don't necessarily mean that that's who they exactly are. They might just have enough awareness to dress like that.
We don't know. So we can just say the mindset of the woman is different.
And now, Lucky, now you call somebody retarded now. The way they respond, I can't.
He been calling me slow this whole time, so he can say whatever he want to say. I ain't tripping.
I told somebody not to be disrespectful to you.
It was him. It's cool. He been doing that the whole time. He won't. It's cool.
Okay,
it's cool.
Okay. No, then that's fair.
That's cool. He said I eat crayons. We in the same class. So what I'm saying
you said you eat crayons. Okay, whatever.
So what I'm saying is there is an indicator, even with you dating for looks, there's an indicator to show that her mindset might be a little bit different than what we usually see based on appearance, right?
Yeah, I agree.
Okay. I just wanted to kind of make that clear because sometimes we hear different.
I see something, Ali.
Of course, my brother.
Thank you. Listen, first of all, I feel like I can speak about this because she said the appearance thing. And due to my background and my culture, I'm Muslim, right? I've been Muslim for over 20 years. I've been married before. I married people, and I was raised in a marriage. My mom and dad still married for over 40 years. My mom never been with another man. Understand? So I have like a little bit of experience about marriage. So when she say about their parents thing, but let me say you something, right? I used to get caught up in that when I was young, their parents, because the Muslim woman dressed up, fully covered in Philadelphia. I'm from Philly. And there's a lot of Muslim sisters, they cover, so forth and so on. And that look gives off the appearance of righteousness. But when you get to know these people behind the scenes and start digging into their character, their morals, their man, and so you see that they're the same people. So you're right, their parents does initially open that door and the idea that makes us believe that. But that's why I used to say this, right? It's two types of beauty. You got tangible beauty and intangible beauty. Tangible beauty is obviously what you can see, and intangible is the character, morals, and manners. And a combination of both is absolute complete beauty. Most people got one or the other. You might find a unattractive woman with good character, and you might find a woman that's physically beautiful with bad character. You know what I'm saying? But one that got the combination of both, that's called absolute complete beauty. You know what I'm saying? That's what the average guy is seeking. You know what I'm saying? But that's hard to find nowadays. That's absolutely hard to find nowadays. And I've been married, and I married people. My sisters, all of them need my consent because I'm the leader of my family, the woman of my family. So when they got to get married, they got to go through me. You understand what I'm saying? So I got control over that aspect of their life. You know what I'm saying? So I know a lot of like, but anyway, so just understand that background when I'm speaking about marriage and relationships, and I'm a player. Ain't too many niggas you want to know that really get more chicks than me. So I could talk that language, improve it and all that. You know, niggas be talking that. I'm talking about today. Like I pull chicks every day off the internet and all that. So it's like I'm one of them different wolves when we talk about these chicks. But go ahead, I'm gonna put myself on mute, and on the next topic come, you know, we gonna bit.
No,
Shit
thank
like
you
that,
for that.
shit like that, shit like that, shit like that,
Because
shit
all
like
I'm just trying to highlight is I'm just trying to figure out, just hearing from men, how do we get the part where we're living with women who already show in the dating process that they've had no depth? You see what I'm saying? Or are y'all really trying to tell me most women don't have depth? If y'all are, hey, you know what I'm saying? That's what y'all saying. Y'all date them. I don't. So what y'all say wins over mine. I'm just really trying to get, what is this depth? You know what I'm saying? What is it? You know, what
How
does it look
deep do
like?
you need your woman to be to follow you? How deep do you need a woman to be to follow the woman, a man's lead? How much? How deep?
No, that's what I'm asking y'all. Because if it's not, if it's
You
just,
don't. You don't need them to be deep. That's the thing.
if
You
it's
don't.
just
You just need them to be
superficial,
compliant and obedient and submissive.
with me, it takes a certain amount of depth for a woman to come and build to what Tan was saying. That's a certain mindset. So if a woman is just superficial and she ain't had nothing to do, then I'm assuming that environment is already set for her to come into. But if it's something that men need women to get on their program of help building something, then yeah, I would just assume there is a depth. So there has to be an elimination process before she gets into your relationship. So I'm just trying to, how do we get to the relationship part? If she doesn't love you, all these actions are this, like, how are we getting that far with a uncooperative ass heifer? I'm trying to figure that out.
Yeah, I got them problems.
Well, I was gonna piggyback on what he was saying about daughters and stuff like that. I think dad's role is really more important than a woman's in their daughter and the raising. I'm a single father of a daughter, and I got her to where she's not having sex. She's not thinking about no men like that. She's thinking about her career goals and finding her husband in college. Marriage before carriage. It all starts right there. The home training starts with these young women when you get them when they're young. I've had my daughter since she's 1.5. Custody, full custody, and installed in her all the things that I think that she needs and the advice of how men move and how she needs to move to find a good man that wants to be with her and marry her in her future.
But what do you, so when you teach her, what do you teach her? Are you going to teach her to be a cooperative woman, a submissive woman? Are you going to teach her what benefits the man, like how to cook for a man, maintain a home? Like, are you teaching those things as well too? Because a lot of times what brothers will see as well too, is that the men will create monsters as well too, where they'll tell their daughters, hey man, be with the man who does what you want. Be with the man who's going to take care of you. Make sure you take care of yourself first, and then the man should take care of you as well. Like a lot of times, a lot of the women aren't being taught how to be wives, and are not taught how to treat a husband as well too. You know, they taught like, oh, look for men, but they're not taught on how to love a man.
Yeah, Well, she did have a stepmom that was teaching her that part, but she passed away. So it's just me and her now again. So she was teaching her the cooking part, the cleaning, and I teach her how to cook too. I'm a chef as well, so she kind of has picked up on things of like how to cook. She's got chores. She knows how to keep the house clean. She knows what her responsibilities are. She knows that she's supposed to be, a nurturer and a carer to the person, whoever she's going to be with and deal with in the future.
Okay. My brother CEO and Opulent Sinks, man, get in there, man. What y'all been hearing and what you got any take? And don't make me mad.
Nah, I just think it was a misunderstanding.
Don't make me mad.
I got this.
Peace, kings and queens. Can y'all hear me?
I got this.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. I had to lay the
okay.
foundation real quick so nobody makes me mad going forward. So I'm gonna let CEO go first, and then Six, you go right after him, family.
Can you reiterate real quick what the topic is so I keep like I hear we kind of ping pong and I kind of hear, but can you ground it for me? And I
So
can
the
hop in.
topic started out whether you being a woman that looks at being a housewife as a privilege or a job, and then we got to the brother. There's a brother came on here was telling men to stay away from women for 10 years, from 30 to 40, to benefit the women. But then when we asked him what the women's supposed to do, he said throw Hail Marys like they Dan Marino.
All right, go ahead.
So go ahead, CEO. So go ahead, my brother.
Yeah,
or you can address what you heard thus far. Thus far. You know what I'm saying? I had to put the thus far on it. You know what I'm saying?
I got
go ahead,
you.
my brother.
I don't think it's a problem for.
You called me a bully too. You know I wasn't bullying, man. Go ahead, CEO. Oh, go ahead, my
Hold on, I think I need to refresh because it's lagging on my end. Hold on.
And your internet about to make me mad now. Hey, go ahead, fam. Go ahead, Six.
All right, I'm gonna start work backwards from what I heard, and then we could work around. I'll try not to meander too much, but I heard someone say that a father's job is more important.
Hold on, Six. Hold on. I gotta get my. Hold on, everybody. Get your dictionaries real quick. So let me go get my dictionary. Hold on, let me get my dictionary up real fast, man. Let me get it up. Okay.
Yeah, no, I heard someone make reference to that, and I want to vehemently refute that. I don't believe a father's job is inherently more important than a woman's job. I believe in the duality of both parents. The children need both parents because both parents have a different set of superpowers and a different set of intangibles that they're supposed to impart on that child. And anytime a child is raised in a household where they're lacking one or more parents, then as adults, they have to go out and try to duplicate and find those intangibles that were not imparted on them by their mother or their father or whoever that absent parent was. So although I don't agree with that statement or sentiment, I would like to clarify that a father's job is just different. It doesn't mean better or more important or harder. It's just different. Just like the topic is to stand at home, wife a job. Well, it's anything could feel like a job that you don't really want to do. And there's things that we love to do. And if we don't feel like doing it at that time and it becomes arduous, it can feel like a job. But the job actually feels like a job. So I'm not here to discredit that because taking care of a house the right way, especially if there's children involved, we have to give it credence because you could be the man going out to work a 9 to 5 or your corporate job, and there's a lot of stress and a lot of responsibility that goes to that. But that woman that's at home that is taking care and overseeing your legacy, which is your children, that is also just as imperative that she does that correctly. So I believe that it could go both ways, and where we fuck up at, I don't know if I can curse, but where we get it wrong, where we get it twisted is discrediting one another. But any woman that has the privilege to be a housewife and doesn't have to deal with the hustle and bustle of a corporate job or climbing a ladder or raises or promotions or traffic commuting, and they have a loving house, then that is a privilege. And if she has a problem with that, then she probably did not want to be a wife in the first place. And a lot of times, especially with modern day women, they like to say, well, back in the days, especially in our community, that women didn't work. That is a fallacy. Women always worked in our community because especially pre-civil rights era, there wasn't a whole lot of access to jobs as men and women. So we were working together all the way from the cotton fields to the sharecropping to them being nannies and wet nurses. So that is a fallacy that women like to hold on to say, hey, a man should be providing lock, stock, and barrel. Now, the man that doesn't have a mindset to provide lock, stock, and barrel, and you want a man to do that, then I don't even know why you're even talking to him. But in this climate, it does you no justice to hold on to archaic values in this era, because the average guy cannot afford to take care of you, him, and 3 other children if you guys want to live abundantly. But a lot of people like to take pride in being like, yo, I don't have to pay for nothing. But y'all live a banal, basic, and boring lifestyle. Why would you want to make your husband go work to himself like a slave into the grave just so you can live a banal? You could have lived a banal lifestyle by yourself. Most women do not want to make a vital contribution to the success of their own relationship. They rather put all the onus on the man. And that's why even in those, a lot of times in those scenarios, they're living like bums. And I don't think, I don't adore that. And that has no lure to team up with someone and live like a bum. You could have lived basic on your own. But again, a lot of women don't want to make a vital contribution to the success of their own relationship. Then we have men, young men, that because of the climate, social media, and other means, there's a lot of money flowing. So the money is coming, but their mindset is messed up, right? So they participate in profligate behavior, and they're attracted to women that are meretricious. So these women want a relationship with your wallet, not a relationship with you. They want an all-inclusive pass to your bank account. Then you tether yourself to her and pair bond with her for life by putting a child up inside of her. Now she's running you dry and stressing you out. Now you can't even be a man of power, purpose, and possibility because she got your head all screwed up. So I think it all starts with just the mindset. How do you see a marriage? How do you see a household? Because if I'm like, yo, all right, I'll go to work. I got this. I make enough money to get this. Yes, I come home. I want to see the house clean, smelling good. I want to see you still keeping up with yourself, looking sexy. I want to know my kids can read, write, and know a different language than the one of their native tongue. Because if I have to go to work and do my job, then you have to also make a vital contribution. Don't just lean on me to work mine. And that's why when men don't live that long, because y'all are working us to the bone, and we're interchangeable. So I'm telling men and women, start with the mindset. Find out, all right, cool. We're going to hook up. We're going to start a life together. What is the modus operandi? How are we going to run this house? And if she is not on your accord as a man, then I suggest that you disembark from that relationship, because man don't supposed to follow a woman. Woman's supposed to follow a man. And I'll end with this and yield the floor. See, a king don't need a king to be a queen, but a queen need a king to be a queen. I yield. Go ahead.
Hey, Ali, I have. So to go back on what you were saying, then why did it saying is that fathers keep sons out of jail and daughters off of stripper poles then?
That's a great question. I'm going to tell you why. That don't mean that their job is more important. That's because a man is inherently rooted in discipline. And discipline helps keep children out of jail and women off of the stripper pole. But so does nurturing. And inherently, women are intrinsically better at that. So again, that duality exists. And for us to negate the other is asinine. We did not make this up. Now, here's the tricky part. Here's the part that fucks everybody up. The part that fucks everybody up is freedom, right? Freedom.
Yeah.
For example, you can take your iPhone and use it to prop the window up. That's not what it was made for, but you have the freedom to use it to prop the window up. You shouldn't be surprised if it crack and break, because that's not what it was made for, but you have the freedom to do so. So everybody is trying to operate outside of their purpose just because they had the freedom to do so. We did not make this up. Universal law existed long before you and will still be in order after you leave. It is absolute, irrefutable, immutable, and inerrant. Let me tell you something. You didn't invent east, west, north, south, hot, cold, boy, girl, short, tall, summer, spring, winter, fall. Everything has an opposite. Have you noticed that? That was preordained. That was here before you got here. Man doesn't invent anything. Man only discovers everything. Man didn't invent light. Light was already here. He discovered that. Man didn't invent Oil, it was here. We can only discover things. But again, freedom fucks us up. You have the freedom to design your life in any which way you want to. But when you operate outside of natural order, then you should be prepared and almost expect calamity, chaos, and confusion. I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, it does to a certain extent, but women are out here raising single family homes, and they got the most people in jail and the most out of control females. So
we addressed that. I'll slow down a little bit. We addressed that. I said because a man's job is to institute discipline and provision. And if the man is opposite, then a woman, she can try to be a disciplinary, but it won't hit the same.
Hold on real quick. I feel like there might be a disconnect. My brother Rodney, what are you trying to say? Because when he's saying something, what part of the conversation you trying to respond to so you can clarify, so he can respond to that part? Because I think you're trying to say something else. I think you hear what he's saying, but what is it that you asking?
Well, what I'm saying is I agree with a lot of what he's saying. Women have the right to choose to do whatever they want, but they're not choosing to be married. They're not choosing to have a 2-parent household. They're choosing to be single moms, and they're raising the most degenerate in society right now. But single fathers aren't. The only reason why I'm saying that fathers are a valid and more important is because they're the ones that are doing most of the work and keeping the daughters off of stripper poles and the sons out of jails. And those are single fathers.
Let me explain something to you because I don't. Go ahead.
Hold on. But Rodney, what is he saying that's making you respond? I may agree with you saying. What part of what he's saying is making you respond that way? Like, what part is he saying?
Well, just when he said that, I'm not saying that women's roles ain't important. I'm just saying a man's role is more important. That's all I'm saying.
Okay.
But what I'm trying to say, that kind of thinking right there will have a pernicious effect on your household if you ever intend to pair bond with a woman and become a successful patriarch of your lineage. Now, if you intend on raising your children alone and walking through life alone and just raising your, then that's a different story. But my job here is to extricate my brothers and sisters from any mindset that is full of fallacies and chimerical thinking that is an impediment to creating a household where you can coalesce in harmony and happy and healthy and fruitful. And if you go enter any household where you're thinking that your role is more important than hers, then you're already going to have a pernicious effect on that relationship, and you won't have a happy, healthy, fruitful household. Matter of fact, you won't even be a patriarch. You will be important to no one, because when them kids become older and go live their own life, they have their own family, their own kids. You're not important to them. You did it wrong. We need each other. So I'm not going to sit here and co-sign that a woman's role is insignificant. Both of our roles are significant. They're just different. And why don't, at this big age, that you don't respect differences? Now, I do agree with you. Single mothers.
Hold on, slow down. No, he has to have a point then. If their single mother households are struggling and a single father household is equivalent to a 2-parent household, how would her role be equivalent to the man's role, respectfully? And given that the product that comes from that's what he, okay, I hear what he's saying now. So the product that comes out of single mother household versus the actual single father household is two different products. If their roles are duly equal, why doesn't the mother produce the same thing that single father produces? That's what his point.
You're relegating failure to jailhouse and stripper poles. But a child wait, let me finish. Let me answer. You asked me a question, I will answer, and I'll be concise for the sake of brevity. You're relegating failure to jail and stripper poles. But failure is also being unable to communicate and go out into the world and be successful and raise your own family. Failure is also being emotionally inept and inerrant, where you can't connect with your own children and you're going to raise your children to be a failure. A woman, I'm going to stand on that, has an equally important role, but right now you're trying to use the big chunk of which you can actually access because it's being monitored, but no one goes and does a data and research and consensus on, hey, how did not having a mother affect your relationship? How did not having a mother affect your financial skills? That is not really tracked the way prison and stripper poles is tracked. So again, if you understand, let me just say this. I'm going to prove something to you using your own logic. Do you believe, and I'll keep it simple, that East is more important than West?
No.
Or North is more important than South?
No.
All right. Or hot is more important than cold? No duality is more important than the other duality, man. That's all I'm trying to tell you. It is necessary. But when you have the mindset where you minimize anybody's role, imagine going to a job and you don't even got to be the supervisor. You just got hired, but the person reminds you, hey, you know my job is better, more important than yours, right? That way of thinking will have a pernicious effect with the person that just got hired. That is not the way to create success, to create a hostile environment through comparison. It's not.
Okay.
Now, I do agree that these women are, because they don't have that. But again, I'm also saying that when the household is absent of women, little boys, my mother wasn't there for me. And I was all fucked up and did not even realize it until I was 27 years old. I didn't realize that I was bellicose, boorish, bombastic, and belligerent because I didn't have a mother. Or matter of fact, I'll keep it easy. I was what these kids call a fuck boy, and I was really good at it. But it hit me one day just out of the blue while I was at a gas station. You know what? I do these women wrong because I automatically assume they're going to do me wrong because the woman that should have did me right first didn't. So that had a pernicious effect on me. And that had a pernicious effect on my lineage for my first two children because they were born out of wedlock because I didn't have the right mindset because I didn't have that nurturing. So I am a testament and a tangible testament that it does have a pernicious effect. I'm not discrediting what you're saying. What I'm saying, don't give that. I'm going to let you talk right now. Don't give that kind of credence to it because if, big old if, you want to pair bond successfully with a woman and be a patriarch, sit on a throne in a house where everybody loves, adores you, and capitulates and cooperates, that kind of leadership language is pernicious.
Okay. Then
I get to
I got
respond.
about 3 people I know that are happily, successfully married that the women know that the man is more important in the house than they are. And how are they successfully married? And how is the house going along with him? And he makes all the decisions, but she's living like a queen. She gets everything she wants because she's feminine, she's submissive, and he makes all the rules and everything goes through him. And they're happy.
I have a little brother that believes it's okay to murder people. Wait, let me say this. I have a little brother that think it's okay to murder people because he's got away with 2 murders. Just because you can name somebody that is doing something that is counterproductive is not the metric system for all.
My brother Six.
Go ahead.
Brother. Hey, CEO, can you hear us?
He was freezing.
I lag out?
You good now? You good now? Yeah.
You never lagged out. Oh, you were lagged out for a little bit, but you was good.
He was freezing. He was doing the
Yeah. All right. Yeah.
Well, yeah, shout out to everybody, man. Yeah,
What's
yeah,
going
bro.
on,
Listen,
man?
yeah, what's going on, man? Listen, clearly, in every shape, form, fashion, ideology, civilization, the man is. I can't even believe we having this conversation or this discussion. The man is more important because the man is responsible. The man is the person who's supposed to kill, die, live, provide all these different things. So the person that is responsible and gets all of the blame if something is unsuccessful somehow now is not more important than the person that gets to blame the man.
Equal.
Well, I'm sorry. Equal. Well, either.
And fantastic. While you cooking too, I want to make sure clarify that it's not saying the woman isn't valued. We're talking about who has to be more valuable in the household.
Yeah, of course. The woman is of course is valuable. She serves a purpose because without the woman there would be no children. We're not saying that, but clearly we're saying. And then the job analogy was horrible. To say that when every job we know has a hierarchy and a structure, the way you have managers, you have supervisors, you have owners, you have workers. So for anybody that would think that you mopping the floors as important as the CEO of the business, that would be delusional and irrational.
No, it wouldn't.
Right?
And that let me know that you don't run a business. I have several businesses. That let me know you don't run a business. I have several businesses.
Brother, I didn't cut you off at all. I listened to everything you said. I didn't need to take no notes. I did not interrupt you at all, brother.
You're right.
So
you're right.
As I'm saying, right, again, and then making it anecdotal, which I understand people do that. Your experience, the same way you use for your brothers, not everybody's experience, and the numbers are the numbers. So it's just the stripper poles, the jail cells, and everything else, and doing dastardly things in the back alley. That is the measuring stick, because I don't think that's where any of us want to end up, right? So when you also look at it, there are measurements for, just like there are 2-parent households and college students, more college students, fathers the same way, right? So again, it's not equal, to where a two-parent household is equivalent. It's a little different, but there's a greater shift between a two-parent household and a single father household than a two-parent household and a single mother household. I can't believe we're arguing this when all the data's out here for it, right? So when the data's out here for it to support the worst of the worst situations being when there is no father around, which is the brother, that's the argument he was making. If the father being the only person in the equation is a net positive, okay, more likely than not, and the mother being a net negative in the situation, more likely than not, and we can see this with the attitude of the young men, right? The sassiness and all these things we keep talking about, the lack of manly understanding. Again, a man can bring a woman around is more likely to, hey, I got a sister, I have a this, I have a that, and they understand the importance of, I need my daughter to be around a woman to fulfill the feminine role I can't do. A woman, on the other hand, won't do that. And when she has a great father, if she feels a type of way, she will prevent the biological father from being involved with that child. That's something that most men, 99% of men won't do. Okay? He can hate, he cannot stand her, but that man will not, in the majority of times, prevent that woman out of his immaturity and childishness from being with that parent.
Can I respond respectfully?
Yes, sir. And then CEO go right after 6.
Okay. Well, first, I'm going to introduce common sense to this conversation. Your rebuttal was cavil and moot and was nugatory as far as adding any added value. Anytime you have to conflate a bunch of things that don't involve the actual topic, you're ungrounding it so that you can sway it in a way where your opinion actually is valid. So when you sway it in that way, it's valid. But I want to say this. I'm going to start off by saying this. I believe, and I'm going to ask you, but I'm going to tell you what I believe so you can understand the root of my words, because words matter. I believe that a man should run his household, and I believe that a woman should be cooperative and capitulate, and that every man should be a king of his throne, his wife, his children, his legacy, his word, his way. Wife, children, legacy, his word, his way. Do you also believe that? Because if you don't, then maybe that's why we're in a disconnect. So I'm asking you before I continue, do you also believe that?
Of course, sure.
All right. Are you married?
No.
Okay. So therefore, I am happily, healthy, fruitful. I'm grounded because it's not a stab at you. But if you believe in that, yet you're not living that lifestyle, either you're being disingenuous or you're suffering from a mild case of cognitive dissonance. Because there is no evidence your mindset will produce that type of household because you don't have one. But I do. So what are we arguing? My reality against your hypothetical? That's insane. And I won't participate in that. So I'll yield the floor.
All right, great. So, hey, I gotta respond to this.
Yeah, I know
you, brother. As this goes last time, your little man syndrome is kicking in because you have to come with the, the hyperbole and the attacks, brother. And see, you're a horrible listener because I didn't bring anything extra into it. I use your horrible analogies against you, every last one of them, starting off with the ridiculous.
And I use your reality against you,
brother. No, and I can tell you didn't have a father in your life either because you have no discipline. Oh my God. So as I said, right, I use your poor analogies against you. So you lied, and I address everything you said, even your horrible brother analogy about belief systems and whatever, right? So, brother, the fact of the matter that I am whooping your ass so bad in this debate and this discussion that you got to immediately go to the ad hominems and challenging my intelligence for the second time of our meeting and getting destroyed, brother. It don't matter if you're married. Okay, because you just told us you were a baby daddy first, so you weren't always doing it right, brother. You ended up getting to it. And
so you admit that I'm doing it right.
Hold on,
so you admit I'm doing it right. Okay, you just admitted I'm doing it right.
Show some decorum.
You get the response.
Show some decorum, brother, Mr. Thesaurus.
Decorum is the wrong word. Decorum is the wrong word.
Decorum is not the wrong word. So listen, brother. Okay, for again, dog. Your marriage is not guaranteed. Your marriage can end any day. And if you don't understand that, you are delusional. You are more of a prisoner, brother, okay, than I am. I have freedom. I do what I want. I still provide for my children, even though I'm not married. 2 of them grown, okay? They're good. They have a happy life. They have a way better childhood than I could have ever dreamed of. Never seen poverty, never been to jail, not going to jail. No, I'm not no granddaddy yet. You feel me? So again, brother, I am proof better than you without the marriage, because I didn't need to be married to have wonderful, successful children. All right. And one that's still on the way. Oh, and I'm divorced, by the way, for the second one, brother. So again, man, if you're gonna attack me, brother, you gotta come better than that, man. I told you, too little. In
Hey,
every
man,
way, form, or
you only
fashion,
sound smart to
don't
stupid
be the
people.
same way every time. Stop doing
You
it
only
to
sound smart to stupid people. Nobody
Yeah,
want you sound
and I
smart to
sound smart
stupid
to you
people.
first. I sound the smartest to you. I know.
My brother, I'm gonna commend you on raising some strong children.
Go ahead.
I'm gonna commend you on raising some strong children. But let me ground the situation in intellect for a second. You said you believe in marriage, that the woman cooperates and capitulates to the man and they create a happy and healthy, fruitful union. You said you believe in that. Yet, there is no evidence that your mindset and your way of thinking can produce that. And then you get mad at me for not wanting to use analogies, not wanting to use hyperboles or similes or metaphors or double entendres. I'm using real life to indict your way of thinking and say, hey, your way of thinking led you to divorce. Yet you believe in man and woman being married and having. I don't understand. And because I don't understand, I'm gonna yield the floor to you, because I believe that you lack the rudimentary comprehension skills it takes to keep up with this conversation and progress it. So I'll yield you the floor. But as a black man, I commend you. I'm not saying you can't raise capable children. That wasn't the foundation of my question. The first question I asked is, do you believe in marriage and the woman being cooperative? And you said yes. So then I said, okay, your mindset has you void of the very thing you believe in. Then you went to tell me how successful I am and how successful I ain't, which is asinine, because you have no idea of that, which lets me know, and everybody watching, you just say anything, use sound effects and all this bombastic language to feel like you're winning. I'm not trying to win. I'm trying to dispel the fallacies and the chimerical relationships people have with the mindset of a man and a woman so that they can pair bond and coalesce in harmony. You're trying to win an argument. I'm trying to win our people. Separately, we can't win. Separately, it's only when we coalesce. And if you use divisive language, we all lose. So you're trying to win an argument. I'm trying to save our people. We have 2 different purposes, my brother.
Okay, great. Okay, so again, brother, you keep assaulting, insulting, attacking.
If the truth is insulting, then that means you're a lover of lies.
Well, brother, okay, again, my intelligence and my ability to comprehend what you're saying, and again, that's why.
Well, it's evident you haven't comprehended. Now, I don't know if you want me to use like slang and shit like that, but I could. I'd rather not.
You don't. You finish interjecting. You finish interrupting.
Let him land. He let you land, brother.
So yeah. So again, man, listen. That's why I repeat what you said before I say what you said, to let you know that I listened and I comprehended, and I directly address it. Okay, so just because I believe in marriage, okay, doesn't mean I have to fucking participate in it. That don't mean I gotta participate in it. Okay, that's I believe in employment. I'm not employed right now. I don't have to be. I don't need to be. So am I in a fallacy and delusional and la because I don't have a job? No, I'm not. Hold on, brother. Sure, go ahead, man.
So the difference is, and I still commend you, I built my wealth from my brain. I'm a leader. You were in the armed services. You're a follower. You can get a VA loan and get all kind of shit to help you. You're a follower. The Army and armed services is full of followers. They get told what the fuck to do for years and years until they can retire with a check. What I built from my own astuteness, my own aplomness. We are not the same. I didn't have government help. So therefore, I don't expect you to understand the way I think. But I'm not gonna waste anything you got to say after this. I'm not gonna waste any more time on you because bees don't waste their time convincing flies that honey tastes better than shit. So go ahead.
Like I'm looking at shit right now. So listen to what I'm saying, brother. Listen, you can't insult me for doing a job and working a job, which you allegedly. And again, brother, you bring your success up every time. So I just beat you to the punch because I know you was gonna do it. Okay, allegedly, brother. Again, you're just this oh so successful self-made nigga, which we know don't exist. Okay, you have some help from somewhere, and the white man at some point in time, be it a business loan, be it fucking something, you're not self-made, nigga. You're not. It's a fucking fallacy.
Are you saying that people can't be self-made?
You have no motherfucker.
He let you land every time, Six. You got
all your lame shit you say and not say a word. And you gotta just say something, bro. Your Napoleon complex is kicking in. Calm down, brother. I understand. Right? Now, you can't job shame me, brother, for beating the system and using the system to my advantage. You're right. I got a VA loan. When did you get your first house, brother? Huh? I use it to my full advantage, right? And like you said, now I don't have to work a job. I don't. And you don't know how much money I have. You're limiting me to the job I used to have. You don't know what investments I have. You don't know anything other than what I used to do. And you seeing me on YouTube, brother. So you trying to put me in your little box, like your little body and your little mind is where you fucking up. Okay? Because I know way more about you than you know about me, because all you talk about is what you allegedly got. I ain't got to do that. Me, myself, nigga, just showing up. Self-evident, bro. I ain't got to brag and boast and whatever and claim some shit. Hey, only reason I bring up the military shit is because you and niggas like you try to use it against me. Oh, and as far as the follower thing goes, right? Some of the greatest followers you talked about, guess what they became? President of the United States. Ali, is the president of the United States a follower? Is the president of the United States a follower, or is he the most powerful fucking man on the planet? What you talking about? Again, weak niggas, weak mindsets, a lot of fucking wannabe boisterous bullshit that has a limited fucking scope of life, experience, and a false motherfucking identity of being that nigga when he just a little nigga.
All right, I'll make this brief. One.
And you lied. You said you were done. No. You said you
I'll make this brief.
Go ahead. I ain't gonna come on after this. You said you were done.
My God.
Not even a man of your words. I don't know how you gonna be a king and all this man shit, and you gotta say something. You say you ain't gonna say nothing else. I'm done.
I'll make this brief. Bragging about living in the slums ain't shit. You didn't need to go to the army to live in that raggedy ass shoebox you call a home. I'm gonna just start there. God. And I know you don't have any money because I'm around money. Money carries an energy. You avoided that. You still wearing a YN hairstyle and you damn near 50 years old. I've never seen you with a shirt on that was ironed. Money carries an energy that you're void of. So you can sit here with this bum back. People, man, you so far off. You're so far off. It's crazy. You can't even pretend to be affluent. Oh shit. Like you don't even have the demeanor of anyone that's halfway affluent. And it's embarrassing because I love black people. And I love you too. Like you're just ignorant. So because you depend, and you did beat the system, and I commend anybody that beat the system, but you stopped there. You in a town no one even desires to fucking live in a raggedy ass motherfucking house with runny pipes talking about you got money. People with money first secure proper living arrangements. So I know you don't have any money. Secondly, you couldn't go out and get a loan from a bank or anything because of how you present yourself. You have to dress how you want to be addressed. Like I said, you damn near 50 years old, still wearing a hairstyle of a young nigga. You're too infantile, immature, inept, and bombastic. So everything you said is empty and hollow. We can go dollar for dollar. We can go CPA for CPA. We can go acre for acre, and I'm in California, my nigga, where acres cost. I'm in California. I can buy your house by selling my bathroom. Oh shit. And again, I didn't get a business loan yet because I ain't need when I play the slow game. I want to own and run everything I do. I play the slow game. And you're right, I didn't come from nothing. I didn't have a father, but I made a lot out of myself. And I sit on my crown on my head and on my throne as a king. And I am married to a woman that's 5'5", built like a motherfucking waterfall, that got her own job and is cooperative. Nigga.
Anybody got a rebuttal? That's not six of Mr. Fantastic. They had a conversation. Go ahead, CEO. You ain't spoke yet, boy. I hope y'all got that off, boy. The AKA, boy.
Let's,
That's shooting like that, boy. God damn.
Yeah, will me back in, man. Cause what was the original topic? God damn.
Somebody got a little bit and somebody got a lot. That's the last thing I heard. And the opposite, the rebuttal was, nah, you got a little bit and I got a lot. But
I gotta chill. Why every time y'all on the panel together, y'all seem to bump heads? Like, what is this? I'm curious. Like, what sets you guys off?
I'm going to tell you because he has a great voice, but when you disseminate misinformation, it has a pernicious effect on our community. And I'm really about that life. You see, he wants to win an argument. Misinformation is dangerous, regardless of the color of the person who's spewing it. And then he doesn't want to ground. Watch this. Moving forward, he never wants to ground anything that he say to success. He'll rather ground it to hyperbole. He'll ground it to a metaphor, but nothing actual. If you say something, I want to see the result of what you're saying in your life. I want to know it works, because you're saying something, but we can't see the fruits that it work in your life. But when I go, wait, this is what I believe and this is what it got me, and you can see the fruits. He don't like that. But they have a word for people like him that give advice on things they have little success or knowledge about. He's an ultra crepidarian, but he also has a powerful voice because he's a great orator. It's just misinformation. And I will not allow it when I'm on his panel because I love us.
All right.
It's time for some super chats.
You on mute, Ollie?
Yeah, Ali, you muted all of us.
Hey, shout out to the 300 people. My bad. I don't even know how they did that. Sometimes StreamYard be acting up. Shout out to the 300 people in the building. Please like and subscribe. Please hit the share button at the bottom of the screen so we shout out to the YouTube universe. It helps the algorithm and it's absolutely free, y'all. If y'all supporting the show, please do that for me. My brother Boogie Reacts with the $5 super chat says, luckily, I'm not on the panel because Lucky would have to run out of luck making excuses for women. Oh man, Lucky, he right there too. Lucky, I'm snitching. That dude that made that post, he's right there with them glasses.
Thank you for the $5. We were all born to be untouchable.
And my brothers, boy, they was going back and forth, boy, trying to catch bodies out here, boy.
Tiana, Khadijah, Lenny Carvel, him, her, bodies.
Yeah, that's Black excellence at its finest.
Oh, well,
His media presence with the $5 super chat. Much love to you, my brother, for the heat, man. I truly appreciate it.
Thank you for the $5, homie. For real. You know what that means? It's our time to shine. Let's light it up.
Oh man, he come eat a man, boy. It's about to be get heated over here. And then my brother, 30K with the $5 super chat. You move like they do, dodging bullets like agents in the Matrix. My goodness, man. Much love to you, my brother, as well. And then one peer with the $5 super chat. Men are delusional as well, but just in a different way. One example is believing that woman will never going to change. Extremely delusional, man. That's actually a good point. Shout out to the woman who never changed and stay solid and loyal to their men. 30K with the $5 super chat. Purpose of derailing a conversation is to confuse everyone. Just to end with a let's agree to disagree and to recenter to the conversation to their logic. Much love to you, my brother 30K, who is the current sponsor of the show with I believe $20, but I guess it's about to be tied. My brother Mont said, Ali, you bullying people with the $2 super chat. No, Lucky set up an alley-oop. She know what she did, and that brother like lost himself. So I ain't do that to nobody else. That's the second time. I'm gonna tell y'all respectfully. I'm gonna start taking people's heads off. Like if I try to be respectful to you and I give grace 5 times, including Either Man. No, I'm joking, Either Man. You know I'm playing. I'm going straight at your head, yo. I'm not doing this playing around with stuff with people anymore. I'm trying my best to run a show and respect the people, the women and the men. And y'all know who I am too. Most of the people on the panel. If people go crazy, I'm about to go. We going crazy, man. Just like Fantastic and 6 just did. Mills with a $2 super chat. What's up, Ali, my brother, and Lucky, good looking, great. Much love to you, Mills. And then Tony Golden with the $2 super chat. Crunch time equals Hail Mary. That's crazy. That was crazy. And Lucky was co-signing. Zero Fallout with the $10 super chat. The stay-at-home wife myth needs to be dropped from the red pill space. Only royalty and rich men could have stay-at-home wives throughout history. Regular men only had from 1940s to the 1970s. Much love for you, my brother. Zero Fallout.
We just got $10, kinfolk. You know what that means, right? We back on our feet again. I ain't gonna hold you. Support be healing people.
And then Miss Peach with a 222 with the $10 super chat. Thanks for getting me through the rest of my shift. Would like to hear more versatile topics if possible. All love. Men and women ain't disagreeing. I'm gonna keep talking about that till my lungs collapse because relationships are getting worse. Baby making is getting worse, and families are getting worse. And then we get caught up in the politic and religious conversation or race conversation when men and women can't even get along. And it's getting entirely worse. So Ali's gonna beat that to the ground. And if sometimes you don't like watching it, just tune into another channel. But I love you. Tony Golden with the gifted membership. Much love to you, man. I truly appreciate it, y'all. We need 19 more memberships, y'all. We got our super chat goals. We need, let me see, 55 more in the Cash App. And then we need just 19 more memberships to reach our goals. Much love to you, my brother Tony Golden. And then the brother, the original CMC with the $2 super chat. Salute to Ali. Great show. I truly appreciate it, my brother. Just don't make me mad. And then my brother, the Murray, just supporting with the $10 Cash App, just supporting, staying in the clouds. Much love to you, my brother. I truly appreciate that. And then the one and only T.O. hit us with $20 as well, too, from the Cash App. Again, much love, my brother. And then, again, I'm asking y'all, 300 people watching, again, please like and subscribe. If anybody would like the simulcast, I have no problem with it. Y'all know we support y'all building and growing as well, too. So if you like the simulcast, you're more than welcome to hit that button to the top right corner. If you're not familiar with it, it's to the top right corner with the screen that you're looking at. It's a stream to your audience, if you would like to do that. And if someone is streaming, hey, make sure y'all donate to them. Make sure you support them. Make sure you gifting them memberships as well, too. So much love to y'all. My brother, CEO, I feel like you still ain't talk.
Wait, yeah. Before you go, you did ask a question. I wanted to get a chance to answer.
It's fantastic, man. Of course.
I'm asking. So yeah, so CEO, brother, again, I understand the art of debate and conversations, right? Things get better by people being challenged. If you, from an engineering standpoint, you learn this, right? So if you come up with a concept and you just say, "Oh, it's going to work," and no one ever challenges you to say, "Well, hey, man, the math isn't math, and this isn't working, this angle isn't right, or this metal isn't strong enough," so on and so forth, right? It's bound to fail. Iron sharpens iron. The colloquialism that a lot of people use. A lot of people that aren't used to a level of that mindset, and a person that claims to be extremely intelligent but lacks that, shows me their lack of intelligence and their lack of awareness and just their lack of a lot of things that people claim to be. I don't take any of this stuff personal, right? I never make it personal, but once it's made personal, oh, nobody can beat me at that. You feel me? So I keep the conversation about the conversation every single time. But as a man, if you want to get into some man shit, that's what I'm all about. You feel me? In any way, shape, form, or fashion. Everything I say, this ain't on a tough guy shit. I say here, I will say anywhere, right? Because I'm just talking about the conversation. Never taking it personal. I'm never bringing my anecdotal thing into it, and so on and so forth and whatnot, my life story and shit. Hey, man, it is what it is. But that's where I'm coming from. So I have no beef with any individual over a computer screen. I am simply countering a question or countering a concept or countering an ideology for the sake of furthering the conversation and balancing it out. Otherwise, it'd be an echo chamber, brother. So that's my piece.
My brother CEO.
Yeah, you said something that I agree with. Unfortunately, I have 3 baby moms, and they do.
Oh my God!
Yeah, they do be trying to keep me away from the kids, and then wonder why I get better results from the kids than they do. So, what you were saying earlier, with a woman would work hard to keep the kids, the father out the kids' lives, and we would never do that. No matter what they did to me, I would never feel like they shouldn't be around their kids, especially if they carried them for 9 months.
And respect, it's respectfully, it's innate. If when y'all were in elementary school, middle school, high school, and you saw a kid all out of control and all jacked up, nobody ever goes, "Hey man, I know they ain't got no mama." The first thing you'll say is, "I know they ain't got no daddy." It's your instinct. I say, yo, Lou, he acting crazy. I know he ain't got no daddy. You don't say they ain't got no mama. And not saying that they don't need their mama, but the man is very imperative in that child's life and ultimately the most valuable. We can't deny that. And women know it too. If they weren't the most valuable, then women wouldn't be complaining about men not being there either. They should be having autonomy over their own body, my choice, living their best life. And that kid should be super productive. You shouldn't go, my kid can't read because his daddy in his life. My kid poor because his daddy in his life. We struggling because there ain't no man in the life. It shows and demonstrates how valuable that man is in all of our lives. Go ahead, my brother Rush, and then my brother Eda Man. Actually, hold on. It was my brother, no, Rush, then Big Aaron, then Eda Man. Eda Man, you try to cut the line. You always trying to cut. Go ahead, my brother.
Yeah,
Rush,
I think being a housewife is like a privilege. Now, man, like a lot of these chicks, that's like playing that role right now. Like they're not being honest about the situation, and females should keep it a buck, and let people know that it's dope to be a housewife, man. Nah, I mean, it's your boy Rush tapping in. You heard? Talk to him.
Man, boy, you silly boy. Hey, let me ask you a question. Should you have to convince a woman to want to be a wife? It's all my life. All the brothers on the panel as well, too. Women were always trying to convince a man to get in the relationship, into the marriage. So what happens when you work so hard to get this thing that you don't value or respect? I don't understand it. My brother Big Aaron, can you answer that? And I'm sure you had the same experience. Most men would stay right out in the field. You have no worries. You can smash. And I know Sophisticated Jerk, I know you was outside too. You ain't gonna lie to nobody. Before you got married, I know you was in them streets bodying women, right?
I was a saint. No, I'm playing. I was in the streets.
Fantastic. Rodney, Big Aaron, CEO, all of y'all. A woman convinced you to be in a relationship with her. A woman convinced you to marry her, which means it was supposed to benefit you, but she knew it would benefit her as well too. What makes women, I'm gonna ask you, Big Aaron, fight so hard to get this very thing that they ultimately end up not respecting or cooperating in? And I'm not talking about the married brothers. They get cooperation from their women who are lovely women who love and is purposeful, and who Six was talking about. They get that type of woman. But what happens to these women that run after this goal, this achievement, and all of a sudden don't respect it or cooperate with it? My brother Big Aaron.
Yeah, I think it's a classic case of women want the wedding, but they don't want the marriage. See, when being married, you have a great deal of responsibility, not only to yourself now, but to your spouse, right? A lot of their life is predicated on what you do. And that kind of responsibility can not only be overwhelming, but eventually unattractive. And I don't think women go into it really fully understanding the kind of work and responsibility that's required of them to be married. And the same can be said for men, right? Like that's not a one-way requirement. But I think men are a little more prepared because society demands that we're more prepared to be responsible in a relationship, if by virtue of the fact that we're responsible for paying for the first date and providing the scintillating conversation for the entire date. Whereas the woman gets to lay back and enjoy the ride, and then the nature of that dichotomy continues to compound from there on in through marriage. But it takes a good woman, a decent woman, and a balanced woman to understand that in marriage, she's going to be responsible for her husband just as he is responsible for him. You get what I'm saying? Both ways, but in very different ways, right? Like my wife is my opposite, but that's what makes us complete. Where I'm weak, she's strong, right? And she covers my 6. Even though I'm the leader of this family, she support. My dad said, the man's the head, the woman is the neck. She supports and guides and turns that head in the direction it needs to go to be able to see what's coming to make decisions properly. Right? My woman provides, she provides excellent perspective. She sees things that I don't see. Right? She's aware of things that I'm not aware of. She has my 6. Right? When we walk into a room, she's analyzing the people, I'm analyzing the situation. You can't do both at the same time. You'll lose. That's why Germany lost the war. They're spread on 2 fronts. Spread too thin. But women, I think, just to answer your question in a nutshell, I don't think they're really prepared or even fully understand the responsibility that is to befall them once they become married. You're muted, Mr. Ali.
Either man, I'm gonna ask you something different. And I think the difference between what happened?
Go ahead. I wanted to comment on that, but if you want me,
go ahead. No, Either man, go ahead. No, Either man. No, I didn't know. I didn't realize you were.
Let me ask you the question. Make sure my perspective right first. Quick question. Do you think men are equipped? Can you hear me?
You asking Big Aaron, right? You going back?
No, Ali. You.
Okay.
Ali.
Go ahead.
So just quick, yes or no. Do you believe that majority of men are equipped to be husbands in relationships today? Yes or no? Yes, perfect. All right, look, can I make my statement then? I just wanted to make sure. I was trying to see what was the truth of what Fantastic was saying and what Mr. Six was saying outside of the insults, right? If I measure on discipline, Fantastic is 100% right. Like men are better disciplinary actions than women. But if we have majority of men today being actually raised by single mothers and they're equipped for relationships, that means that single mothers are equipping these men for relationships, right? So so I start looking this up. I said, hey, what's the benefit of having a mother versus a father? When I start doing my research, I know Fantastic might do better research than me. What I realize is people who typically have a mother are typically better at relationships and being able to actually be with the person a lot better, men-wise. And if you take a woman or if you take a man who don't have a woman, they typically worse at being in relationships. So if I measure how they function with other people versus how they actually discipline, it depends on what I'm measuring. But both of them have a benefit. That's why I think God gave us both.
Go ahead, Fantastic.
Yeah, so that's a correlation causation fallacy, brother. And then furthermore, like you said, being that we know there's been a steep decline in the marriage rates that coincides with the single mother rate, that actually is proof more so to counter your claim, right? So, well, again, I'm letting everybody say that and not saying that while I'm saying that. Let me get it out, right? So what I'm saying is this, right? Just because you have a mother, which we all have a mother, and we know for the most part, the women are going to end up with custody of the children. A man finding out and figuring out on his own, you can't accredit that to the mom. And that's what most of us have done. Most of us make it in spite of, not because of our parents, especially if there's a negative situation. Okay. Even though the single mother thing leads in, a lot of bad outcomes, most of the single mother things aren't completely, totally bad outcomes. It's 70% of the people that are in prison or 80% of the people that are in prison come from single mother households, not 80% of the people come from single mother households end up in prison. That's where people conflate and get confused, right? So overall, when you make the comparison of the better outcomes, and then we know higher earners means more the higher men earn, the more they get married, right? Higher earners come from either 2-parent households or single father households. All of the data coincides with the man being more capable and the discipline being the most important part of the situation, because an emotional ass man with no discipline that leads to a horrible husband. I think we would all agree with that in a consensus, right? A man that just feels a lot and has no discipline, has no order, has no direction, no structure, he's doomed to fail. So no, like I said, you first off, it was a correlation causation fallacy, and then furthermore, the other data lines up on the positive from the other side.
So I just want to make sure I understand this correctly. Fantastic. Have you looked in what's the benefit of having a mother over a father? Have you looked into that data?
Well, that's not a data thing outside of the outcomes. So hold on.
It is data. You the data guy. Listen, it is definitely data out there on that.
Let me finish. So outside of the outcomes, what data are you talking about? Because you're talking about mental health issues and so on and so forth. I promise you, the single mother is going to have more mental health issues. Hold on. Well, you said no, so you're challenging my data. So what I'm going to give you now is the data to show that I know what I'm talking about. So people that are on antidepressants and mental health issues, criminality, the worst things of life, the majority of them come from single mother households. That's the data, right? And the people that come from single mother households, if I had a bet money, I would say they have higher divorce rates than people that come from two parent households. Right? This is me taking a wild guess. I don't think there's no data on that. But if you did do that data, I promise you that's how it would align. So whatever other data,
I'm telling you,
let him finish. Hey, let him land. Hey, eat him in.
I'm landing.
Oh, now you land.
Whatever data I'm missing, educate me, brother. Edify me.
All right, so I looked into it. So first he admitted out his mouth he ain't looked into it because he said there's no data out there, right? He did admit to that. Then the second thing I did, I looked into it. I hear it on these panels all the time. They say, I understand these women. I was always around these women. And people don't understand when you're raised with a woman in the house, it helps you understand the emotions of women. When you actually remove a woman out of that house and you only have a masculine presence, that man do not understand the women. And then when he start looking at the data behind it, even Ali self-admitted that men are equipped to be in relationships today. And what we want to throw out all the time is that most of these men are raised by single mamas. Okay, so we all equipped and ready to go in a relationship. We had to learn that skill from somewhere else, right? Because if that's not the case, that means we can learn discipline from somewhere else. Like if we really start going down this rabbit hole, it's almost like they want to discredit women so much that they say they didn't teach us nothing. The men just figured it out. Matter of fact, I think the desire to get married comes from you being being raised by a woman. Even we said earlier, hey, you have this desire to do it. If your daddy was single, and your daddy was single, he ain't never got no woman, he ain't bring you around no women, you would desire as a man to live that single lifestyle too. You want to be like your daddy. So it's just funny that we just look at data on one side of it. If you really
great. So hold on. So I'm gonna say this then.
You said don't interrupt me, but I'm done.
I thought you were done.
Eat man, you literally was landing, Eat man.
No, I was done.
Hold on, fantastic.
Don't be so serious.
Yeah, he was a joke. I know he was done. Yeah. Eat man tried to be funny. He almost got one. So listen to what I'm saying, man. Eat man, brother, you just told me fake data. There is no data to justify. Men know more about women if they have mothers. Please, brother, show me that statistic. That's not measurable. You can't have data on something that's not measurable. Men understanding women is not a measurable statistic. What are we talking about? So now you claim and told me I didn't know the data. I didn't know the information. When I turned around and gave you the data, right? When I turned around and gave you some data to support what I'm saying, to prove that I'm not just and then the data you tell me I don't know about is a made up, immeasurable stat. Please, brother, tell me how you measure how well a boy or a man understands women, brother. Tell us the study used to figure that out, brother, to quantify it. Tell us the study.
You want 6 to chime in, Eat a man, or you responding?
I'm saying everybody get in. Me and Fantastic
no.
all the time.
No. You want to respond to what he said?
No, don't let nobody bail him out. Don't let nobody bail him out.
I go respond.
Ali, tell me how you want me to do this, Ali. I'm here for you.
Cook him, Eat a man.
I'm gonna just say this.
Allow me to interject.
Hold on, wait. Real quick, Sid, real quick. I'm gonna just.
Oh, hold on, CEO. Let
Real
him
quick.
cook. No, he said he about to cook. Hold on, he want that energy. He said he about to cook. Fantastic. Let him cook.
All right. So one thing we understand that helps relationships be successful is emotional connection, right? This idea that this idea that you don't need an emotional connection, like any married man to tell you that he have to be able to understand his wife, right? If they don't tell you that, they telling you how to fail at marriage, right? Right. So what I'm telling you is, when it says, so we look up the data, men that lacks the presence of a woman, they typically don't have the emotional connection is needed to sustain a long period of marriage. And then the crazy part about it is we'll act like, based on what he's saying, and there's data out there. He might not think it's real data, but it's data out there that says that these boys have a hard time actually connecting to women than others. But he's going to say that it wasn't good enough for him because that data is different. But go ahead.
Again, brother, I just asked for the source, brother, and you just doubled down with more gobbledygook.
I can give you sources. You want sources?
Well,
you don't never get sources. You know
either man, allow me to interject.
Always ask for sources.
Either man, allow me to interject.
Yes,
no, let me address him before you interject, brother. Is that cool? Is that fine? Just real quick. So again, either man, what I know for a fact is there is no way to collect data on emotional attachment. So an opinion or something, or like a survey of what the answer somebody give you, I mean, I guess, but there is no human way possible to measure the things that you are using as data. That's just the facts about it. So that's why I'm saying what you're saying is made up, fam. There's no numbers behind feelings, fam. There's no numbers behind feelings. But I'm done.
Let me say something, because when I first joined the podcast, and part of my opening thesis, I said that there is not a whole lot of data that shows the pernicious effect of not having a mother. And I stated, if we watch this live back, glad it's live, and recorded, that is disingenuous. It's just as disingenuous as saying black on black crime and providing data when there is no data for white on white crime, when we all know crime is due to proximity. So there is not a whole lot of data you could find on white crime, but we know it exists because they want to push the narrative of black on black crime. So I'm using that as an example as a placeholder for those who can't keep up. Now, I started off by saying there is no data on that. It's done intentionally so that these type of debates, my fellow interlocutor, Mr. Fantastic, can have a foundation to stand on, because if the data exists, then we would have to admit that both man and woman, although their duties, functions, and responsibilities are different, they're both equally important. But if you talk about, all right, the father's not being there is detrimental. It is detrimental, but why aren't the fathers there? And by definition, any woman that is not married is single. And you have full-grown men in their 40s and 50s still making baby mamas. So when are you going to indict them men, right? Because in order to be a baby mama, the father ain't there. That means the marriage had to fail, or you made her a baby mama. And again, now if you're young, you can always hide behind the veil of, oh, I was young, I didn't get it. But when you are a certain age and you still creating broken homes, then we have to kind of say, all right, well, if one thing is true, what is the crux of that truth? And then we have to address the crux, because just simply knowing that, oh, you're going to go to jail if your daddy ain't there, ain't good enough to cease and desist with the destruction. We have to find out the crux. Why ain't the daddy ain't there? And if we pull off the veil of ignorance, the father ain't there a lot of times because they lack the emotional intelligence it takes to pair bond with a relationship and make her and keep her a happy wife. So they rather make baby mamas.
Okay, great. So first and foremost, I'm not saying that you were directing at me, but I am vehemently against men being irresponsible with their penis and making babies that they don't intend to take care of. I call them notorious nutters, right? I have no excuses or no type of anything for a man, and I was just condemning that yesterday. Any man that has a oops baby at 40 is a loser, and I hope you get all of the worst things in life. Okay, there's no excuses for that. All right. So to address that. Secondly, again, this idea that the data is purposely not collected for the sake of conversations, and so the other side can't be had when I gave the reason for it. There's literally impossible to measure feelings. That's not my opinion. That's not what I think. That's not what I feel. That is a fact. Okay. Feelings cannot be measured. So being that feelings cannot be measured, the data can never exist. That's why it's not for the sake of loading one side for the argument. Okay. It is because the data just simply can't exist because feelings can't be measured. But go ahead, brother. My bad.
You're right. But again, either you're confused or you're conflating. Feelings can't be, you can't measure that. You're right. I don't have a rebuttal for that, but you're conflating or missing the point. What you can measure is people who create broken homes. And then you go back and say, hey, was your mama there? Was your mama there? And then that's how you collect the data. And that's what I'm talking about. That can be measured. And they failed to do that. So I just want to ground the conversation and kind of get you to see where I'm coming from, because we need both sides. And to not, the question would be for anybody, and this ain't at you, Mr. Fantastic. I would be remiss if I didn't tell you, just as a black man, I respect you. I really do. Like, it's hard not to. You got some charisma to you, and you got a powerful, strong voice. I just wanted to be correct because we're better together, not apart. We're better together, not apart. I'm not your enemy, and I don't participate in Shafrodia. Like, I don't have any joy in anybody's misery like that, but we have to get it right. So the question would be, why don't we have the data from the other side? Or why don't we want to introduce the data from why don't we want the data from the other side? And if you trace it back, it's because it was done intentionally and systematically to have a pernicious effect on our community. All I'm trying to desperately say is we need to come together, and probably it would be more sagacious if we avoid language that is divisive, whether it's a woman emasculating a man or a man belittling a woman. That's divisive. We cannot coalesce if we continue to do that. So I'm trying to offer some balance. I'm all for a formidable debate with because you are a formidable interlocutor, my man. I have no personal gripe against you. It's just when facts is facts. I don't like stupid shit, and I stand on business, and I can back up anything I say. And I like a person that can do that too, because iron sharpens iron. So we're on this. I believe you want to see us come together too. But where I stand is like a lot of things are misconstrued. And when somebody say, no, I swear it ain't, I go, okay, well, show me the proof that it worked in your own life. Because that's all we have to rely on at the point where I'm like, I think you're an ultra crepidarian. Somebody can say, well, I know I ain't. I can show you how it works. I believe this, and this is how I came. This is how my lifestyle is from my mindset. So if you say my mindset is like this, and I go, all right, well, show me your lifestyle, and your lifestyle don't match your mindset, either I shouldn't listen to your advice because you crazy, or you suffer from a mild case of cognitive dissonance. Because again, if you can poke holes at my story, I don't want to be right, Mr. Fantastic. I want to be correct. And a lot of people don't know the difference between right and correct. So I'll make it short and sweet. Once upon a time, slavery was right, but it was never correct. So when I enter any kind of discussion with a formidable interlocutor, I am going there. If you defeat me, I will properly and gleefully concede, because even when I lose, I win because you just made me correct. Now, when I go back out in the world, I can go be correct. I want to be correct. So when I challenge you and challenge you hard, it's not to indict you or like belittle you, really. It's to say, look, if I'm going to stand with you, because I stand with you any day, my brother, but if I'm going to stand with you, we have to be correct and monolithic in our messaging. And the only way we're going to be that, if I'm like, you give me something that can trump what I believe in and what I built, I will relinquish it and come be correct with you. Because only in correctness can we get this thing right. And that's all I want to say.
All right, great, brother. Pastor Opulent, brother. Appreciate you, brother. Great sermon. Now listen, same thing, man. Hey, bro, I have no real life smoke with you, dog. It's the art of the debate and whatever for me. Again, man, I just I'm a strong believer in reciprocity, brother. All right, as long as we keep it how it goes, I'm a great adapter to my environment. Okay, so again, I have no issues, problem, whatever. And again, you too, brother. Again, vocabulary words, I've learned a lot. My vocabulary definitely I have thanks to you, brother. I've looked up a lot of words that I thought I know the meaning to, and I didn't. So again, brother, you add something to it. But hey, you know how we do. We black. It goes right. So again, this is why I think we miss, and this is why I don't believe at all things should be monolithic, because monolithic is very problematic. Okay, that's horrible. No, you need to have counter arguments to sharpen the iron, right? You have to have counter arguments, right? You temper steel by hot and cold, hot and cold, hot and cold, right? You used a great analogy from that earlier, right? So the opposites is what actually makes the steel stronger. Now, moving forward, the data is there, okay? It's just not specifically saying, oh, the mothers, la, la, la. The data is there because we know the majority of households are single mother households. So if the majority of single mother households are there, right? And we know the fathers aren't there for the most part or whatever, right? That is the data. If the marriage situation that we have and women having this attitude of, oh, I don't need no man, I'm strong and independent, and all this rhetoric that we've heard for our lifetime, that didn't come from no dad. If she got a dad in the house, what one that grew up with a father, a strong father, a provider, a protector, would ever come out here and say that? No, the women that raise those children on themselves are the one that caused that thing. And furthermore, the horrible men that those women picked. A mother's first job is to give her child a good father. That's a mother's first job. If she can't do that and she picks an irresponsible person, she picks a weak person, she picks a deplorable person to continue his lineage and his bloodline, she's already started out wrong. So now, if she started out wrong, knowing she has a horrible choice of people to pick from, what is she going to instill in that child, be it a son or a daughter? So no, you can't come around and say, oh, well, if the mother wasn't there, well, we know in majority of the cases, the mother's always there. There are various situations of, I think single fathers might have 9% of households. So you're either in a 2-parent household or a single mother household for like 90+% of the situation is what I'm saying. So when you counterbalance those two, right, and you have the data from the statistics that already exist, there lies your answer.
Well, let me say this real quick. Because you misconstrued, you missed the plot. Because we are more powerful when we're monolithic. And what I was trying to convey, what I did convey, you just didn't understand. When we do this, I'm doing it to make sure I'm in correctness. Because if your thought life, your school of thought is correct and mine is incorrect, I abort mine and stand with you on yours. Only when our messaging collectively is monolithic, we become powerful. My brother, the finger is not as strong as the fist. And we can't be together with two different messaging. So we go at it to make sure that the messaging is correct. And I'm saying, can't speak for you, but I'm saying if ever your messaging is correct and mine is incorrect, I'm aborting mine to stand with you. So when we get out here, individually in the world and collectively, the same thing they hear come out of your mouth, my mouth, Ali mouth, Fatty mouth, it's all the same. Now we become powerful. But when we divide the data and divide the plan and the goal, then it's easy for us to be conquered. So that's what I mean by being monolithic in our messaging. Once we get it right, we're all saying the same thing. So they go, oh, well, this must be it, because everybody's saying it. Like if every man stood up and be like, look, we're no longer dealing with women. They're going to be perfidious and disruptive. Then they'd be like, look, no man is dealing with that. We all have to change. So that's what I mean by monolithic. But in addition to what you just said with the data, that it is true. But here's where we differ. I don't want to sit on anyone's panel and commiserate. Because if we're not going to address the crux of the problem, what are we talking about? We're just commiserating. So if you go, all right, these people end up in jail because they don't have no fathers, then we got to say, okay, why aren't the fathers there? And we have to address that. So again, I'm not saying that what you're saying is wrong. I'm saying if we don't get to the crux of why, then what are we doing? We're just commiserating. And that doesn't help anyone. That doesn't benefit anyone. And if you take the $350,000 Rolls Royce and take that $200 spark plug out, it won't drive. It's just as important.
Okay, so it's my turn. It's my turn.
Yeah, my bad, Ali.
And it's because you won't say a man is better than a woman. That's the problem. She thinks she's better than a man. So if the kid's sexualized, it's the woman's fault. If the kid's unstructured, it's the woman's fault. If the kid's disrespectful, it's the woman's fault. If the kid's volatile, it's the woman's fault. If the kid's superficial and vain, it's typically the woman's fault. If you give a woman a choice whether she'll be a wife or a 304 first, she's going to pick a 304. If you're going to ask a woman whether she'll have sex or become a wife first, she's going to pick sex. If you ask a woman whether she'll cook for a man first or be a wife, she's going to pick she wouldn't cook. She'll still be a 304 instead of a wife. If you ask if she'll be a wife or obey, she's going to disobey. She'll disobey. If you ask her whether she's going to have the kid first or become a wife, she's going to have a kid first. The only way a man is at fault, Six, is if he commits to this woman, whether he commits to her in a relationship or he marries her and she leaves and he leaves an uncooperative woman. But if she's not going to marry before she carries, and she's not going to listen to the man she has a kid with, whether he wants to be a father or told her I didn't want to be a father, is typically the woman's fault because she thinks she's better than a man. And that's why she picks a single mother home. And that's why she picks herself. That's why she picks her freedom. That's why she picks her self-identity. I won't take away from you or either man and say that a woman is essential because all these women are raising these kids. Most of the time, the kid's raised with his mother. But if that mother picks herself and she thinks she's better than the man, it typically is where the dysfunction comes from. But if she values the man and she say, I believe in a God and I believe in the Holy Trinity and I believe in order, it's going to be God, woman, man, and child. The problem I have with what you're doing and what either man is doing is you conflating us saying that the man has a much higher role and he possibly is superior to the woman with saying she's not valuable at all when she's critical to the equation, and we need women to flourish as well too. The only thing we're saying is that these women are picking themselves and they think they're better than men instead of acknowledging that the man is better and she needs to listen to the man. And if you're able to refute it, my brother, I'll congratulate you and get my hats off, put my hat off to you as well too. But this is why we have this problem.
She is better at different things. My brother, if you judge a fish by his ability to climb a tree, you would think he was an imbecile. Let me go. My brother, I'm about to. I like to ground everything I say in intellect and fact. If you judge a fish by his ability to climb a tree, he is an imbecile. A fish has a different job than a bird or a seal. Women have a different job from us. That is not for us to minimize it. And then you say if she's uncooperative, yeah, I agree with you on that. But the crux, let's go to the crux. The real question we should ask is, why are you populating the womb of an uncooperative woman? Why did you choose her to be the sayer over your legacy? So the crux is the way you chose. Why would you choose a woman in that? Why would you choose a woman that way? Why would you choose a woman like that to populate her womb and be in charge of your legacy?
If you're having an intentional conversation, most of these women are extremely cooperative in the beginning. They bait and switch. I did data 2 weeks ago about how most relationships are ending because typically women are cooperating until they don't cooperate. That's how women are finessing men. The biggest finesse is the woman in the relationship because men will lie for sex. But it don't end up in a relationship. He just lies for sex. He lies for that moment if he's going to lie for sex. Women will lie in relationships. She'll lie for 4 years. She'll lie for 5 years. She'll lie for 10 years and change her mind. So the flex that she's doing and believing that she's better than the guy, my brother, she tells the biggest lie because if she was willing to cooperate when she got with the man, then all of a sudden doesn't cooperate. Not only does she destroy her life, she destroys the man's life and she destroys the kid's life because now they're in a broken home where they're typically trying to figure out whether I should follow my mama or I should follow my daddy, because the first voice I heard before I even came into this world was my mama. She has a very important voice. And when she speaks, typically she sets the trend and the kids typically follow the mama way before they ever follow the father, my brother. That's why I'm saying. So if you have a great man in the house, and if you have a bad woman in the house, that kid is typically going to go on the coverage of that woman for a long time till that kid wakes up and go, you know what? It wasn't my daddy. It was my mama. She chose herself and she chose us over the father and she chose us over the mother. Because most men, I would hope, and I believe that if he nuts inside of a woman and she has this baby, but she's willing to cooperate and do what this man wants, he will take care of that woman. The problem is she wants that man now to be on her page and follow her plan. And then when she tries to control how the kid is raised as well too, the man says, hell with that. You can have your mama, y'all can have each other. I'm gonna go start me a whole new family, and that's what men do by nature. It's nothing you can do about it. The woman try to hoard the kid, keep the kid. They won't give that man primary custody. He has to go fight for the kid instead of woman going, you know what? You do better. You take the kid because I can't do as good as you. But what they'll do is shame a man if he takes his child, if he goes to court and tries to fight this woman for his kids, even though women will lie perpetually on the internet and go, why you ain't fight for that kid? Why you ain't take that woman to court? When they would shame them for not allowing that woman, that kid to be with that woman, my brother. So until women cooperate with the men that they let inside of them, until women cooperate with the men they let bust inside of them, until women stay cooperative with the men that put a ring on their finger, the onus is on the woman because she makes the family and she makes the relationship and she asks for it. All of us can stay out in the wilderness and bust nuts all day long and get and do whatever we want. And there's a selective, a man can get most of the women as well too. She decides if we have a family. She decides if this is an actual relationship, my brother.
I concur with a large part of it, especially the way you ended that, my brother. The way you ended that, I had something to say, but you took the lid out the dynamite before I could say it. But I'm gonna ask you a question because I concur. Again, I don't argue logic, but I want to know: do you feel that there is a way that a young man, or any man, but young, I say young because you have to be experienced in life and you kind of develop that heuristically. But do you feel that it is possible for a young man or men to develop discernment powerful enough to, again, discern the negative or pernicious traits in a woman before she pulls the old switcheroo? Or is it your testimony that it's just impossible to ever know? Or do you feel that there are times, and it is possible, that men overlook these signs due to their lust and they become ensnared by this woman because she's beautiful and she's able to wheedle her way into his bed, that he just didn't think about those things and his improvidence led him to the situation? Like, is that a world where these two things can coexist? Because again, I don't have a rebuttal for most of what you said. I've been on the side of, I had this conversation yesterday. Well, I was telling somebody but I said, because I'm fully developed, I said I created a lose-lose situation. Had I took my daughters, I would have been a horrible, why you take from her? But I understand I created a lose-lose, even though I was young. I was a father before I was a man, my teens. But I was like, I understand now, and through self-development, I was like, I created a broken home. So I understand my culpability in it, which is why I never duplicated that again, because I felt that pain of somebody else, another nigga waking up to my kids before I did, just because they can't be in the house with me. So I was like, I'm never gonna, this shit hurt me. I'm never doing this again. I gotta be married. I would never, this shit hurts. So, but again, my culpability was I created a broken home. So what I'm saying is there a case or a possibility that a man can develop that kind of discernment that can shield him from that at all? Or is it just a doomed scenario where, hey, you just either lucky or you ain't? And I'm just trying to see your point of view on that. We can't hear you. We can't hear you.
The ability to gauge women today is borderline damn near impossible now. You can try to look at what she likes. You can try to look at what she listens to. You can try to see if she has a father or doesn't have a father. You can see if she respects men, if she values herself. You can try to see if she has a high body count based on how she answers questions that you may trick her on and tell her that you fine with women having sex. But sometimes she may not be honest about that either. But a lot of women ain't going to tell you their body count. You can look at the friends she has. You can see what she likes. You can see what she desires. But the problem is most women will never tell you their red flags. And if we actually stand on G code, nobody would wife a woman who's not virtuous. Nobody would not wife a woman who's not chaste. Nobody would wife another woman who didn't cooperate with the last man she was with. And the problem is their body count is so high. They've had so many experiences with men. I would think that the last man she got to, the man typically cooperates with her. So if we got to these women that actually were performative on being wives and being orderly and righteous woman, then I could put the onus on man and he should be able to be pick right and he can have discernment. But the problem is, brother, just like there's another brother in online or in the internet, what we're saying is that there's women standing too close to the hoes. They may not talk like them sometimes. They might not look like they think like them. They may look like they don't dress like them. But when it comes crunch time, they have the same mindset. They have the same things that they're interested in. And a lot of them come back to acting the same way when it becomes a time to show who she is as a woman. You know how you know? There's things that I know that's happened to men a lot of times where women will say, hey, baby, I'll never do to you what these women did to you. I'll never trap you. I'll never not submit to you. I'll never leave you. I'll always love you. And there's a mass amount of women who trap men, who lie to men, who take advantage of men, who play victim to men, who change the narrative on men, and they leave their men and they're not loyal to men. So I would be with you, and I would agree with you that there's an ability to have a discernment. But now that even shame culture is gone, you can't thought shame, you can't fat shame, you can't LGBT shame. All the society endlessly shames men to be what women want instead of shaming women into what men want. So right now, the state of society is prioritizing women over men. And then when a woman feels like it, she can change her mind at any time, and all the society will support her, my brother. That's the show. I was reviewing the show earlier. If we leave our household, we'll be shamed and we'll be told that we broke our home. If a woman leaves her man, she did it for self-love and happiness. And God told her to do it too. And the therapist told her to do it as well too. And her mama will support her. Her cousins will support her. A village will support her, knowing damn well she wrong. But because her mama was a baby mama, because her cousins were baby mamas, because they failed, because they didn't become get their degrees, because they didn't become successful, they're going to take her right back in as well too, because she's going to be a failure just like them. Instead of fathers who will say, you need to go back and get that man. You need to go back and get your woman. You need to keep your family together. And it's different between old school women, opulent, because the women back then were saying, you need to slow your fast ass down. You need to we grew up with that. Sit your behind down, and you need to go get married. Where today's women say, take care of yourself. So it's very hard to have discernment when you have a society of women and telling women to do what's in their best interest, and you're telling brothers to still take care of women. It's very difficult to have discernment in today's society.
I agree. And you know I agree with you because you follow my content. So you know I stand with you on a lot of your messaging because it's important and it is accurate.
Take a can and put your finger, take the can and pass it around. Right?
Yeah, it is accurate.
You take a sip. Now take a can and put a whole bunch of fingers in that can.
Right. So I stand, but what if we remove the onus totally from men, that turns us into exactly. Let me land. You're right. It turns us into perpetual victims. So what I'm trying to do while we here is go, what role did we play? And how can we, because if we depend on them, like, hey, as long as y'all do everything right, everything will be all right. I mentor. I don't even teach my mentees to develop that mentality because it's like, if you put somebody else in the driver's seat of your life, then you're always at the mercy of other people to be right and act right in order for you to have a great life. But if you can find your culpability, see, when I go in any scenario, I don't give a fuck what y'all gonna do. Want to know why? Because I always know what I'm gonna do. I don't need to know what you're going to do. I know what I'm going to do. I know how to govern and manage myself. So I'm saying, hey, men, hey, fellas, a lot of shit what y'all saying is true, but maybe we need to figure out our culpability so we can manage ourselves and put our hands on the steering wheel instead of saying we just hapless and hopeless and we despondent and we just victims. We got to just know, because especially if you have multiple baby mamas, because if you have one baby mama that's guilty of the very thing that you just said and your next two baby mamas have the exact same ilk, that is a you thing.
So hold on. I agree with you that everything is a man's fault.
I didn't say that.
No. Let me just land. If the lights ain't paid, it's your fault. If there's no food on the table, it's your fault. If the woman is struggling, it's your fault. If the kid's struggling, it's your fault. If your family is in dysfunction, it's your fault, as long as the woman cooperates, as long as she listens. That people keep saying this to be sometimes disingenuous, and I'm gonna break it today, right? A woman is the reflection of her man. I only agree with that. And she's a reflection of her leader if the woman cooperates. If she don't cooperate, she is not the reflection of that man and that leader and that righteous brother. So everything is a man's fault, as long as that woman cooperates. And she's a reflection of that man as long as that woman cooperates. If she doesn't cooperate, Ain't nothing is that man's fault at all.
Hey, but though, Ali, keep it real. You know that there's a lot of milquetoast brothers out there that easily get ensnared by a woman because of the way she looked, even though he knew that she had a bad attitude and that she was gonna have a pernicious effect, but he was so sexually undisciplined, he did it anyway. We have to address. We know there's milquetoast.
Two different arguments, and I'm gonna tell you another thing, Six.
We call those suckers and simps.
Hold on. We ain't gonna call them suckers and simps yet. Hey,
yeah, let's just call them milquetoast.
Hey, I know your body counts stupid. I know you was in the streets. I know you was doing your thing back then. If a woman in society, a man's expectation is for a man to be monogamous and take care of his woman after he had that type of life, I don't want to hear that he vetted wrong. I don't want to hear he ain't see the red flags. I don't want to hear that you can't change a woman when women expect men to change every single day. Every single day. This dude, especially the best man who had all these women, he's supposed to instantly change once he gets with this woman. We don't go, oh, you should have saw the red flags. You should have vetted better. You should have never dealt with that man. So if two imperfect people come together and they choose to engage in a relationship or a marriage, they need to respect that. If two perfect people do that, they need to respect that. The person who becomes imperfect, the person who makes the mistake, the person who's not following or leading, they're to blame. So if hoes want to be, if we can say hoes can be turned into housewives, men who are supposedly hoes can be turned into husbands as well too. So if both those people come to an agreement, the person who falters is the person that's wrong. And I'll say this, Six, if you were a perfect righteous brother that was doing all the right things and you met a 304 that was a jump off, that was twerking on a stripper pole, but she came into the relationship, a divine woman, a great woman, she did everything you said, you're wrong for doing wrong by that woman who used to be wrong, who changed her life. So it's the person who actually wrongs in the relationship and the commitment that's wrong. Not the imperfect person or the perfect person. It's the person who broke the commitment and who broke the relationship that's wrong, my brother.
Yeah, you absolutely right. But and I don't have a rebuttal, so I ain't gonna say, but here's the thing. What is the nexus between women who don't cooperate and men having children with them? Because again, I'm here to be like, yo, let's get to the crux of it so we can fix it at the center of it. If your alternator is jacked up, why are we putting air in your tire and be like, hey, the car's still messed up? Let's fix the alternator. So I'm trying to find out what's the alternator. What is the nexus between women who don't cooperate? Or unless you're just saying, hey, man, look, women in these days are ambivalent, they're impetuous, and they just vacillate. So it's just a gamble. If that's what you're saying, I can't hear you.
The market used to be find a virgin. And she probably demonstrated cooperation because she was able to stay chaste. She worked on making sure she respected herself, which means she can respect the man. Now men find their wives having sex. The men who having an abundant sex, the men who get access to women, those are the men that's getting married. The other men they call incels. The other men they call suckers. The other men they call panders and sips. They don't want to be with those guys. They're after the men who get the most sex. So you find your wife having sex. You have your wife when you having access to women. The men who can't get access to women, they don't get wives. So because the market is this way, men have to mold and teach women how to be wives. Convince them to be wise if they can. But the woman, if she doesn't want to cooperate, if the woman, she doesn't want to follow your lead, if she doesn't want to be a divine woman, there's nothing you can do about it. So they
see, that's right. That's where we differ. You don't, and I can say this because I'm a married man. If you got to convince somebody to be a wife or a husband, they ain't the one for you. Because because you put a ring on it, don't mean you can stay in the garage all day, won't make you a car. You put a ring on a hoe and a wig on a pig and a coat on a goat, but it won't change the taste of the meat. So she got to come to you. Men marry behavior, already being a wife. Men marry behavior, not looks. Because when the novelty of a woman's looks wear off, all you have is her intangibles. Right. So I'm just saying men should be rooted in discipline and their discernment to help navigate and mitigate a lot of these issues. And again, I'm only putting the onus back on us because if I don't, that just turns us into perpetual victims. Like, yo, there's nothing we can do about it. And that is a very despondent message. And everything you said is true and accurate, but I don't want to be the bearer and pervade despondent messages.
You already said it though. You can't teach her how to be a wife. She has to want to be a wife. That's not my responsibility.
Pass her up, brother.
I'm not gonna. No. No one said that either. No one's saying that. But in today's market, most women, Six. You think most women marriageable, or you think most women unmarriageable today, brother?
I think from what I've seen and what I know, and I don't know if you know what else I do, I'm with women 99% of the time. They're it's saddening to me. I'll just say that I'm depressed because I'm and I'm
can you
happy.
answer-
I'm
can
like
you
I'm
answer-
glad I don't have to be out there because even me being who I am, I'm like every day I do what I do. I realize even me being who I am, this shit would still be tough because
So this is the last thing I'm gonna say because I want to make sure everybody else get in. Okay. That's what she no, that's not what she said. She shouldn't say that. The woman who wants to be a wife, my brother, she's gonna be a wife. You're not going to get access to her unless you want to be committed to her, unless you want to be a husband. Until women want to choose to be wives again, they control the market. Most of the women who are leading majority of the market. And you say most women are unmarriageable. Most of the wives already married, Six. They already taken because they wanted to be a wife. Ain't nothing sitting on the shelf that didn't want to be bought. Ain't no oat milk want to be bought. Eggs want to be bought. It wants to be bought. It wants to be off the shelf. Want to be wives? They already married. They already.
I'm gonna borrow that analogy. That's I concur. I can see. Go ahead.
Who y'all come on in now? Jump on in. We just had to have that little dialogue. That's my brother Six. I love my brother Six.
Love you too, bro.
What's up, guys?
Peace, King.
You got that delay again, Boogie.
No, I think I'm good.
Nah, I don't think you good.
I'm good. I can hear you right.
You know what? I got you. We gonna set you right. We gonna set you just right. That's what we gonna do. We gonna set you right, my brother. You got the flow, my brother.
No, you want to eat something?
All right.
You want to snack?
Check the message, Ali.
Okay, you want me to check the message? Oh, not for me.
Not for you?
No. Okay. There's some things, for some reason, it's not affecting me like everybody else. I don't know why.
All right. I was just gonna say that Mr. Six was lying when he said that men shouldn't have a higher level when it comes to the man and woman or mother and father, because we have the statistics to show when the mother raises the kids and the statistics when the father raises the kids. So clearly the father is a better parent than the mother. And we have decades of statistics to show what is happening when mothers decide to be the mother and the father when it comes to raising kids. So I just wanted to say that Mr. Six should know better with the statistics that fathers are better parents at raising kids overall. So that means the father or the man should be on a higher level than the woman in a relationship. We're not saying women are not important. We are saying men are more important because the part they play in a kid's life when the kid is growing up, it really determines if the kid is going to be something to society, if the kid is going to go to jail, if the kid is also going to create more single moms. So the father is definitely more important than the mom when it comes to raising a kid overall, not just the first 10 years of the kid. The first 10 years, I could give it to the mom. After that, if there's no father, it's all gone.
So anybody has a rebuttal before Six? Hold on, Six. Hold on. Does anybody got a rebuttal that the fathers make the better parents and raise the better kids? Does anybody got any rebuttal other than Six?
Unmute yourself, 6.
All right, go ahead. Dang, six. You gonna be out here by yourself? Like, whoo, go ahead, 6. Because he said, remember, he said the women are still valuable. You on mute. You gotta take yourself on mute, off mute, 6. Hold on. I think you good now.
Can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, people like to change the goalposts because it's easy to change the narrative. I'm the first one that when I came on this panel was already running. I said that men are responsible for the discipline, which is what leads to these stripper poles in jail. So you're trying to discredit it and hit me with a litany of non sequiturs. But let's go ahead and ground this conversation in fact. Women, I keep saying and reiterate, I don't understand if you guys lack the rudimentary comprehension skills it takes to keep up with this conversation or if you're just playing foolish. Women have a different duty, function, and responsibility. And to discredit it because you think it's nugatory, it's asinine. Because again, a lot of
nobody discredit.
Well, so you just when you say wait, well, let me tell you, when you use language like it's not as important, ours is more important. That is a discredit. Language, words matter, and they have a pernicious effect. And I keep reiterating, I'm consistent in my messaging, no matter who says it. That has a pernicious effect. Women have a different duty, function, and responsibility. Again, when I entered this conversation, I'm the one that brought up that men duty, one of their main functions is to institute discipline. And it's the lack of that discipline that would send them to the stripper pole or the jailhouse. That's just using y'all language. But
and that's more important. That's what we're
hold on real
saying.
quick.
That's what
You
I'm
hold
saying.
on. A6. Who's stronger, you or your woman? And if no, not that yet. If there was a fight, who would be more valuable in the fight, you or your woman?
Physically, me.
If there was a race, who would be more valuable in the race, you and your woman?
Physically, me.
Yeah,
but again, your point is cavil, Ali. You know better than that. Again, if you judge, wait, let me land. If you judge a fish by its ability to climb a tree, the fish is an imbecile. Go ahead. Go ahead.
And I want to let you land. If you had a room full of kids you were gonna raise, it's all your kids, 10 kids. You and your woman split them up. You raising 5 of them, and she's raising 5 of them. Honest to heart, God to God truth. Who's gonna raise the kids better, you or your woman?
I'm gonna believe I'm gonna raise them better, but just because the way I view myself in total. Shit, my phone died.
Well, he said his phone died. Well,
yeah,
his phone died.
He would
He's saying the same thing, but
the same. He would have
dancing around it.
Nobody takes away the value of women. Are extremely valuable in relationships. Women are extremely valuable to children, but we know that when the men are not available, when the men are not there, it drastically impacts that kid's life. It's not even debatable what it does to a kid. My brother, Big Aaron, you haven't spoke yet, my brother. What's your take on the subject, my brother?
Yeah, I mean,
my other phone died. I had to hop on another phone real quick.
Oh, that man's other phone died. That's crazy.
I had to hop. I keep a few phones on me because I got a few businesses.
But I thought you stopped hustling.
Not well. It's a different hustle. It's a corporate hustle. Let me tell you something. Business is war without bullets. It's the same intensity if you want to be successful. But anyway, I digress. I have a different set of intangibles. When you said the fight thing, short story, there was a situation that I got into many, many moons ago, because I don't even carry that kind of aggression anymore. But I got into a situation, and my wife was there. And she intervened from my peripheral on this guy. And in my head, I was like, what the fuck is she doing? I'm getting ready to knock this person out. Because I see her come be physical with him while I'm already up on him. And she's like, no, hell no, fuck that. And I was like, what the fuck is, because what do you don't ever overjump me. And this is before she was my wife. This is how she became my wife. Do you know that motherfucker pulled out his gun and I didn't see it because I was so enraged?
The cuss
word. Woman, wait, let me tell you something.
It messes up the algorithm on the live. It'll turn.
Oh, my bad. This dude pulled out a weapon that I didn't see due to my rage. And I was about to do something to him. I probably would have lost my life because I surely was about to do something to him. I just need to get close enough to see where I was going to do it at and how quick I was. I just wanted to measure him up before I did it. So I distracted him with my words. But I hadn't even seen that this man pulled out a firearm and my wife had grabbed his arm. And that's what caught my eye on her peripheral. Like, why don't interject when I'm about to do my big one? But when I seen that, I was like, oh, SHIT. So I had to digress because I didn't have a firearm on me, and I know he didn't really want to do it because, again, I was a different person. I was going to put him in a bad place. But the fact that she was able to see that, intervene, and put her life at risk, attest to the power, divine feminine power, when a woman is in her divine femininity. It exists. It is real. It is an actual asset to a man. And I personally don't recommend anyone who wants to have a happy, healthy, fruitful marriage where he's the patriarch, right? I want you to be important to a slew of people, not just your friends, but your family, right? When you're sitting on the throne. And the king with no castle ain't a king at all. You just a joker in these streets. So if you want a happy, healthy, fruitful marriage, it is not conducive to go into this marriage with this type of language, because again, it has a pernicious effect. No one wants to hear my job is more important. No one wants to hear that. No one wants to hear it. It's just different. Both of them is important. It's just different. Both of them is important. It's just different.
So why does
It's
she
just
get to
different.
say, so why do a lot of women keep saying that being a mother is the hardest job then?
They're guilty of doing the same. I don't like when they say it either.
They say it, right? They say it.
Right, and I go in on them too. I ain't gonna lie. I would cite some of the same statistics Mr. Fantastic cited when they pull that, because I don't want either side to think imagine your left hand thinking the right hand is more important, or your leg being like my arm is more important.
Hold on. Let's say that they say it. They say that being the woman is the hardest job. If you take those same kids, your kids, put them with Six, put them with Big Aaron, put them with Fantastic, who's going to get the better result? Who's going to hush without you even having to say nothing, anything? Who's going to get the kids to clean up their room? Who's going to get kids to do their homework? Who's going to get kids on demand? Mac, you ain't even got, not just looking. Like my father, if he had to raise his voice, man, it was game time. Like I could hear my father's whisper when he said our names. Like we heard him. Like if he raised his voice, it was over. If we had to do our homework, if we had to make our bed, if we had to clean, everything he said, it had to be on demand. Where if my father wasn't there, and I love my mama to death, greatest mother ever walking on earth, I could put her against any mama. We would give her a hard time sometimes because that was my mama. She loving, she nurturing, she wants y'all to do some of the things you want to do, but we'd give her hard times. My father is a whole different story. So all I'm saying, even when it comes to parenting, the man will still get different results. The man is asking the woman, like the Bible says, everybody like using the Bible, to help the man. So when he's not there, you get to go. This is what she does. The impact of saying, I'm about to call your daddy is more powerful than the mother having the discipline. If it don't make me call your father. Do I have to call
the mother doesn't know how to discipline in a way that isn't pernicious, and the father does because it's inherent. No one even really has to teach you that. It's kind of inherent. It's intrinsic. And the same thing that a woman brings to the table, that nurturing is intrinsic. I don't know how long I've been on this live, but I have a 4-year-old. She just turned 4 2 months ago. Y'all ain't heard her act crazy. Matter of fact, when my other phone died, she came down and said, Dad, are you finished? I said, almost, because I am the disciplinary and I've taught her respect, but my wife taught me finesse. My wife taught me that softness so that I don't ruin her and make her think that a man's supposed to be hard on her or hard with her just to get her to capitulate. So my wife, being a woman, still is helping me. What happened? My wife.
No, somebody made a joke. Somebody made against me and Lucky, not you. But
no, it's all good, Joe. I like, even if it was me, jokes is jokes. But I agree with a lot of what everybody said. Mr. Fantastic, go ahead. His hand been up for a long time. Go ahead, bro.
That right there. Oh, a Fantastic go. I'm gonna say one more thing though. Even the men love their kids more. Fathers, when I see fathers with their children and playing with their kids and the way they with their kids, the man even love these kids more than today's women love their kids. Love them enough to make sure they do the right thing. Love them enough to correct them. Love them enough to put them in the right place. These fathers love spending time with their kids. All over the internet, women cussing out their kids, saying they stressed out by their kids. They overwhelmed with their kids. They exhausted with their kids. They need break from their kids. Fathers love being around their kids too. So in any way you go, I'm still seeing fathers just asking for assistance and to be respected and valued, where the sisters don't want to still give. Most sisters, not the good sisters, give the man the credit and give the respect and value. But I'm going to give it back to Fantastic. But even then, I see fathers even being more, men are even the romancers. Go ahead, Mr. Fantastic.
Yeah, man. Listen, brother, shout out to you for being a father, man, being a great father. And I think what we do any situation, even married or not, I think we as men are extremely benevolent and we want to give women more credit than they maybe do, right? I don't think, especially saying you was a father before you got married, right? That your wife had to teach you the more softer
Finesse.
side of it. Yeah, the finesse, as you say, right? I was not taught by my children's mother or my ex-wife how to be, have daddy time. I've hugged my kids, I kiss my kids, all those things. Like Ali saying, I agree that what we have that side to us. It's just that it's not as much as the woman, would have. That's her role. So I believe that for sure with the dad, there's a balance of discipline and love, but more so on the discipline. The dearth comes though, if you have a dad and it's just him, he can be loving and he can be the disciplinarian, right? A woman has an issue with that because that's beyond her nature when it comes to the disciplinarian, and she does not pose the physical threat, right? And the child knows that, right? So this is why, and I'm with you, right? The more important, I'll give you that. I'll concede. How about more impactful? How about that? Because you're right. The woman is essential. The man is essential. All right.
No, actually, what you just said made me about to say that you was right. I think you're right. The way you just articulated, no, because he conceded was my mind before you conceded. I was gonna say you right. You're right. I understand what y'all trying to say.
Right, but
it's like saying a car can go with flat tires, but it can't go without gas. Men are like gas.
Six, can you hear me? Six, we hogging the ball. We got to pass the ball.
Go ahead.
Women haven't even spoke yet, and other brothers got to speak, my brother. We got we got to pass the ball just a little bit. Hey, Lucky and Chris, y'all got anything to say? And then we're gonna come right back around to Big Aaron Rodney, all the way back to my brother Russian Boogie. We gotta stall him out.
You know what? Honestly, this panel has been refreshing. I've heard a lot of really good things from everyone who's spoken so far. I don't actually have anything to say in regard to it, Ali, because I'm out my cave. So speaking in the general sense, I don't actually have anything to say. Not at the moment, unless you ask me a question that I can answer for you.
How about you, DoorDash? She's telling you whatever you eat, and you
definitely Uber Eats. DoorDash has certain taxes that Trump didn't take care of yet.
What you eating? Beef ribs?
No.
Oh, what you eating?
Y'all don't think I'm bougie?
Sushi.
I ordered Fleming's.
Steak.
So good. I really wanted it. Yeah.
Crazy. How about
I
you?
don't have anything. I just enjoy listening to men. You said what?
I said y'all order Fleming's to go. Go. I hear you.
Yeah, because it can't sit in there. But Buggy, he had smoke for me earlier. He
sure
said
did
I
have
was doing
smoke.
something.
I did.
Oh, don't be cute. What's up with the smoke?
Because I heard you lying to a leader, average women.
Oh, yeah. Go ahead, touch. That's why she's smiling. She got somebody got. Hey, Boogie, your picture look like your internet's supposed to be better than that.
Yeah, because I think Lucky just messed it up, but yeah, it is what it is.
Okay, say it one more time, brother.
Thanks.
I heard Lucky lied to you earlier, talking about that average women want average men when we know it's a lie. They want average men when they cannot get above average men. When they can't access the guys they want after a couple of kids, after 3 kids by 5 different men, and people always laugh when I say that 3 kids by 5 different men, Boogie, your math is off. And I tell them my math is not off. Sometimes they don't know who the baby daddy is because they fuck 3 guys in the same day, so they can't really tell. But eventually, when they can't get the above average guy, that's when they come back to the average guy. Because I mean, what are they going to do? They need a stepfather, and usually the average guys are the nice guys. Oh shit! That's it, Lucky. That's all I had to say. That's the smoke I had for you.
Oh, okay. So it was just off the fact that most men are not the woman's first choice.
Average guy, if you want to call it first choice, sure, but They don't want the
So,
average guy.
so how are we measuring that she doesn't want the average guy? Is it because
Okay.
she's passing them
Okay,
up
come on.
and not sleeping with them, or what are we saying? Because you're not her first choice. Because I'm sure most women are not the man's first choice. So how are we determining whether she wants to or not if she's actually giving you access?
Yeah, but as men, we agree that I may settle with a 6, but I want a 10. You know what I mean?
So
As
you
men, we
settled.
agree it's a fact of life. But women claim everybody settles at some point. But we
No,
agree
I
that we settle.
disagree.
Women claim they don't settle until eventually they do settle when they can't get what they want. That's the difference. As a man, if you told me, do I want Rihanna or Beyonce right now? I would say probably. But am I going to get
Because
her?
you're
I'm probably going to
delusional,
settle for.
right? Right.
But
So,
women are
but
more
that,
delusional. Is the
are
point?
you delayed?
Yeah, he's a little delayed.
Okay, because I can't argue like I can with you in Fantastic on time. You got to catch. So look, what I'm trying to say is I don't disagree about the first choice, but if we're saying women don't want average men when most of our experiences with average men, that's not true. Now we can say, what do we prefer? Do we look higher? Or just like you said, I may want a woman that's a 10, but I'll settle for a 6. I'm gonna tell you you're delusional to think you can get a 10, because what in your life told you can get a 10 in the first place? If nothing told you qualify for that, then you coming back down to reality is not settling. That's just you being in reality. That's not settling. Settling means that everything in your lane doesn't want you. So you're knocking down things that are non-negotiables to just say, I'll just accept the bitch that just do this. That's settling. But to come to reality, that's why I'm trying to change the word. It's not settling. That's you living in reality. You were once delusional. Now you were lost. Now you're found. That's all I'm saying. So it's not that women don't like average men, because I'm sure most everybody on these panels are average. And you guys speak like a woman is a privilege for her, for y'all to be loyal to just her. So that means y'all have a plethora of other average women. So that just kills your point to say we don't want average men when they're getting pregnant by average men. There's a show about women dating niggas in jail who's below average. So women are taking whatever they can to validate themselves. Now, if you say in a world like y'all bring up Kevin Samuels, would you want to, if you give me a level of preference and I'm going to say an idealistic thing that I would prefer. But in reality, it's based on where I'm at. So that's not settling. So I'm going to think.
You agree with him, though. And I will go to Big Aaron. You actually agree.
No, he agrees with me.
No. Hey, Chris, let me ask you a question.
You did.
And I'm going right. I just want you to eat straight question.
Okay.
If a woman had two choices, the
Mhm.
man who she sleep with first, there's this man that she's crazy about, and he'll sleep with her, but he won't marry her, versus a guy that will marry her, but he's average. Who will that woman in her lifetime sleep with first?
One more time, because you broke up on my end.
The first guy she's crazy about, he'll sleep with her, but he's not going to marry her.
I see.
The second guy will marry her, but he's average. Who will the women in her lifetime have sex with first?
And we're speaking in general, so
Yes, 'cause
general.
you're out that cave. You're
I'm
taking
out of
it
the
out
cave.
Yes.
I'm out of the cave.
Who
So
in her lifetime will she sleep with first?
in her lifetime, from experience, not my personal, but from what I've seen, they would probably go with the one that they have the fever for versus the
Yes.
one that would marry.
Yes. Go ahead, my brother, Big Aaron. Would anybody
Unfortunately.
would anybody disagree with that? Just a disagreement or not? Do you feel like does anybody disagree with that? Who should have sex with first? Anybody disagree with that?
Well, who was said to be the first person?
Oh, the man who she crazy about that's never gonna marry her.
And that's who she shouldn't have sex with first, or should?
No. So what we saying, Mr. Fantastic, who would a woman have sex with first in her lifetime? The guy she's crazy about is telling her, I'll never be with
the
you.
guy she's most attracted to, clearly,
Or
without
the
a doubt.
average guy who said, I will marry you. And I'll do anything for you. She gonna have sex with us.
No, she has to experience the guy she wants first. So a woman's always going to deal with the guy she wants first. And then after she's done with that and she see that it's not fruitful or it's not beneficial overall, then eventually she will change to the guy that's willing to wait and, be second, third, 10th, umpteenth place on her sexual totem pole.
Right. Go ahead, my brother, Big Aaron.
Yeah, and that's why I think the word settle is the appropriate vernacular in this case. Settling simply means accepting something that is available but isn't what you initially wanted. I think the word that we want to use when we're talking about having to go down from where we qualify is compromise. When we make compromises, we're now stripping things away from what we already qualify for. But to move from where you want to where you qualify for is simply settling. It's settling, the word settled, to rest, to stop, to accept pretty much what is available despite the fact it's not what you want.
I don't even think women really settle like that.
Go ahead, expound, my brother Boogie.
I don't think women settle because even when a woman is in a relationship, she has tons of messages, tons of men hitting on her, right? So I think women, when they get in a relationship, let's say for some reason they can't get the men they want, because I can guarantee you, if a woman settles for me right now because she failed to get the Tom Brady's of this world, and tomorrow Tom Brady wants her, but I married her today, I can guarantee you she's going to divorce me. So it's not like they really settle. They just get tired of looking and trying and trying. Because at the time you're doing exactly what you can do half, maybe 60% of what she wants. But I can guarantee you, if the man she really wanted comes around tomorrow, she's gonna leave you. So it's not like they're settling; they're just taking a break, a little break. But if
Shit
what
like
they
that,
want really
shit
comes
like
around,
that,
they're
shit
gonna
like
go.
that, shit like that, shit like that.
Hey, boy, that boy cooking. Yes, sir. Go ahead, Six.
No, I agree with the young woman, because if you don't qualify, that's like saying, yeah, I'm settling for a Honda. I'm not getting a Rolls. You didn't qualify for a Rolls Royce. Well, you can't say you settled for a Honda. You didn't qualify. You don't have the money or finances for a Rolls Royce. So you can only settle if you actually, like she said. I concur with what she said. What he's saying is kind of circuitous, and he's saying the same thing over and over again, but it doesn't change the definition and doesn't make it right. You have to qualify
Now,
for
old
things
boy got the
first.
point, man. Yo, if a dude's dealing with a broad and the broad still got like a list of dudes that's trying to holler at her, and she looks and she finds that other dude attractive, she gonna drop that sucker and go holler at him. Attractive too. I mean,
Did that happen to you?
Oh my God.
Y'all just be throwing out shit, no, because she gonna do this. Is that fear mongering? Has it happened to you?
free. I ain't never gonna happen to me, man.
Okay, so
Bro,
you
these
speaking,
boys.
you advocating for what man? You ever got left for another nigga? Is that what you telling us?
I'm simply saying that Boogie got a point. He know what time it is.
But yeah, you
Boogie,
gave a
yo,
scenario.
no
You
big
said
Boogie
if I
sucker
do
free.
this
'Cause,
will
yo,
happen.
he
So
gay.
is that
He knows
from
what time it is.
experience? Or are you
Like if he's
preaching what
dealing with
women
a chick
do?
that's settling, right? And she still got a
Yeah,
thing
that's
for
the
like
scenario. I'm asking
a
you,
Tom
has that
Brady
happened
type.
to you?
She gonna
Has
drop
that happened to you
Boogie
though?
to go
Because
holler
when
at
we
Tom
tell
Brady,
another
man.
woman, no,
Hold
I'm
on,
not
hold
feeling
on.
you.
Book,
steroids,
hey, Book,
man.
hey,
Word
hey,
is
Rush,
born.
hey, Rush. Can you ask? She asked you a question. Can you answer a question?
Thank you, Ali.
Has that ever happened to you, Rush?
Nah, I'm sucker free, man. Staying sucker free is my campaign, you heard?
So Ali, I just want to say sometimes what happens is the same way when women come in and say, yeah, if you do that to that man, he'll still leave you. So what's the point? You know, women say, what's the point of losing weight if a man gonna cheat anyway? That's what that sounds like. If a man gives a solution, we have another man saying, no, because if you do that, this will happen. Stay sucker free. And then you just said broad. So we kind of just see what your viewpoint is of women in general. So we're not talking
No,
about
but do
broad.
you,
We're talking
y'all
about
disagree?
that. So
Do you and
it's like
Chris
if you've
disagree?
never experienced that, where are you getting that from?
No, but he don't have to experience it. I ain't got to be an astronaut to experience the stars or see the
But
stars.
I don't throw out scenarios that I've never heard of, experience, or nothing. I don't just throw out stuff just to have an opposed view from a solution.
Do you talk about what a pretty girl's perspective versus an ugly girl's perspective? Do you know the difference?
Maybe.
Yeah, man. See, that's what
What's
I'm
the
talking
ugly?
about.
Wait, what's the ugly girl? Well, let me help. What's the ugly girl?
Do you know about it? Do you know about it?
Over? I've been rejected, looked over. Yeah.
Now you being sarcastic. All I'm
I'm
saying is
being
that what I'm
truthful.
saying is that women who have pretty privilege know when a woman doesn't have pretty privilege, and they'll call her a different type of privilege that she had. Oh, she ain't got no privilege. But if a pretty woman just broke down on the street, it's about 10, 20 cars breaking down, stopping to try to help this woman fix a tire. If there's an unattractive woman on the street, typically, and I've seen it plenty of times, zoom. Hey, brothers, am I wrong?
No, they're pretty privilege exists, but I still stand with her because it worked both ways. If a woman is shooting for a certain type of man that's, impecunious and, participate in profligate behavior, but she can't get him, and she ends up with a guy that's working a 9 to 5, I don't know, at In and Out, she didn't settle either. That you didn't settle. You didn't qualify. She didn't settle either.
No. She said he can't speak. He's speaking on something that may be his experience, or he can't speak on something that isn't his experience. Everybody can see who the man is, and even though you don't have that man's experience, you're watching his experience. You don't have the totality of the experience of the man that's him, but you see how him is treated.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. You don't have to experience something firsthand to have some type of knowledge. But I think what she was trying to say is what is your rebuttal centered around? Because
I'll rebuttal this way. If all the men on the panel don't get a 10, they're gonna treat their 5 like a 10. They're not even thinking about the 10 no more. If your expectation and standard was Rihanna, and you really try to get a Rihanna, let me finish. And you get I'm just being funny now, so don't quote me. A Whoopi Goldberg, you gonna treat that Whoopi Goldberg. A man's gonna treat his Whoopi. Hold on now. A man's gonna treat his Whoopi like a Rihanna. If a woman's expectation and standard was Leonardo DiCaprio, she gonna give hell to what's my man that got the what's my man name?
Forrest Whitaker.
Thank you. That's crazy that you knew that too. That's messed up. She gonna give Forrest Whitaker hell. She settled. She gonna disrespect Forrest Whitaker. She ain't gonna be giving Forrest Whitaker sex. She not cooperating. She giving him a hard time. But if Leonardo DiCaprio is looking her way, she gonna cooperate with that man and listen to that man. Initially,
let me say something. In man or woman, and I can't force you to understand this. You just have to know to know.
I say Whoopi.
The relationship is different when you're a woman's first choice. The relationship is different, the texture, when you're a man's first choice. If you're not a man's first choice and you settle, you're going to get a different version of him than the version if he got the woman that he actually wanted. And it goes both ways. And again, if you don't understand, and I say a lot about you, but when you're a woman's first choice, the texture of the relationship is different, and some men can't even fathom that because they don't know how it feels to have a woman be in the club and you call like, "Hey, come right now," and they come running. They don't know what it feels like. So they can't even fathom that, and I can't help you fathom that. But I'm just telling you, when you are someone's man or woman first choice, the texture of the relationship there's a stark difference than when she or he feels like they settled. And women deal with that too, from men that they may have pursued, and he was let me give her a chance, but it ain't gonna be like the woman that didn't have to pursue him. You're gonna be begging for things that she never had to ask for, and vice versa. So I just want to go on record saying that being a man's or a woman's first choice changes the texture of the relationship.
Yes,
from the conception of it.
Yes, but Lucky, when we made the main point of contention, and Lucky moved the goalpost, is that women prefer above average men over average men. And what Boogie was saying, that when they can't get the above average men, they'll deal with the average guy. And I'm not saying they won't be women like the average guy, but they settling for this average guy because they want the above average guy. And hold on, and Fantastic, I don't know why he ain't put t-shirts out yet. He deemed them 49ers. There's women who are fours who think they're nines. They get even worse. There was a show 4 years ago on I think 2-3 years ago, we were telling men to date more unattractive women to get more cooperation with women. So now we're telling men to just be with twos because the 3 isn't cooperating now. The 4 ain't cooperating. Now we're supposed to go all the way down to a 1 and 2 to get cooperation. But what happens when the ones think they 10s too?
Yeah, you ain't getting it from there either.
It's crazy, man. Where we at? The market is set for men based on what women are doing, and we still telling men, "Hey, work hard, and if you got to date down, just date down to get cooperation." So, in order to get cooperation, a man got to deal with an unattractive.
Ali, you are hilarious.
For real, it's the truth. Hey, Mr. Fantastic, am I capping?
Okay, so y'all don't think the one thinks she a 10 because of y'all?
You said who? Huh? No, don't do that.
I don't want to.
I hate when Lucky.
Okay.
She thinks she's a 10 because women tell her that she's a 10.
Hey, Rodney.
No, that's not true, Rodney.
Yes, it is. I see it all the time.
What was the question?
Over here with me,
all
Rodney.
on TikTok, Facebook. These girls are these god awful beast
Y'all
women.
cannot think this.
Hey,
They be
so
like,
this the
girl,
question,
you
Six.
you look better than what you think
If
you
a
do.
ug- if
You're
a
better
ugly
than
dude-
that. You a 10. Come
a
on,
ugly
even on the
Okay,
Pop of the
okay,
Balloon
okay.
shows, they got
We
girls
do
on there
lie
saying that
too.
they
Okay,
10.
we do
If
lie
an
too.
ugly dude gets sex from an attractive woman, he know he's still ugly, but he lucked up with getting an attractive woman, right? That dude know
Because he got
ugly.
money.
But if
he-
an
he
ugly
get that money.
girl
No,
sleep with
hold on, Lucky,
Ali,
hold on, Lucky, hold on.
Fantastic Six, Boogie, Rush, if she sleep with all of them, she swears she can get men just like the attractive woman that y'all slept with. So it's not a conflation. We think differently.
it's a
so
com-
the
A6.
okay, y'all got it. I'm wrong. Y'all got it.
A6.
And I'm a
Yeah,
woman telling you that, and you're telling
I
me
know
I'm wrong.
that's okay, and I'm because women be capping, so that's okay. I still love
Okay,
you.
so
though.
then who do you listen to? Just men, other men that have issues with women.
Wait, I'm
listen
trying to
them.
under what was the question?
So let me land. Hey, Lucky, in 2026, a smart man watches what a woman does. He does not listen to a woman, Lucky. Honestly,
And
we
in
watch what you do.
2026, then we should understand women
Unless-
do not change, just the times. So they do not change, just the times and the circumstances. So if we understand
They don't
women,
change?
you're trying. See, this is the difference. Y'all can't acknowledge what I'm saying because I'm a woman, so we just know that's a woman. But most of y'all subscribe to me, so I don't know why. But
What's
y'all
the- what's the
y'all
question?
Can't list, wait, but the thing is saying that
I'm about to
that
tell
an
you.
ugly woman is proven that it's just a woman because we hype her up. Yes, we do, but the level of sexual access she can get from men is what validates us. So what I'm telling you,
That's
even
true.
it don't matter how much we hype her up, if no man takes her to beyond anything, that confidence is gonna
That's
go
true.
down. It's just like telling your kid his whole life, you're pretty, you're pretty. Then when they get in the world and everybody else telling them they're ugly, it doesn't matter that they only have a face a mother can love because it's based on the validation they're not getting. So there is the woman that's the sneaky link, the back door. It don't matter if she still, when they argue with other women, guess what they say? I can still take your man. It's not about whether or not he can marry her. It's the access he would give her. So also to Rodney's point, that's true, but that goes hand in hand. If Ali sleeps with a duck, she's going to think she's just as fine as the attractive woman that you slept with because to her, we got him in the same types of ways. Y'all saying no because I guess y'all got it. Y'all
No. I agree. I agree.
Hold on, six. Hold on. Hey, Big Aaron ain't spoke. Hold on. Let Big Aaron. And I'm gonna tell y'all this. I just thought about something that'd be a genius idea to stream y'all need to do. If I could click a button where the light flashes on who could go next, wouldn't that be real, y'all? Like where you can click a button and the person who, wouldn't that be fire, yo? Yeah. That's like I told y'all I was a genius. You know what I'm saying? But that'd be cool with it. Like the person who. Like
stop talking. Put pen to paper, get the patent, get your paycheck. Stop talking. We know what you're talking about. Just get it cracking before somebody else.
Still my idea, Mr. Fantastic. Go ahead, Big Aaron.
So, Lucky, I will agree with you 100%. The issue is, it's a false sense of validation that you're getting. It's a validation that's not going to be fruitful for you in the end. It's a validation that's very nebulous, meaningless, and it's airy. Right. So it's a misinterpretation or a miscalculation of one's own real wealth when it comes to getting what it is that you want, which I'm assuming in this conversation is relationship. Now, if all you want is a shot, then fine. You're the metric system that you use to validate yourself, you are right in the money. But if you want something more meaningful, something more productive, you're right. Unfortunately, it's the wrong calibrated measurement system to use when you want to assess how good you are at getting what it is that you want.
Thank you, Aaron, because I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just saying now we're at a time, right, to move it forward where women are confused because they think sexual access mean that men like them. So now that we're all in the same, and y'all know Lucky's not delusional. I'm agreeing with y'all, but I'm adding more to the point that
hold on.
There is a reason for the delusion because I have a cousin who got all his sex out from a young age with ugly girls at the school, all his sex out. And so when he wanted to date attractive women, it was, you know what I'm saying? Like, and I don't know, his dad taught him that. I think that's wrong, but he said, get your practice with the ugly.
But
I don't know. The fat girl was the one that he was told to go for. I don't know why men teach it, but I'm just saying that trust me, women definitely feel the need, even when you have them say pretty privilege on these panels. I don't hear y'all correct these women that us women don't feel are pretty. Y'all don't be like, hey, girl, calm down. Y'all don't say none of that. Y'all lie.
We'll get canceled. We'll get canceled.
Hold on.
We'll get canceled.
Alexa, turn on everything.
Yeah. So shout out to Lucky again. Lucky is speaking from a place she don't know because Lucky's not the ugly girl. Lucky's not the fat girl. Lucky's
Exactly.
not the whatever. So Lucky is campaigning for these
Bony girl,
women.
though,
Hold
fantastic.
on, love. I'll let you get your
You're
shit
right.
off.
You're right.
All right. Now, the thing is this. Lucky, you done flew on a plane before, right? All right, they ever gave you like the little wings, right? You know what I'm saying? You on American Airlines, they give the American Airline wings and they just pass it out randomly sometimes, right? They do it to the kids, right? The kids. When they give your kid the motherfucking wings, okay, like he a pilot, that don't make him a pilot. The kid believes that. Now, an adult, hey, if a stewardess or a pilot gave me a pair of wings, you know, like, hey man, I appreciate you, brother. There's no way, shape, and form in my mind I'm gonna believe that I'm a pilot now.
You'd be requesting requesting taxi runway right because you got
these are grown women. We have to stop giving grown women excuses for ignoring exactly who and what they are. Okay. If I only call you between the hours of 12 and 5 a.m., you have to be out before the trash man comes. Baby, you know your role. Okay. That's not access. That's not access at all. You're an option. So the woman, that's why she's the side. That's why she's hidden. That's why she never goes out with you in public. She's lying to herself to try and overcome whatever shame or whatever, embarrassment or whatever she have for her place being because of her lack of attractiveness. Okay. That man is not responsible for that. Okay. And y'all say this all the time. Them niggas don't care about you anyway. They just want to have sex. Y'all been saying that, Lucky, since we was kids, right? Niggas just want to F-U-C-K, right? So if you know this, it's just counterintuitive, and it goes against what women have been saying for the longest, that every dude just wants to have sex. So if any dude wants to, and you niggas will fuck anything. So if you want to have sex and you have sex with anything, I can't believe you when you say, "Oh, I'm validated by you putting your penis inside of my vagina."
Yeah,
Can I say something real quick? Because both of y'all are right. Both of y'all are right. I think, Mr. Fantastic, you discounting the fact that women they subscribe to an ostensible reality. They have a non-exclusive relationship reality. They're able to convince themselves of things that are not true. So you're right, but she's right too, because women will convince themselves like, hey, no, I'm smashing all the same men she's smashing. I'm beautiful. They are able to you're right, but they are able to convince themselves otherwise because they have a non-exclusive relationship with reality, right? Their viewpoint on romance is more chimerical than it is reality. So what you're saying is right, and they don't know how to separate sexual attention from marital intention, which is what my other brother was saying. But because they suffer from that type of cognitive dissonance, some of them will successfully convince themselves, not other people, not the homegirl they're arguing with, but they're successfully convinced themselves that that is actually true. And the self-reality is the only reality that matters, because that's the reality that we all operate from. But go ahead, I digress.
In other words, when men have post-nut clarity, they have post-sex confusion. So everything you said might be right, but goes out the window once they have sex with you. Once that cortisol's been released, they get in the la-la land, whereas we come back to reality. It's the inverse of one another. That's why we're opposite.
Just real quick before we let go.
Sorry, fans. Go ahead.
Buggy anyway. Go ahead, Buggy. I'll go after
I was going to say, Lucky is right that if ugly women, have sex with men, they will think they deserve that kind of man, right? But the difference from men is that if a man has sex with ugly women, he doesn't think that that's going to qualify him for the more beautiful women. Eventually, a man realizes to get that beautiful women, you need the cash money. That's the difference. For men, sex doesn't tell us that we can afford the beautiful women. We always know the reason most men go for the ugly women because they don't require much. We know the beautiful women require the money and the spending. So that's the difference between men and women when it comes to sex.
What about the man that doesn't need money and he just gets beautiful women?
So
every man pays in some way.
So I'm about to say what you're saying. I'm about to address what Lucky says. Beautiful women, I'm gonna go all the way through this. Beautiful women don't have to have sex. to get what they want from men at all. Beautiful women don't have to do anything at all, but she'll weaponize it against men. Ugly women, they gotta have sex. They gotta perform acts of service to get men. Second, men who have to pay, men who have to pay to have sex with you, have to buy love. You know you're not attracted to them. They know you're not attracted to them as well too. They have to pay to play. They don't have to do anything but show up. The attractive men don't have to do anything but show up to the encore, to the end of the club, to pull the women that been dancing with the men all night, the women all night, and buying them drinks all night. All he got to do is pull up at the end of the club and be like, you, let's go. We already know we're not gonna lie for women. It's like women ain't gonna really lie to men unless they enable them and trying to validate them as well too. Ugly women know they ugly, and attractive women know they attractive. The ugly men know who ugly, and attractive men know who attractive. All of us get in our lane. Let's not play dumb, and we're not gonna play dumb for women in 2026. The attractive women right now are getting cash apps. They're getting flown out. They get whatever they want, and they're not even having sex with the men. The ugly women, they can't use their looks because they can't use their attractiveness. They'll use everything else to get access to these men, but they know they have to use this to get access to the man. So let's stop playing around and beating around the bush, even though there's people beating around the bush.
Thank you, Crimson Cure. I see you. Thank you, because they respect you. Maybe if you said it, they would agree.
Like, stop doing lucky. Don't make me pray. Man, hold on. You know I gotta pray. Hold on.
You're a victim.
I am.
Yeah.
Hey, just cleaning up my words. I use cortisol when I meant to say oxytocin.
I understood what you meant.
Oh my God, she's a feminism. Okay, whatever. Jesus, I was born 1991. Sorry.
Well, no, I just want to. My bad. Yeah. So again, this is the thing, man. You can't. This is the same argument to where if you just blame the men all the time, the women are never held accountable, and the women are never going to change, or they have a reason to. If a woman not living in the real world is an excuse, hell, I can be a giraffe today. Okay, I'm a billionaire tomorrow. You know what I'm saying? I'm a giraffe.
You close to that giraffe shit already.
I'm a dragon. I'm a dragon motherfucking on Saturday. You feel me? So that's what I'm saying. Women always have this out, right? And listen, I understand it that it's the way that women are to a thing. Women lie to themselves all the time. But the thing is, though, as men, we have to push back and be like, Shawty, you know what it was. Come on, you know that. You know, you was a wham bam. Thank you, ma'am. It is what it is. We not together. Hey, this is your role. And unfortunately, like I say, if you're unattractive, a lot of the times that's going to be the thing until, like I say, tax time. You know, this is where ugly baby mamas shine every year. You know what I'm saying? You finna see a lot of baby daddies holding hands and in the line with the kids, and you know,
baby
all
daddies
kinds
holding hands with each other.
Huh?
You said baby daddies holding hands with each other?
Why would they? That's impossible. You can't be two baby daddies. What the fuck is going? What are you talking about? There ain't no brother activity going
I
around
thought
here.
y'all doing like the Golden Girls, but the Bell version.
No, ma'am. No, baby daddies holding hands with their undesirable hidden baby mamas. Okay, and as men, we've seen this.
Oh, that's a good one.
We've seen this. Okay.
You finna start seeing men that don't claim they don't claim the ugly one.
Yeah, we seen it.
No. I'm saying it right back. The ugly girl doesn't even get taken out in public.
Yeah.
She come outside at night. All she is, she's at nighttime. Like she don't men don't even take her
trash
out in public.
She who you
really?
Yes. Lucky.
If you only get calls between 2
Lucky, this real life.
In the morning, you know that's your lane. Hey, Lucky, you said women know their lane. They need to stay in their lane.
Yeah, she know it.
Staying in the 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock in the morning lane.
And Lucky, and she don't even press the issue because she understands that's what it is.
Understand what's going on?
Yeah, she know what it is.
So you don't know no men that have ugly wives and they go out with their wives.
Yeah, of course, obviously, yes.
That's a minority. You gonna do the minority?
Hold on. Y'all gotta ask her define ugly, because a man will love a 5 or a 6, but a lot of women think 5s and 6s are ugly.
That's another thing. That's a great point. Hold on, hey, you know what? Hey, no, why so serious? That's a great point. So, Lucky, at what number does ugly start for a woman? To a woman?
4.
A 4, right? So no, we on the same scale then. So we got the same scale. So five or better is average. Okay. So Lucky, I'm this is a true story. I'll never forget this. Dude, I met in the Navy a long time ago. I hadn't seen him for years. He got stationed down here. We're at like one of the little bounce house places or whatever, so on and so forth. And you know, I'm like, hey, what's going on, bro? I ain't seen you in a minute, whatever. And Buddy was like trying to be fast, right? He was like, you know, real short with the thing. He was trying to get up out of there, whatever, whatnot, what have you. And I didn't understand what it was, but hey, I'm getting out of the way. Hey, the brother in the rush, he here with his kids, he got whatever. He's real short. I wasn't trying to belabor it, so on and so forth. Then guess what, Lucky? Guess who walked around the corner? I looked at him. I looked at her. I looked back at him. I saw despair in his eyes. Lucky. Oh shit! Oh shit! And he was like, I was like, all right,
who walked around the corner?
I'm a booger wolf. A booger wolf, as we say down here, Aaron. A booger
farm
wolf.
animal. Okay, all right.
Booger wolf, brother.
It's time for some super chats.
A shout out to the. Hey, I dropped the link. No, I didn't. My bad, yo. That's when I act like I sent the message, but I didn't. Poppy, I dropped the link. Much love to the 435 people in the building, y'all. Please like and subscribe. Please hit the share button at the bottom of the screen. It helps with the algorithm and it helps us get farther in the YouTube universe, man. Please help us out. My sister Mimi, another person who gaslighted me, hit me with 99 cents. Boy, I thought that was $100. Much love to you, though. Like 50 Cent says, every cent counts. If y'all know what I'm talking about. My brother Too Cool with the $5 super chat. If 6 was about that life, why didn't you join the army? Man, we got to join the army to be about that life now.
Thank you for the $5. We were all born to be untouchable.
Ah, man. My brother Carl Anderson gifted us with 5 memberships, y'all. We need 14 more memberships, y'all, to reach our goals, and only $65 more in the Cash App to reach all our goals for the show. Much love to y'all, my brother, Carl Anderson, for gifting us 5 memberships. Y'all, we got 570 memberships now, yo. That's 570 memberships, almost to 600 memberships, man. Much love to everybody who's become a member and who's donating. My brother Fam Nice with the $10 super chat. Qualitative research can attempt to measure the things that Mr. Fantastic says cannot be measured. We need a researcher to create such a study, but it can be done. Interviews, collecting data. I don't know if you got a rebuttal for that.
We just got $10, kinfolk. You know what that means, right? We back on our feet again. I ain't gonna hold you. Support be healing people.
You about to say something about that?
Yeah, I was like, no, brother, it would be opinion. There, what I'm saying is, even if you did interviews, that would be a person's personal opinion. There's no way for you to verify it. A person telling you about their feelings that can't be quantified regardless. There's no such thing as a feelings detector or a feelings measurer. So even if I did an interview to say, oh, well, do you think you have a good relationship with women and understanding of women? Okay, I guess.
And then my brother Mont hit my brother Boogie with $10. Sounds like a child. People bullied him for being dumb, and he vowed to devoting his life to learning the biggest words as humanly possible from that day forward. No disrespect. That's how it sounds. I told y'all better bring out them dictionaries. My brother 6 solid though, and both Fantastic and 6 solid. There's things that I disagree with. He know what I'm talking about, 6, but for the most part, man, they both solid brothers, man. My brother T.O. with the $20 super chat. Supercalifragilistic dang. I used to be able to do it. Somebody want to do it, man?
Supercalifragilistic.
Sorry. I almost had it. I just lost.
Shout out to T.O. for knowing how to spell it. Period.
Lost all my cool points.
Thank you for the $20. We're starting a nonprofit called Keep the Untouchables Fed. Remember, don't feed the haters.
And then my brother Sophisticated Jerk hit us with a $10 super chat. Shout out to 6. I'm going to use all the words at work tomorrow and get a raise. Much love to you, my brother. That's a good one. And then my brother Passport Salvation with the $2 super chat. Ali to females is God, woman, child, then man last. You know what? I don't think so. It's a child, woman, God, then
Not
man.
even. Not
Y'all
even.
agree, y'all?
It's herself, man, then maybe her kid, then God.
No. Before, no, yeah, you're right, Lucky. Though you're right. I gotta concede. No. She right. It's woman, child,
No,
God,
it's
then man. No, Lucky.
No, I put the dick before the child. The dick come up before the child.
Until
Today,
that
we
man,
gonna act like that?
Nah,
We gonna act like that?
You different.
I'm
You
saying-
put it, no, you do, but you don't keep them. You have to keep that child and responsibility of that child. You don't keep the responsibility to that man. You actually try to
Either
what
way,
you
God
do,
can
what you
blast.
try to
God
do
is
when you
blast.
jumped on that thing is you try to control it, and when you couldn't control it, you got a baby out that thing. So now you become typically by yourself, and the man ends up either going to another woman or being by himself as well too. So I agree with you that they put that in a certain position, but it's I'll give you herself, woman, child, God, then man. And God is we trying to figure out who that God is still. Because it got
Lucky,
be.
the rose comes before the dick. The rose comes
Oh,
before the dick.
my God. Whoa. Oh my goodness, Boogie with the wind. Hey, the rose got to be up in there too. That's crazy. Marine with the $2 super chat. Statistics don't lie. Anecdotal is irrelevant. My brother Young Jay with the $5 super chat. Anybody with a few $100 bills can rent, lease a 10. Stop the cat. That's never been the argument. Yeah, that's never been the argument.
Thank you for the $5, homie. For real. You know what that means? It's our time to shine. Let's light it up.
And then my brother Mont, let me see, hit my brother Boogie again with a $2 super chat. It's not getting Beyonce. It's not getting Beyonce settling. No, we said it's different for men. A man will take the Humpback of Notre Dame if she was a female and make her his Beyonce. Sure will. Mont with the $5 super chat on Boogie side again. Settling is having realistic opportunity to get something potentially if you wait, and choosing not to risk it. Not being with Beyonce isn't settling. We agreed already. Men know their lanes. We don't see it that way. We say women settle because they don't treat their hunchback in Notre Dame like Leonardo DiCaprio. And for our ladies, Morris Chestnut or Idris Elba or whoever y'all want us to pick, because Tiana Taylor just left Aaron Pierre, and I guess he was Mufasa, but I guess that didn't matter either because y'all don't stay with nobody.
Ali, I have a question.
Sorry about that. You're not Beyonce, okay?
On to the next thing.
Fine. I'll take Michelle.
Question? Nah, it was a
Michelle
joke. Like,
who?
question? Mont again on Boogie side with a $2 super chat. With the $2 super chat, the one thinks, hey man, y'all better get y'all internet straight. The one thinks she's a 10. I know you ain't in the dark and we can't see you, Blanco, but I ain't gonna say nothing. The one thinks she's a 10 because y'all still bombing. That's absolutely not true. She knows she throw back. She knows she gotta pack it up. Mont, I gotta get that pack it up button too. Mont with the $2, and I gotta get that trash. Yo, what's that dude name? They go trash. What's that dude name?
I don't know. Bubba Dub.
I love that.
Bubba Dub.
I love that dude, yo. And he just got to say that the whole show. He just say that the trash. My coach coming in with the co-signer for Lucky on Boogie side again with the $2 super chat. Lucky is right as usual. Even though we know that's wrong.
Well, if I'm wrong, Ali, you just said something about you'll take a ugly person and make her Beyonce. So are any of you gentlemen attracted to Pearl? She's been single for a minute.
No. You missed my point. If a man
no, don't derail. Just keep going.
There's men who would treat Pearl like they're Beyonce.
We have not found it yet.
And we said again, most men's wives are average Lucky. And they'll treat and you know, Lucky the same way. You know what a man won't do, Lucky?
Just having fun. Okay.
I know I'm having fun too. A woman will literally bend over and disrespect a man in front of a dude that she's attracted to and make sure she noticed, where most men will never do that to his woman. If there's a pretty woman or attractive woman that better than her, will never disrespect his woman in front of her, where most women will, just to get attention. And we see it countlessly over and over again. That's something man will never do, is disrespect his woman in front of a woman that may be more attractive than her, because it ain't that serious to him. To a woman, she got to be seen. Her superpower is attention, even though it should be respect, because if she respected, she's ultimately one of the most powerful, but she cares more about attention than being respected. Striking it rich with the $2 super chat. That feminism leaks out of Lucky every now and then. You know, she about to hit you. I ain't say that, Lucky. Dang, Lucky, you looked up like that. And then my brother 110.7 Esco with a $20 super chat. Ali, you the realest ninja on YouTube now. It used to be AD, but he's pandering to women on his own panel for money, and it's starting to backfire. Very sad to you, bro. Please don't ever change and tell the truth. Much love to you, my brother.
Thank you for the $20. We're starting a nonprofit called Keep the Untouchables Fed. Remember, don't feed the haters.
Thank you for the love, man. I don't thank you for the love. My brother Mont again with the $2 super chat. Lucky is cooking y'all. Fight back. Hey man, Mont just being his usual stuff, man.
The untouchable empire, baby.
And
then my brother Sky High gifted us with 5 more memberships, man. I think we need 9 more memberships, and we just need. Let me see. Hold on. Did somebody bless my cash app? Just 65 more in the cash app. Much love again for all the contributions, the donations, and the support, and the phenomenal panels as well too. But I gotta hit my button too. I gotta still hit my button. Okay. Go ahead. I think Blanco, what you got to say, my brother? And hold on, why so serious? Did you get to speak? You got to speak a little bit, but you ain't really get to speak. You just responded. Go ahead, my brother. And then Blanco, I guess he won with the darkness tonight. So after him, he can go with you.
Can y'all hear me?
Yes, sir.
I mean, y'all pretty much saying I joined and then y'all turned around and said what I was gonna say.
Oh man, that's one of that. That's what happened. Who did
all I will say is, even the most logical thinking woman shows some form of feminism or delusion every now and then. Look, you might be top 3 most logical, sound woman I've heard on Ali podcast.
The cap.
But you're still a woman though. Privilege is invisible to those that have, and you have a lot of it.
But you still a woman, is that like a negative or what?
I'm saying
you can't give her no compliment. You can't give her that. You just did it. Like,
no, I don't like backhanded compliments, because a compliment
is a compliment. At the end of the day, you still a woman. It's not.
Ali, don't instigate, because you know how it goes on panels. You don't know these people, so they could be coming from different angles. So I'm just
no. Good people. I know him though.
Yeah, no. I'm just saying,
he good people.
I would just give him a compliment and say you're handsome. I wouldn't say, but you're still a man. You know what I'm saying? How that kind of takes the compliment away. Because I am a woman, so we hear differently.
What I'm saying is, because you are a woman, you still gonna have, as logical as you is, I'm pretty sure you have some. Have you ever had a man tell you got outrageous ass standards?
No.
You never. Well, then I digress. Then I'm wrong. Players mess up too.
Then you gave up that fast, man.
What can I say? What am I?
Dang, man. I have faith in you, man. Don't let Lucky get away with that.
For a fact, women. I know for a fact, even the most logical sound woman got some form of delusion, and it shows when she's with her man. That's all I'm saying.
And you think she's gonna? And you think she's gonna say yes? Come on, man.
You know what I'm saying? I know she's not gonna say yes, so I digress.
You see what I'm saying, Ali? It like already, if you think because I'm a female, I'm a liar.
Lucky, they just joking. Lucky, you joking.
No, wait. How does this translate? Because we can say it's jokes, but when I'm joking, y'all took it serious.
No, they
so
I'm
not serious. See what y'all doing? Y'all, look, come on, calm down. I am calm. I'm playing with y'all. But I'm just saying how y'all can sit up.
I ain't saying no. I welcome the discourse.
But if I was to do the same thing, I'm all the hurls, hurls.
But Lucky, you making this point.
If you do that to
He's
me,
making mine.
Lucky, if you do that to
Lucky,
me,
watch
I
this.
won't give a. If you do that to me, I won't care because I don't know you outside of this. Is
I
what
would
I'm
never
saying.
do that to you because I'm respectful. That's what I'm saying.
Lucky, watch this. Just a couple weeks ago, I did say women are more logical when it comes to relationships than men, and the men attacked me. So trust me, if the guy is saying you're logical,
And as long as I don't threaten, I can say what I want. Am I correct? Yes. We sick and tired of that nigga there.
I said it last week, a couple weeks ago, and the men attacked me. So
this man said that he said, Lucky, that women are more logical than men. What you think about that, Lucky?
In relationship?
You're not a feminist because you hold on real quick because Lucky not a feminist. Hey, Lucky, do you believe women are more logical than men?
No.
Okay.
So I think logic is absent today, period.
Lucky, if you say it's not gender specific, Lucky, I swear to God.
It's your house, you're setting the rules, you want to control me. I'm a liar, I'm a female, so I'm just lying up here, just lying. You know what I'm saying?
No.
So can I say that? Is that a lie?
No.
I can say that? Okay.
No, you never lie. Women never lie. They tell us.
Men always know how to choose.
Who lie more?
Are we in competition with each other? I thought we're not in
No, I
competition.
didn't say we're not. No, y'all.
It's not about who lies more, because the liar ruins the family. So it doesn't matter who lies more.
So who typically breaks the family?
In what situation? What scenario?
In most situations, who typically walks away from the family and breaks it?
Are we going to the same stat that says women leave divorces? We've had that conversation a million
No,
times.
I just asked you in your personal experience, or in what you or the data you come across, in typically.
In my experience.
Yeah, because you said earlier with Rush, people be speaking on experiences that they never had. Speak on yours.
True. Which one? I speak on it a lot, just not on this channel. So which experience? When women leave, in my experience, no. Women don't leave, in my experience.
Women don't. Okay, let me ask you this. How many men have you broken up with in your lifetime?
she's not gonna tell you. Come on, bro.
No, how many men have you broken up with in your lifetime, Lucky?
You see what I'm saying? So you see what happens? He asked me a question. I would answer the question, but what he did was just set the stage. So any answer, it's up for debate. So why would I even talk? So just talk to men. No, just talk to men.
No.
That matters more. Y'all just want to hear men about women. So just talk to men.
No, I'm talking to you.
It's kind of personal. I'm just defending you.
Say, Lucky, can you answer the question? Because I agree with you. I think that was a goofy interjection. I'm really interested in hearing your, like, genuinely.
Yeah.
So
This
how
is
many
not me being funny.
relationships have I left? 3.
Yeah. How many men have you stopped talking to, left alone?
Stop talking to is different. More than I can count.
So how many relationships have you where you dated a man and you left him alone?
3.
How many men have actually left you alone in a relationship?
0.
So exactly, men don't leave.
Well, I wouldn't do that to her.
Hold on.
I'm not going to do that.
So statistically,
someone over here just cashed at me $100. Don't know who you are. Shout out to you.
That's what I'm talking about. See, that's woman power. Statistically, and it's not just because you're a woman.
Yo, I'm out, man. I'm out, bro. Shout out Ali. Lucky that
Ali, you're wrong for that.
The Godfather is certified.
Mistake though. It's not just one.
Lucky just flexed on niggas and be like, hey, whether you niggas believe me or not, these niggas tricking on me.
He said, we've been working a 6-hour
He
shift.
said that. I answered Aaron's question directly, so I
Hey,
don't
what did
add
he say?
any
Did he say
context,
just
so I'll
cause?
just
He
keep
didn't
it.
say nothing, did he? He said 100. Did he say anything?
I'm not gonna say what it says. It said nice things. Thank you. It said shout out to you. Look pretty on the panel. Thank you.
That's great.
See,
That's
that
game.
right there.
But I was
tells
just
you-
answering I was just answering you yes or no, so we can. I don't know what context, so I didn't want to be. So I'm just answering yes.
Sure. That right there kind of tells us we can't take your anecdotal experiences and use them. You know what I mean? Like we can't invest in that because evidently you're a different breed. So I want to know, why is it that you think initially what you said, you think men leave women more or women leave men more? What was your stance?
because I judge men leaving based on their actions. So I think that in a lot of times in relationships, a man could check out of the relationship before he physically leaves. I just actually broke it off.
That's not true.
So that's how
Oh,
I assess it.
so
So when we're saying some
retracting
relationships
investment.
left, yes, but
Okay, so retracting investment, you equate that with actually severing the relationship.
correct.
Okay.
But
And a
that's not
man's mind, I
right
think, is
because
different.
yeah.
So you didn't do nothing to warrant him to change?
And that's why it's different in the man's mind. See what he just did?
Luckily, you
Well, because it has to be taken into account.
What is the
Because
chain
women
of
think
events?
that
It's
they
a
don't
cause
do
and
nothing
effect, right?
wrong in a relationship.
So
No,
that's
I'm
the
sure
cause and
we
effect.
we equally did things.
No, okay.
Hey, Crib and Cure. I have to rebuttal this. Women love saying that men check out of relationships, but they still love their woman. They still responsible for their woman, and they still will always be there for their woman. They might dislike the way you treat them, the way you maneuver with them, but they never
Yep.
stop loving their women. So I hate that point when women say that the men check out. They check out the relationship aspect of expecting you to do the things that you said you were going to do, but they typically don't ever stop loving their women. We love way harder than y'all. We
You
love
just
way more
Fact.
serious than y'all. So
Right.
it's not the same.
Right.
Y'all, we cannot like our woman
That's
and love her
crazy
to
what
death.
you
Let
just
me
did,
laugh.
Ali.
No, I'm gonna tell you straight up. We cannot like the way our woman maneuver, but that's our woman. We love our woman. We love all of her. Y'all will like how you can benefit from a man, but as soon as you don't get your way and you lose control, you'll leave that man because you actually don't love that man.
That's
Because you
crazy
can take
what you
you
just
the only way we know if a woman loves us is if she's tested. She has to be tested with something just like you test us to see if we'll still stay with you. Women will take all the hell the women can give and still stay with her. A woman can't even handle a man's heaven. You can't, it
Right.
becomes boring. Y'all grow apart, irreconcilable
That's
differences.
crazy.
But she has to actually have to love this guy. Now
That
he's
is
the
crazy.
problem.
Let me
Instead
ask
of-
Lucky a question.
Go ahead,
That's
my brother.
crazy.
Do
I
you
got what
think
you were saying, Kendra. Thank you. Us women understand.
Oh, okay, hold on real quick. Hey, Chris.
Yes.
Hey, Chris, if
Yes.
your kids are acting up, your children,
Mhm.
and they're acting up,
Mhm.
and they're all over the place, would you ever stop loving your kid?
No.
Would you ever disown your kid?
No.
You actually love that kid, right?
Absolutely.
If a man does the same thing and makes the woman inconveniences a woman in that same capacity and gets on her nerves and makes her emotional distress, would she stay with that man and stay loyal like her kid, or she'll leave that man?
I'm gonna preface this again. 'Cause I'm out
And
the cave.
out the cave.
Okay. Then she may leave.
She's gonna leave. It's
She
all
may
over her emotions, but she'll stay dedicated to her family. She'll stay dedicated to a gay friend. She'll stay dedicated to that dog that's pooping and peeing all over the house. She'll stay dedicated to the kids that she can't control. But for some reason, the man that love her and respect her more than anybody, she can't respect and cooperate with that man for the longevity of a relationship. She will leave him over her feelings.
So wait, I think so.
Can I
Go
say
ahead, my
something?
dear.
Lucky,
No,
the
go ahead.
reason why I keep saying I'm out of my cave, because a lot of times when I was asked questions, I would be speaking from my own personal
Anecdotal.
experiences,
Yes.
which are quite different from the general census. So
And
that's why I
she's
keep
fighting,
saying that.
and what we respect about Chris is she's fighting her nature. It's like, oh, not me. But she goes, no, not my cave. But that cave out there, yes, they typically doing that. But she wants to say, not me, Ali. I wouldn't do that as a wife. I wouldn't do
Well,
that as a wife.
shout out to being a great and fair communicator, though,
She's
right?
right. She definitely is, of course, and it's very well respected, man. Like you can
Yeah,
tell,
yeah.
it's like, not me, but I'm not in that cave though.
Right. So I think this is a good teachable moment. So that's what I was saying, Lucky, about the difference between checking out and actually severing relationship. The one last remaining bastion and thread that attaches a man to a woman is his loyalty. And even when he's gotten to a point where he may have checked out, he'll never sever that last thread simply because loyalty is driving him to stay there, which is what the question he asked. It became profoundly apparent to me when he asked Ms. Chris about children, right? Even if they've purported themselves to be the Antichrist, you're still going to love them because you have a loyalty to your children. And I think that's the part that's the last thread that keeps a man attached to a woman that he just cannot sever. Everything else, though, you're right. And I can see how, from your perspective, I can see how it would look like the same thing because you're not benefiting from the relationship once he's checked out. So you might as well sever it. But from a man's perspective, that last thread is what Ali was describing that we hold on to. And that's the difference. Men and women.
Cause storms will come.
Right.
This we know for sure. This we know.
So, Aaron,
Can you stand the rain? That's it. And if I don't know if you love me until you get mad at me. I don't know if you love me until I get on your nerves. I don't know if you love me.
so why are you
until I
checking
tell
out
you
of the
something you don't
relationship
know,
if you love
Lucky. I
her?
don't know if you love me until you don't get your way. I don't know if you love me until I correct you and redirect you, and you're able to take my direction, even if you don't agree with it. You have to be tested and show me that you love me, especially when I say no. But when y'all do that to men, a man still again will break the brakes off of you when he's mad by the end of that night. If you make a woman mad, here come the grudge queens. She will hold on to that a week, 2 weeks, a month. When she gets mad, she holds a grudge. Where man won't hold a grudge, he still wants to make love to his woman at the end of the night.
Yep.
Correct me if anybody know what I'm talking about.
I do.
Of
Definitely.
course they do, because they believe they have no flaw in a relationship. So
No,
anybody
it ain't that. It ain't that. It's like when you
I can't even land my
get
plane.
into it with the person you're with.
It just keep it tugging, and then somebody else trying to shoot it out the sky. I mean,
and my brother Rodney, let Lucky land real quick, and you be the first one to respond, please, my brother.
Because I think somebody had a clear question, so I wanted the question. What I'm trying to say is, how come every time a married woman, especially because she's more credible, a woman give a perspective that shows a man checking out physically with his actions, different things, try to communicate, maybe he's just not there. How come that instantly turned into justifying that action and then making her at fault again? Y'all don't see how y'all do that. If we're talking about male and female, there is mutual things that happen. People go through things, all of that. So you're really just trying to make it seem like because he hasn't physically did the paperwork, that his actions or his lack of in the relationship is justified for whatever reason, because she's the one that actually pulled the trigger and say, you know what, I'm tired of going around the house like we're roommates. I'm just going to divorce. Somebody has to always give up. So I'm not saying that there aren't other instances where women are just leaving for small reasons, but just totally gloss over that point, it just keeps us there and not move the conversation forward, as if women don't have an experience with men who are also men that weren't taught it's okay to communicate, weren't taught how to communicate, or have a total mindset of the woman in general. So that way, when she comes to communicate her feelings, oh, here we go again. Oh, it's dismissive body language. So those are things that also help a woman shut down for her to actually leave. So if y'all are judging a relationship based on who physically leaves, but not but promoting sufferable relationships where there's no problems to resolve, that's what it sounds like. Because anytime a woman it brings in a perspective from a wife, the men up here that don't have I'm not talking about the men who are in relationships, I'm just talking about the men that don't have that long term. It's like it gets dismissed. And I don't know why we keep doing that, because it makes it a war where if we're on family, it's about a family. So we both have concerns. That's
Lucky has a fair point.
Hold on.
That's
No, she
fair.
don't. So
You
we're
don't
not
think she
going
has
to
a fair point?
nope, because we're not. So let's not dismiss it. If a man does something wrong, he'll say I'm wrong. He'll say I'm sorry. Even if you did wrong, he will take that L for that time to get him back. Can I land? I'll let you finish. I'll let you finish.
Jesus.
He would demonstrate for her that he would even take accountability for what she does wrong by saying, okay, I'm wrong this time. I'm wrong the second time. I'm wrong the third time. Eventually, the man still doesn't want to leave his woman. He want to see if she'll correct herself. He wants to see if she'll apologize. He wants to see if she'll say she's sorry. He wants to see if she'll walk back in what she said to him. He wants to see if she'll put the man over her feelings. He wants to see if can I land?
No,
he wants to see if she's actually submissive.
I just wanted to ask her a question.
And hold on again. And he wants to see if she's the woman that'll do anything for him, because Chris said the same thing. Women who love their men and respect their men will do anything for those men, and they're submissive to those men. But for some reason, she can't apologize. She can't tell you when she's wrong. She can't give you the same energy when she disrespected you, the same energy to give love to you. So all men do is say, I don't want to leave I'm a land and you got it.
Not you.
I don't want to leave my woman. I don't want to break up this relationship. I don't want to break up my family. I'm still allowing this woman to see if she'll pick us over her feelings and see if she'll finally say I'm sorry or apologize. That's what typically happens. And if she does it, and I'm landing here. I'm landing right here. I'm landing right now. And Chris,
you know can't say that though.
I am. I'm landing. I asked, hold on. I asked Rodney to hold on so Lucky can land. So please let me land. The way a woman apologizes is when she finally cooks for you. The way a woman apologizes is when she finally has sex with you. She will never own up to it. She will do something to demonstrate that she was sorry. Most men actually wait for when she takes ownership of when she's wrong. So we typically never check out until you actually cheat or you actually leave. Now you got the floor.
Can I? Somebody, it seems like everybody ready for me to go. Say, Kick Lucky, y'all got it.
All right, come on, Lucky, don't do that.
I'm not rage baiting.
Lucky,
Don't do that. I've been up here long enough. When y'all was up here arguing,
Lucky, you just asked Rodney to land and you won't let me land. That's crazy.
Yeah, because I see where, because this is the thing. You just set up here and said,
why you do this, Lucky? Why you always, Lucky?
Because you just set up here and said,
Never
when that
mind.
happens,
Lucky, you do this.
Communicate.
Hey, excuse me. Hey, why so serious? Hold on.
I literally sit on a panel
Lucky, you're
with
wrong.
men who can't communicate effectively with other men.
I stopped everybody. No, Lucky, you're wrong. I stopped so many men from talking across you and say, hold on, don't do that. I said, hold on. Plenty of times to me.
Ali, you just proved my point. If men know how to talk and communicate, why do you have to interrupt them on how to communicate?
You interrupt, Lucky, you've been interrupting too. Don't do that. You've been interrupting too.
You just said men, and listen to the scenario. I'm not arguing that. What I'm saying is you're saying men in these situations with women come and say, hey, we know how to, they try to communicate with said woman so effectively. You said that. But the demonstration today just showed men can't even communicate with each other effectively without a mediator. So you're saying two people emotionally involved, the woman is feeling a certain way. So a man coming in and he's like, babe, what's wrong? That's not true. Men do not effectively communicate in relationships. Where are you getting that from?
No, you're wrong.
That's not true.
You're absolutely wrong. Men will suffer in silence and not say absolutely nothing. No, I'm not saying you're wrong. Regardless, men will stop communicating because only time a woman's available is when it's something she cares about. When women say be emotionally intelligent, emotionally available, it's about what she cares about. If a man comes to his woman, hey Chris,
yes.
I don't like how you talked to me today. I really didn't appreciate how you talked to me today. Hey Chris, I didn't like that. I really wanted you to cook this week, but you always want us to eat out. Hey, Chris, I don't like the fact that I wanted to make love to you Thursday and Friday, but you didn't feel like making love to me. Most men can't keep communicating that. It's one of the most unattractive things that started happening to a woman who doesn't want to cooperate or stay consistent with her purpose to her man or her responsibility to her man. We got to be honest about that. Men communicate phenomenally. Matter of fact, he wouldn't even be in a relationship if he didn't want to be soft and loving to his woman. A man ain't trying to talk to his woman the same way he talks to no man. And she wouldn't be with him if he talked to her the same way he talked with a man. So it's disingenuous to say that men lack communication skills with their women. They can communicate exactly what they mean. But if it's something that she has to change, if it's something that she has to do, typically she'll shut down and make it about herself.
Mm-hmm. That's all I was trying to say. I mean, just like when you get into it with your girl, I think we can, like 5 minutes later, it's water under the bridge.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? Let's move on. I'm smacking you on the ass. I'm kissing you on your neck. You know, whatever. But also, women don't come at men in a way of softness no more. It's all rah, rah, rah. You're not listening to my feelings or how I feel. I'm not trying to listen to you. You coming to me like a man. Come down, sit on my lap. Baby, I need to talk to you. Something soft and settled. It'll ease all the attention. We're going to listen. We're going to figure it out. We're going to move forward. But we don't get that kind of level of respect as men. Especially when you got a man that takes care of the house. And then for Lucky to sit there and say that men don't do that, but men still provide the house, the food, the electric, everything like that. But then the women don't want to cook for you, don't want to give you no ass, and then always got an attitude, all at the same time. When we're just supposed to sit there and bear and take it until they ain't got that attitude no more.
Yeah. And the truth is, the woman will keep tallies. She'll go tit for tat.
Yep.
And she'll start becoming a victim in the house. You think she growing and y'all learning each other. You think she thinks you care about her, but by saying, hey, sometimes when you wrong, I'll accept the accountability that I'm wrong. So I'll show you that I'll put us above the relationship, or you put her feelings above yours at times to demonstrate to her that you love her. But what she'll do while you building a case to show that you love her, she'll build a case to leave you. One day you wake up and she built all those tit for tat and tallies to go, oh, you know, all them times I was in my feelings. Yeah, you were wrong. I didn't never think you were wrong. Excuse me, that I was wrong. You were wrong. So now on this Friday, 5 years into the relationship, she's ready to leave you. She kept all the tallies to leave where you thought y'all were demonstrating how much y'all love for each other, for richer or for poor, for better or for worse, and y'all ain't even married yet, or you married, that it was growing your relationship because you would never disown your child. Your child can spill milk. Your child can get in trouble. Your kids can do certain things. You can butt heads with your mother and father. I've had crazy arguments with my mother and father before. I love them in the same breath. And my kids, I got friends the same way. You don't think it tears people apart, but what it does, she keeps a tally in her mind of every time she didn't get her way, and eventually she goes, I can't control this man. If she's an immature woman and not ready to be a wife, she's going to go, I got to go to another man that'll enable my feelings and validate me and someone I can control.
Yep. Facts.
What, Blanca, what you about to say, my brother? You sitting there like you about to play next week in the Super Bowl, in a couple of weeks in the Super Bowl.
Yeah, what's cool? How's everybody doing, yo?
What it do, Blanco?
We trying to stay alive,
Good.
man.
Yeah, I see you, Lee, man. Hey, you been having a good run, family. I'm proud of you, my son.
I'm trying, man. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to bring love back. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, let's keep it going. This should even be a discussion, bro. The man is way more loyal than a woman, bro. Is the man the one that's staying in the sexless marriage? That's how they call it, right? Is the man that's staying on those, right? In sexless marriage, right? They stay there, right?
Yes.
When they, right?
Yes.
Is a man? Some men now is getting their ass whipped by their women nowadays. The women go across their head and everything, bro. They still stay, right? They treat them like shit. Because for the most part, whether the man wants to leave or not, he still stay there because for the most part, he got something to lose at the end of the day. You know what I mean? Even if he don't got that much money, guess what? He's gonna go from his three bedroom home into a 1-bedroom apartment in a heartbeat. So he's the one that has to endure for the most part, like the losses of the relationship. I think it's a famous quote that goes like this: when a woman leaves you, she left you 6 months earlier. When a man leaves you, she left 6 months later. There is a reason why that quote was said. Did I say it right? I don't know. I think I'm probably messing it up.
We know
something like that.
Something like that, but we know exactly what you're talking about.
Right.
So that should even be a discussion. And I know I wanted to jump on the whole ugly girl thing. Like, yo, an ugly women know what she stand, bro. They know she knows that she is after 10 o'clock activity. When you go to a restaurant, Papa does, you know what I mean, Estate 44, Maestro, City Hall, all these restaurants. I want you to take a look around and to see if a man is taking an ugly woman on a date. And I seriously doubt that you're going to see that. The only time you're going to see an ugly woman at a restaurant is most likely this man got 20, 30 years with this woman. And she don't got fat and ugly. We take that. You see what I'm saying?
Nah, she with her friends.
Or it's a job promotion and they taking her over there so they can celebrate. That's just what it is. I ain't made the rules. I see that all the time, yo. The only time you're gonna see a man with with an ugly girlfriend or something is at Walmart. You catch them, all of them at Walmart, and you wanna see how depressed that man look. That means do not look happy, bro. I'm sorry. That's just what it is, bro. That's what I noticed. Go ahead, Ali.
No. I mean, but the thing is this: it's when you start thinking about the problem that still bothers me is the fact that women are pushing men to marry them just to divorce them. Women are pushing and fighting for men to be with them just to leave them. It makes no sense. And that's why, Chris, that's what we trying to understand more as men. Why are women pushing so hard? Like if it would, women want the relationships. It's the men who will keep that friends with benefits, and he'll stay outside and still do his thing. And he's not stressed. He don't have to worry about no problems. He ain't got to worry about no demands. And I said it earlier. If we struggling with commitment in relationships, let's be all friends with benefits. Let's be friends with benefits. You don't got to control me. I don't got to control you. You know who's gonna switch up as soon as we commit to those type of relationships, Chris?
It's gonna be a woman. I mean,
It's gonna be a
I won't
woman.
disagree.
But what's
A lot of
happening
what you
is
guys said is true.
she's gonna want to control a man. She's not gonna want him to exercise his power, but then she's not gonna want him to control her. Why should I give up all the things that I'm doing that takes the stress away from me, that makes my life easier, if when I get with you, you still want to do what you want to do, but not do what the man's asking you to do, which makes him, but which gives an incentive for him to be in a relationship? What's the point of that? Why do I gotta get in a relationship where I gotta fight with this woman to listen? I gotta fight with this woman to pay her bills. I gotta fight with this woman to see that I love her. And she worked so hard to get me to that point. She was stressing before I got with her. She's fighting with you, having to be with her. You won't take me out in public. You won't help me let me meet your family. You do all of that. Now all of a sudden you're the worst person to ever walk on earth.
Yeah.
Like how does that happen?
I will tell you from what I've seen. As you guys know, I'm out the cave, yes. So I'm gonna tell you what I've seen so far. You know, the order has been messed up, even from biblical terms. It's been messed up. The order is all out of whack. You know, we have all kinds of social influences today that are promoting bad behavior with women, unfortunately, and it is causing them to follow that trend instead of doing what we were designed to do. I'm not saying that we were designed to just be cave women, but in regard to honoring and respecting men, we're being taught to be a boss chick, be an independent woman, and unfortunately minimizing the man. And I think it's the agenda of the devil, ultimately, because I follow biblical principles. But I think that another issue is that a lot of times women, because we don't have skill in vetting good men or men who have the capacity to be a good man and do right, we haven't vetted well. And so we end up getting with men who will mistreat us. And then it happens over and over again. And we think that that is the norm. And so by the time we finally meet a good man, we don't know how to treat that good man because we've been mistreated so many times because we haven't done our homework, unfortunately. So I think that's why that happens. And I'm not saying there's anything wrong with being a boss chick or being independent in certain areas. But I think that when you get with a good man, you have to have some sort of balance. You still have to honor the good man as the head, you know, of the house. If your intent is to get married and be with that person long term and win together, you should be able to balance those things, because when you get with a good man, he's going to want to see you win as his woman. He's going to want to see you win as his wife. So you won't have a battle there. Another thing, and these are just some points. Another thing is communication is a very, very big deal. And today, a lot of us have not had practice with cohesive communication. So, and then understanding, because you could say something and then it could be interpreted another way. You know, I've been guilty of that myself. So I think that those are some reasons why you see that today, why a woman will push to get married, but she's actually not equipped to take on what comes with being a wife.
Right. But then should
like,
what you said, Blanca, you about to say something?
All those excuses are cop out, bro. Oh, she's being hurt so much. Oh my God, she haven't learned, bro. Nah. All that shit is a bunch of bullshit. And I know attacking you, lady. I know attacking you, lady.
I'm not saying you are. Oh no, I don't.
Okay.
I don't.
What I'm saying is that women, for the most part, and starting high school, all of us went to high school. Yes, women in general start jumping from dick to dick. Okay. At the time she's ready to settle down with some guy, whatever. What's the average age? Ali, I heard you say that before. I don't remember the name of the top of my head.
Women want to get married?
Yeah. At the age that they get married, right? 29. Is it safe for me to say that they start getting buzzed down around 15, 16?
Yeah.
Right? That's kind of like the average age, right?
Yeah.
Bro, that's a 50. That's a 15-year career of they getting bust down. You see what I'm saying? So here's the problem. Once you go down the road, you mentally get messed up. You cannot do what we do. You see what I'm saying? We can be with 40, 50, 100 women. That ain't gonna hurt most of us. We still chart. We still can operate from ear to ear, right? Once a woman get piped down by 10 plus guys, I'm sorry. Yeah, that's for the street at that point. That's a street activity, meaning that it would be it's not impossible, but it becomes very complicated for her to actually be with one guy because her track record indicates that she cannot stay down with one guy. As soon as everything goes south, whatever the case might be, she's gonna bounce and jump on the next dick. Every 2 years, they got a new dick.
Can I respond to that? So Blanco, I don't disagree with you, but what I was saying and what I hope I elaborated on when I was speaking was that that behavior was demonstrated from somewhere. She didn't, a young woman is not waking up and just saying, "Oh, I want to be promiscuous. I want to," you don't know. Some things are caught and some things are taught. So you can become a product of your environment. Something can be demonstrated to you. It can be something seen, and those things can happen. So I don't disagree with you, but what I'm saying is she had to learn that behavior from somewhere, and therefore now, as you were saying, it's going from this to this to that. She's just modeling the behavior that she's seen, and I'm not saying that it excuses the behavior, but I'm saying it came from somewhere because Ali asked me a question: why do I think these things are happening?
Yes,
You
but
understand?
is it a cop out when if a woman mistreats me, women aren't going to justify me mistreating other women? Because if we're going to say it warrants you mistreating a man or not being able to treat a man well, that means that no man should wife up a woman. He should dog out and disrespect every woman because his heart was broken initially. Most of the men in high school, middle school are getting their hearts broken, and then that's why the market gets muddy. Men are suckers for love. So if we're going to accept that, and we got to remember it, if a woman justifies mistreating and disrespecting a man and not knowing how to be a woman that shows up in a relationship, then men have every right to dog out women, run through them, disrespect them, and completely dismiss anything they need from them. That would have to be the justification or the actual conclusion of how we used to see these relationships. Until women earn, we have to go back to women earning relationships. They don't think they have to prove anything. And like you said, even that. Your thought, like I said, your thought is understandable and your perspective is understandable. But the women will say, literally, we'll talk like this. Hey, what happened to you? Why so serious? Like, why you feeling like this? Boogie say his story, Big Aaron, all of us say our story, except for Big Aaron. Man, who hurt you? Who hurt you?
Exactly what they gonna say.
Exactly.
So they're gonna ask the men who hurt them, knowing that they hurt the men, but they want to be able to mistreat men and us look over their so-called trauma. And accept it because one person hurt them, but it's an excuse, Chris, because they know how to treat everybody else good. And I keep saying this,
but I'm not excusing the behavior. I said that earlier. I said you shouldn't excuse it.
Yeah. No,
I'm saying don't excuse it.
Right. No,
and don't repay.
We're not gonna say you're making the actual excuse.
No. I'm saying you guys should not excuse the behavior. Yes, women in general. You shouldn't excuse the behavior.
And I said this before, few shows back. Women respect everybody but a man, and a man won't let nobody disrespect them but they women.
Facts.
It's crazy. It's crazy to me.
Yep.
I don't understand it all. So I don't know why we so devalued for valuing women more than anything. When a woman puts us at the bottom of the totem pole, even Lucky admitted before she left, we're at the very bottom of her totem pole, but we treat her better than everybody.
No, I'm totally understandable. And again, to what I said earlier when you asked me the question, I don't believe you should excuse the behavior, and I don't think you should be or stay with a woman like that. I don't believe that you should repay evil for evil. But again, like I said, there are so many things in our world, in our society today that are promoting this bad behavior. And so women are following this trend. It doesn't excuse it. But if you look, like I'm sure you guys watch all kinds of entertainment, whatever, and you can see what is being promoted to women today. You can see how there's promotion where it's devaluing the man today. Again, like I said, because I follow biblical principles, I believe it's an agenda of the enemy to remove the man out of the home. You take the strong man out, You can cause all kinds of havoc in the home that affects everybody. It affects the children. It affects how they're raised and how they're brought up. And so therefore, you know, there's an issue all around.
So then you would agree. So you would agree, as we continue to walk this down, when we're talking about the equal conversation, that the man is superior than the woman if she's easier to compromise, right?
Yeah. The man is definitely
And not to take away from her value and how powerful she is.
Not at all.
But if she's so easy to compromise, you would think that he's the one that's supposed to be at the top.
Yeah,
you know?
definitely.
Go ahead, my brother. Watch the series.
I'm chewing on candy cane. But my question to Chris is,
sure.
I've been on podcasts. I've done this in person. Why didn't you not call Lucky out on what she was doing and being disingenuous?
What part?
On all of it.
Well, I only heard some of what Lucky said, and I did when she spoke. I said she had some fair points in regard to what she was saying, but I don't know which parts exactly.
You didn't hear her. Then that's on me. But what I'm saying is that goes back to why men say it's hard to choose between a good woman and a bad woman, because the bad women, not saying you,
right,
but in most cases, the good women will stand beside the bad women and let the bad women say disingenuous stuff about men, knowing doggone well, let the bad woman lead the area, lead the conversation. I don't know what's up with her. She crazy. Well, why didn't you call her out in person? That's another thing. They won't
do it.
It depends on the caliber of woman. It depends on the caliber of women, I would say. Because, like, for instance, with my friend group, we will call each other out. You know, like, sis, now you know you was wrong. You know, you know you need to clear that up. You know, I've had conversations like that where it's been to me, or I've had to say that. You know, and you can talk firm, you can talk in love, and then they'll understand, and you go from there. But I think again, it depends on the caliber of women that you're dealing with.
I mean,
can I ask the question?
Sure.
To Ms. Chris, yeah.
Absolutely.
Do you believe it's part of the demure? It's a component of the demure nature of a woman to be non-confrontational.
Okay, so define the word demure for me, because that's not something that I use often. So what does that mean? So then that way I'll know exactly what I'm answering.
Reserved, restrained, laid back. The opposite of assertive.
Do I
Not
believe
shy, but controlled restraint.
Do I believe that is a woman's natural nature?
No, I'm saying, do you believe that if a woman is demure, part of that is going to be that she's non-confrontational?
Okay.
Is that true?
If she's demure, she's going to be non-confrontational.
Yeah.
Most likely, it just definitely depends on the situation. So to better answer your question, I would have to know the situation. But yes, if a woman is more demure, if we're using that term, she would probably practice more restraint.
Right.
But again, like I said, that goes to what she's seen, what she's been taught, because some things are taught and some things are caught. You know, I'll give you a real good example of myself. Like, I don't know if y'all are familiar with the Steve Harvey show back in the day with Regina King, who was the principal, the lady who played, you know, Regina King as the principal. You know, when I was a young girl, I used to see that, and I saw how she dressed, and, you know, I just liked her personality. She was funny, charismatic. She dressed well. She was educated. And I saw that, and I was like, oh, you know, I want to dress like that when I get older. And I want to kind of be a little bit like that when I get older. So it was some sort of a good model. My mom, fantastic role model. You know, her dress style, which was not inappropriate, was a little different than that. But I was like, oh, you know, that's why I said some things are taught and some things are caught. But yes, to your point, yes, a more demure woman, she would practice more restraint and more self-control.
But he asked, is she like? You're asking if she's naturally that way, Big Aaron?
Would a component of that be that she's going to be non-confrontational?
Most likely. That kind of woman is going to be more non-confrontational with you. She's
Right.
going to want to have a conversation with you and talk things out rather than just be like,
Yeah, or like if there's like a contentious conversation outside of her, that she's probably just going to observe it rather than interject. So why so serious? I think because what we have here is a relatively demure and non-confrontational woman, it's up to men to offer her a way in or to pave a way in to stop the conversation and say, you know what? Chris, what's your opinion on this? Rather than to expect her to just jump on the girl, I don't think she's going to do that because that's part of the feminine nature of being, demure, non-confrontational.
Yes, I'm not going to.
She's not going to be assertive naturally. You would have to assert for her.
I would have. To some of the things.
It's mostly men on the pod that was getting on Lucky, so I didn't want to.
No. But the thing that makes it a certain way is the fact that you conceded to her, and then when she left, you asked that question.
Oh no, but you have to go by what I heard.
It looked like you conceded.
Yeah, no. Well, I was saying, I said she had a point.
You my man. Yeah, you my man. 100 grand.
Because
she had a point in regard to the emotional checkout. I'm sorry.
So it's like, well, I'm not finna pride this woman. I know she's not gonna be.
I know, but you didn't keep going. You conceded. That's why
I did keep going.
Oh, you're talking about he conceded.
She proved my point on her privilege.
No, she proved her point on her own, but you didn't. No. You hold on. Why so serious? You my man. Okay. I've been hyping you up.
You wanted me to dig and pry?
No, I didn't. No. You let it. You could have been like, hey, Lucky, you can say what you're saying, but I don't agree with that. But you said, okay, I agree with you. That's what you did.
No, I said I digress.
I gotta go back and look. You might be right.
I said I digress.
And look, and I don't know. You my man. I like you. I'm hyping you up. You my man. I love you when you come on the show. And I'll correct myself if I'm wrong. But it looked like that's why she said why you ain't call out, because you said something. And I was like, oh. Remember I said, oh, no. Hold on. No, why so serious? I said, remember I hit the Mario button. I said, you gonna let her get that like that?
And yeah, but I said I digress. And then that's when Boogie was like, she's not gonna be honest with him. So I see why he stood down. That was like they do it all the time. Now I tried to call her out on something, but she left. I was like, I just talk to me. Forget what they talking about. She left. I just wanted to ask.
I'm gonna go back and look. That's why she said that. Because
since she in the comments, ask this. Since she say men don't leave like this. If a married, and it's to the married women on the podcast. If you're married, because a lot of women bring up the Bible, but I think they only bring it up to benefit them or win an argument. Not Miss Chris, because that's all she talk about. But what I'm saying is, join back then. But what I'm saying is, if you and your husband can't get along, you supposed to stand by them vows. To death do you part. If your husband ain't cheating on you, you not cheating on him. Y'all just can't get along. And he tells you, our last child is 13. When he turned, we can stay together. Fake the fuck.
I wasn't the only one, and you usually not like that. You hold your own, but you let it. I'm telling you what you did. That's why I was like. Remember, I went just like this. I said, because I thought you weren't gonna let up. Like, I'm okay with you not over pursuing. It's the way you stop. It's the way you stop.
No, because I said the wrong thing when I should have been like pretty privileged. I said you a woman. I was like, you a woman, so you get the privilege. When my mind was saying you're pretty, you are attractive, so you pretty.
And that might be true right there. That might be true right there. That might be Lucky. That might be true right there.
You're a victim.
I mean, I can hold my own. It wasn't about that. It's just in my head, I was like, I used the wrong word.
Why so serious? I think if you did ask her the question while she was on, she struck me as the type of person that would tell you the truth.
Trey, you finna call me out?
Yeah, nigga, you pussy. Man.
Oh man, Trey, come on, Trey, you can't do that. Trey, come on, Trey.
Oh my
God. Hey, real talk, Trey, because you know I look up y'all. Tell me what I did wrong. Because I feel like
hold on. Hey, why so serious? We gonna mess with you, right? But like you one the person we hyping up in the space. You a breath of fresh air, fam. The only thing you should have said, you like, look, I'm not over pursuing because it's not a good look to over pursue, right? But you demonstrating them type of behaviors, but I'm gonna leave it alone. What you said was you right. It was like you right and you let it go. That's why I said, dang, why so serious? You letting that go? And I hit the button.
I could have sworn I said I digress.
I'm gonna go back and look.
Anybody, I could have sworn I said I digress.
I say I'm wrong. I'll start the show and go, I was wrong. I'm gonna go back and go look if I can find it. But it looked like you said she was right.
No, I ain't say I will never, man.
No, he did say I digress.
He kind of let it go or leave so he can continue.
Yeah, he's like, I digress. That's what I said back.
Hey, I know, man.
Fuck you, and fuck you. Who's next?
If he said that, then I'll stand down. I'll say I'm right.
I want to know what Trey about to say.
He about to say the same thing. He just big Trey
doesn't say nothing, man. They ain't got nothing to do with me, man. You gotta stand on your square or you're a man, my boy.
I did, and she ended up survive. Right. But I just
No,
knew the
no,
conversation.
no,
She
you
was just
good. Shout out to the panel. What's good, everybody?
What's going on?
Yeah, what's going on, man?
I think you do perfect majority of times, fam. I don't think you scared at all either. I just think like when
I just messing with
he just messing with you. When she said that, it just seemed like I gotta go back. And if you say I digress after you said what you said, then I gotta fall back to I was nah, he did the right thing. If you did that, I say you did the right thing.
Trey, how often do you hear me say I digress?
A lot.
I heard you say it often.
Yeah. I'm gonna go back and watch though.
I'm never gonna concede.
Everybody make mistakes. You know what I'm saying? I make mistakes too. So
play your fucker.
She raised quick after I said I wanted to ask her a question. How is that me not trying to talk to her? She left. I was like, Elsa, talk to me. Even when Boogie was
he got a point. He got a point. Lucky, he got a point. Lucky hit us with the V card. She hit us with that V card.
What when Boogie React jumped in, I said, don't talk to him, ignore him, talk to me. Even Aaron called out the ignorance.
Lucky gotta come back, man. Lucky, you gotta come and make it happen, man.
Where she order food from?
Uber Eats.
Fleming's.
Hey, she was eating big too. She got to go finish that Fleming's plate.
Yeah,
that's some little meals, man. Fleming's don't give you that much food.
I just be want to ask women because y'all they love the Bible. If your husband came to you, Kazaya, chill. If your husband came to you and was like,
but that's all he got to do. That's all he got to do. That's it. That's all. Actually, he probably if they is that son or daughter?
That's my son.
He ain't even got to do that. If he saw you, he probably stopped too. That's all you got to do.
That's why he ain't come around.
Maybe the same. Trey be like, hey man, come here.
Yeah. If your husband came to you,
and they know we don't be playing. Like
is breathe.
Hey, Chris, why do women love when we do that to everybody but them? Like when y'all see us check people or say something, y'all be like, "Ooh, that's my man." But as soon as we get to checking you be like, "You toxic."
I'm out of the cave. So
okay.
Why are you talking to me like that?
It's great. You can check everybody but her. She loves it. Soon as she with you because she see it. She see the energy. She see your assertiveness. Soon as you say,
so
I don't like that.
My answer to that, obviously, if we see our man handle a situation, we're gonna like that. When it comes to us, I think naturally women have a tendency to want to be right. I've been guilty of that myself. So I think that is why I wouldn't use the word toxic, but I think that's why women will use the word toxic.
They use the word toxic because what?
Well, you said you use the word toxic, but they have a tendency to want to be right. They don't want to be wrong. So if you are checking them,
but when they right, they
something,
wrong though, ain't they?
Right.
How they right?
But they would like to be right. So if you check them about it, they're gonna have an issue with that. Yeah,
it make no sense, and that's what I'm saying. Like, how do you counter somebody that has no count? Like, you can't counter them if they choose not to cooperate. If they choose for you to be wrong and them to be right, but they wrong. How do you counter that?
Well, what I would say is you probably won't be able to counter that outside of prayer. But my addition to that is this. Before you decided to take a long-term step with that individual, I'm sure that she showed you some yellow or red flags before you got all the way there.
Okay. Oh, hold on, Chris. I know you ain't Chris. I know you ain't like Chris.
Yes.
Chris.
Yes.
Chris. Chris.
Yes.
Why y'all keep doing? Why do y'all gotta keep Chris? If I make a commitment to something, I should honor it and show and demonstrate my behaviors that I made a commitment to it, right?
Yeah, absolutely. But before you actually cross the marriage,
no, the red flags should the red flags.
Yeah,
the things she was doing prior to that.
Yeah,
once she engages in a commitment, just like me.
Yeah,
right. When I met women, they knew I was messing with 50,000 women.
Mm-hmm.
They knew it, and they were competing without saying it. They knew it. We ain't never talk about it, but they knew it. You get what I'm saying? Like, they knew it. Nobody had to communicate to me, Ali, if you're going to get with this woman, you're going to have to be monogamous. Don't cheat on this woman. Don't lie on this woman. No one had to communicate that to me. And I was outside. So, so why, if a woman does that, why don't we tell the women, oh, you should have saw the green? And we ain't talking about women like to go to the extreme, but why didn't she see the red flags? Why did she have to vet better?
She should have. No, what I'm saying works both ways.
Because most men alter their behaviors to be, Chris, the only time men change is for their women.
Okay.
So shouldn't be. So the only time a woman should change too, if she can't change, and damn sure can't do nothing else for nobody else, should be for her man.
If she wasn't demonstrating the change when you were with her, she had no intention of changing when you guys decided to make
But
it
most
official.
women don't lead with that though. Most women don't lead with
That's
not
true.
change behavior.
That-
They lead
that's-
with
that's
change
true.
behavior. They will change
That's
they'll
true.
change their Facebook, IG, the way they dress, everything. They'll start cooking, cleaning, they doing everything. Soon as they get that relationship and soon as they get that ring, they the worst version of themselves. They go right back to, you know what? I want freedom again. I lost myself.
Then she
I
was-
lost
she
my
was
identity.
disingenuous. That the reality
Not
is she was
disingenuous.
she
Why
she
she
was
can't
dis-
just be a hey Chris? Why can't we just say she's not a good person?
she wasn't being a good person.
No, not being a good person. Why can't we say she's not a good person?
The thing.
You see how hard it is? Like if any man came up here and we found out they weren't taking care of their kids, we'll say that man trash. Trash. I need that clip
Straight
too. Trey.
garbage.
Trash. If he out here deleting, if he out here messing up the community, trash. If he cheating on his woman and he has a justification to cheat on his woman and she ain't doing right, she loving her man, taking care of him, trash. Like we'll say these men are trash. Y'all will not say women are trash. She's traumatized.
They'll say it behind her back though.
Hey, she's looking for herself.
Hey, you see that smile on her face, Ali? You see that smile?
Hey,
That's
Trey,
good.
hey, Trey, she's healing.
I'm
She's
talking about-
healing,
listen.
Trey. She's healing.
Listen, she'll get baptized in lava before she say that. Bro. That's crazy.
Yeah,
You know what?
it's always an excuse, right? It's always
I'm working
the
on being out of
eternal
my
excuse.
cage, honestly. I think a lot of times I have
Now-
a tendency to internalize meaning what I would do versus what the majority would do. And so yes, the majority it is a challenge to say someone is not a good person.
The new one now is the new one that I've been hearing for the past 6 months is the one that their brain don't develop until they 25. That's like the new
Yeah.
thing. Now
Yeah.
all of a sudden now they scientists now. So their brain don't develop until they turn 25. So technically she's a child. What?
Then she shouldn't have
Really? Or buy a house.
Get a car, voting out like nothing. Then that mean that they still need to be getting filed as dependents to their parents if their mindset ain't like that.
It's-
If they don't get a car,
it's
it's
fu- It's funny that somebody can sign up to be in the military at 18, go to Iraq and all these places, but some way, somehow your brain don't develop. Well, why they don't use their excuse for them? What's the excuse for them?
Yeah, for the men.
How about and I actually used this argument the other day when are you familiar with Carmelo Anthony, the young boy that caught that body in Dallas? He stabbed like his teammate, something like that, at the track on the track competition, the track meet. Nobody used the excuse for him that his brain haven't been developed. He's 17. What excuse for him at?
I guess I gotta understand. Tell me what your question is, so then that way I can answer.
No, it wasn't.
properly.
It wasn't a question. It wasn't a question.
Okay.
No, not at all, darling.
Okay.
Because
Let me ask you
women
guys a
get the
question. Can
benefit
I-
of the
can I-
doubt.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, Chris.
Can I ask you guys a question? Okay,
Mhm.
so if you guys are pursuing a woman and you see that she has yellow flags and you see that she has red flags, I'm not saying that she doesn't have the ability to change, but say if you see these things and they are consistent, there's really no evidence showing that she's going to change, that she's going to be a better person when you guys, or if you guys decide to get married. Would you still move forward in that relationship, or would you walk away?
We're not even gonna get to the point of even thinking about marriage.
That's
Either-
wonderful. That's wonderful. That is
But that's-
wonderful.
Chris, you know that's
not
most
how it
men.
is.
Hey,
Huh?
Chris, 71% of our women unmarried. So you know we exercising that. We more married than our women. Almost 1 million more married men than our women. So you know we know how to exercise that.
Okay.
There's no reason to talk about that.
Okay.
They're not doing what's required to get married of them, but they laying on the backside and babies are still popping out left and right.
Okay.
And then the blame is put on her. Oh man, you made her a baby mama. You had kids out of wedlock. No. She made it way bigger than what it was, and she boosted her value way more than she thought she was. Because even if we had this baby out of wedlock, even if the man did bust in this woman, most men would still take care of this woman if she cooperated, but she still don't want to cooperate.
Well, let me ask you another question. For each man on the panel, and you guys can answer individually, obviously,
Yes.
what would it take for you? What qualities in a woman would it take for you to marry them? What would you need to see from the woman in order to say, you know what, I'm stopping here. This is the one I want to make my wife. What qualities do you need to have? What qualities does she need to
competent.
have?
Competent.
Of course. Besides the fact that you got to look good, be competent.
What you mean by competent, though, Blanco?
Be able to be understand when you know everything is okay when it's good, right? But how she going to be able to be smart and go in a smart way when everything going south. You see what I'm saying? Be able to be understanding and lovely. How to react to a stressful situation.
Weather the
Because
storm.
usually they don't want to be in stressful situations, and goes back to what I'm saying. Since they start getting smashed early, the most common thing they're gonna do is get up and bounce. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's the easiest thing to do. They're not gonna stay there like grandma. She's gonna stay over there to see it through. You know what I mean? They're gonna
So
just
you
get
will-
up and start it with a. Go ahead.
So you will require a woman to
No,
be able
but-
to weather the storm with you, basically.
But the problematic part about that is, you know, when you ask, it's like us. You have to ask a man what he would have to do. A woman to have a husband, when most of us know what she'd want from her husband. It's, you know, in the Bible, especially women who like women. A lot of women profess to be Christians and hold the Bible, right? The Bible says the woman, a man that finds a wife finds a good thing.
And obtains favor with the
So
Lord. Yeah.
everything that a wife embodies is what that woman should emulate. And the biggest part about that is the ability to cooperate and be agreeable with the man that she chose. She shouldn't be pushing back on this man.
Is it fair to say though that there are some women, just because there's a ton of different caliber of women out there, is it fair to say that there are some who actually have no idea what a man, just, you know, hypothetically speaking, women don't know what a man would want to.
But it becomes,
get
and this is
married.
what I love about you being intentional, right? And I'm hoping you being intentional. They know how to do they know how to do everything else. They know how to get up a pole and spin around it and do tricks on it, do other things with their body, but they're not working on how to be a wife, Chris. This is
You remember what I said earlier though, when I said that some things are taught and some things are taught.
Can you address look, they know how to be an entrepreneur.
Okay.
They know how to get a job. They know how to learn responsibilities that they didn't have. They know how to be a soldier. They know how to do all these things that they put their mind to, because they can do whatever they want to do, but they can do everything but actually be a wife.
Yeah.
She has to want to be. That's something she has to want to be. That's nothing.
Yes.
It shouldn't be my obligation to teach her and tell her what she needs to do. It shouldn't.
No.
So get what I'm saying though. When you ask.
But I
I was asking your personal requirement.
What we are looking for.
Yes, I was asking.
I know that, Trey, but I'm not saying Chris is not being intentional, but that's something that if we want to be husbands, we need to learn how to be a husband. We need to work on being a husband. And most women, and I'm not taking anything from what Chris, because I think Chris is intentional. That question is asked constantly, and so many women have no idea what it is, but they're a woman of God. All of them are women of God.
Ali, the difference is that different men, all men are not looking for the same requirements.
Right.
Yes, they are. Yes, they are.
No, on the surface level for sure. But at the end of the day, I think she was just asking for educational purposes only, right?
Yeah.
But if I ask her, hey, Chris, what you think? Most men want the same thing. They'll say we don't. What do you think most men want?
Cooperation, silence.
So
3 times sections per week.
Hold on, not Blanco. I said Chris.
So I'm coming out of my cave. I'm coming out of my cave with some of the things that I heard on the panel yesterday. Was to be quiet, have sex, and you know what? I forgot the third thing. But those are some of the things that well, that's exactly. That's what I heard on the panel yesterday.
That's crazy. You led with that first. That you led with quiet. That's crazy.
But you know what? That's what I kept hearing the most on the panel yesterday. So that you asked me, what did I think most men want?
Who said that?
Uncomfortable Truth said that.
One.
A lot. He said it a lot. But okay, so
no, Chris. No, Chris. That's one.
That's one person. Yes.
Keep going.
And then Ali, I think I remember you saying something about intimacy
No, Chris. You know exactly what I'm talking about. I want the other people who said they need their woman to be quiet.
I didn't hear anybody else say they want their woman to shut
Chris,
up. I just heard uncomfortable.
Most men don't tell that.
Yeah.
Most men typically they woman gonna be the talking. Most men ain't be talking. Most of what we talking about, she just be gonna run. Oh yeah. What? Girl, you crazy.
We just hope
she did at her job. Because she don't want most of the time women ain't trying to hear what you talking about.
Yeah, we just hope her mouth don't put me in a situation where I gotta do 25 to life.
I'll answer seriously now. I think that you want peace. I think that you want physical intimacy, and I believe that you want somebody to make sure they prepare food for you. Those are a few things.
That's three core things.
Those are a few things.
That's most men. The key. When I was growing up, in both sides, my mom from one side of the world, my dad from the other side of the world. All the women knew that the key to a man's heart is his stomach.
Outside of that, though, qualities though is what I was asking. Like, what qualities in a woman would cause you to say, "Hey, I want to invest this lifelong"? That's what I was wondering, because I'm sure that like all of you guys are different on the panel, and if a woman were watching this would be really insightful for her to understand from different types of men on the panel to explain the things that they're looking for. We got from Blanco that he said he wants a woman to be competent, basically a woman who's going to be able to weather the storm with him, that is going to stay 10 toes down pretty much if things are going good and if things are going bad.
So that's one thing. So you know what another core thing is, if you want to say traits, right?
Yeah.
You know, women will say, I want men who communicate, right? Even though they're doing the most of the communicating, men love a woman who sounds extremely feminine. Like it's like she puts you in a trance. Like the Claire Huxtables. Like how Claire Huxtable, like a woman who talks like a lady, like it's commanding, like a man wants to listen to that. It's like what he ain't even listening to the words you saying, like you already got him in a trance. Like when a woman embody that femininity, like the way she talks. A lot of women, I keep saying, sound boisterous, and they got bass in their voice, and they trying to sound kind of manly, but they not men, but they put bass in their voice, so they're a little bit more assertive. That's very unattractive. I remember the first time I started hearing women saying bruh. Like, I was like, what? And she like, nah, bruh. I was like, what you just say? Like, it was one of the most unattractive things I ever heard. But there's a lot of women that say bruh now. Like, there's a lot of things that went the way women communicate. It's like, what she talking about? Like, so unattractive. So a woman who sounds like a lady, she walks like a lady, she dresses like a lady. Her hair natural.
They got switches now.
The way your hair is, a woman who has natural hair, natural, even though they lie to us and go, oh, y'all want BBLs. No, we don't. We hate them. The BBL is worse than the breast implant, like way worse. And it probably smells too. But most men don't want no woman with no BBL. You know what I'm saying? Like you don't want none of that. I don't know. I mean, y'all want BBLs?
Hell no.
I'm not gonna say I want it. I've dated several women with them, but they already
but you already know what you're doing with the BBL.
Nah.
I said you already know what you're doing with them BBL.
What about
all natural?
I think the smell part is like I think that's a myth. I never experienced that. I think that's more like
BBLs killing y'all.
I've dated several women with BBLs, man. And it's not that I went after them because they had a BBL. I assumed that was their natural body. And I found out later after dealing with them that they had a BBL, but I'm not for them. I'm not against them. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. No, would I wipe my bro with a BBL? Probably not.
No,
most likely not. Absolutely not.
Trey, the truth teller, what do you think? What are some of the qualities that you would be looking that will cause you to say, hey, you know what? I want to settle down. I want to marry this woman.
At the core, she has to be submitted to the will of God. Period.
Okay.
I'm not just talking about a Christian going to church.
Right.
No, I'm talking about in her actions.
Yeah.
Like her actions have to resemble what Christ sets for a standard for an actual woman.
Right.
And that at the core. So like I said, I would have to build up on, and it'd be a long conversation if we're just having a conversation. But at the core, the first thing I'm looking for in a wife is that.
Okay. Okay.
But are you But I've never been attracted to women who were trying to go under the knife. It tells me you're insecure and you're looking for attention and validation.
That's a fact.
Like the fact that you're going under the knife, I've never been attracted to that. Like if you don't have the biggest breast, that's fine. If you ain't got the biggest booty, that's fine. Especially if the man attracted to you, he willing to be with you. But once you start putting yourself under the knife is telling me that even the attention from your man isn't enough. If a woman is getting a BBL, she doesn't just want your attention. If a woman getting a breast implant, she just don't want your attention.
Hey, I disagree though.
I know. Let me land real quick, and that's okay. And we're gonna walk that down too. Maybe a woman who gets breast reduction, I give her more credence because her back hurt, right? Typically, her back.
Mental health, yeah.
But a woman who's getting breast enhancement and she got to show her cleavage off all the time. A woman who typically get BBL, and it could be a minority for what Trey about to disagree with, but most women who get body enhancements or cosmetics done, they're doing it to get attention from other men. Matter of fact, most women who were big and got small, they'll leave the guy they was with when they, after they got small, because she feel like her value goes up and she gets more attention from men, and she'll get rid of the dude who was with her when she was in her worst shape. Go ahead, Trey.
No, so as a trainer, bro, like there's some people based on their genetics, it's nothing they can do to have the figure that they want, depending on how many kids they had, what the kid did to their body. So all women are not doing for validation. I can honestly say that because I done trained a million women. You understand what I'm saying? So some women,
but that's the minority. I'm sorry.
But again, it's not what at the end of the day, what I'm saying is still a fact. That's what I'm saying. It's not about it being a minority. It's not about it being a majority. My point is that some women have to get surgery if they want to look a certain way, and it's not for validation for men. It's to get a certain aesthetic that they desire that they cannot build naturally, and it's just a fact.
Why do they want that aesthetic?
Because it don't look right. What you mean?
Because men like
attention.
Because men like it.
But at the end of the day, listen, if you like it, so hold on, Ali. So you telling me 100% of women, 100% of women who have a flat butt, if they desire a flat butt, it's for a man or they want to look good. It's a confidence build. It's a confidence builder, bro.
Do women know that men ain't attracted? Do women know that men are attracted to flat butts?
I do this for a living, so you can you can disagree all you want. I know for a fact.
So for a fact, you saying that most women, if they get a booty enhancement where they have a flat butt, they're just doing it for themselves. They're not doing it just like most
women want the aesthetic.
No, I said it again. Most women when they get
no, I'm not gonna do the hold on. I'm not gonna do the most. Hold on, Ali, I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna do the most. I'm not gonna do the minority. I'm saying those women that it applies to, they are going to have a certain aesthetic, and there's nothing wrong with that, bro.
I'm not talking about no Trey. Trey, you realize you made it about the minority or those women. Most women. I said most.
Ali, I just made a point, bro, because this is what I do. So what I'm saying is that I know confident women, and I train them. I say, hey, listen, this right here, we can train for 1,000 more years. It's not gonna ever get to the way you want to. So if you wanna go get a procedure to enhance it, cool. You still doing the work. Just make sure after you get it, you get right back in the gym and keep grinding. It's that simple.
And all I said was most women do that for attention. They don't do that for themselves. When women say they do it for themselves,
if you say most, then yes, but I didn't say most.
That's what I said. That's what I said.
No. You're pigeonholing the conversation. Don't say
I'm pigeonhole. I said that. No, I said most. It's most.
I mean, listen, I'm not talking about most. I'm talking about to those that it apply to.
Hey Trey, if I said most, that means minority of women that you're talking about.
I agree 100%. But you're still trying to frame it with most versus minority. No, I'm saying to those women who cannot build their body naturally and they've been in the gym. I'm gonna show you some pictures of some women that I don't care how many squats they do, how many deadlifts they do, whatever they do, they cannot get a big butt. Period. If they don't go get surgery, it's gonna happen.
I'm not disagreeing, but I'll tell you, most of the women who say they're not doing it for men are doing it for men.
I agree with that. I don't.
That's all I said. Whether they get surgery or not, most women want attention from men. One man's attention is not enough.
I agree.
That's all I was saying, Trey.
I believe, but you still, but when I stated my fact, you want to go to the most and minority. That's not what I was talking about. I'm talking about to those who apply.
Hey Trey, your first word that you said was you disagree. That's what you said. Then you disagree.
Hold on. But Ali, what I'm saying is that I'm just trying to educate you on this because this is what I do. That's just like if you try to educate me on real estate, I'm not gonna say nothing about it. I'm not even gonna rebuttal at all because that ain't my lane.
No, but I wasn't disagreeing with you. If I say most people don't sell drugs, there's a minority of people who sell drugs. So if I say that most women don't want attention, there's a minority of women who want attention. I just said most women want attention. and especially women who get cosmetics want attention. There's a minority of women who get surgery and enhancement for themselves. I would agree to that, and it ain't about getting from nobody. But most women, if they get that knife, if they get that knife on them, they want that for the attention. And most of them can't even keep a man.
Yeah, 95% is for attention. The other 5 is probably some sort of health reason. Like there is no way around that. Bro.
And most of the women with the BBL, I don't even see with a man.
It's easy to prove, right? Because their entire clothes is gonna be tight. They gotta show that monkey. They gotta show that monkey to everybody, bro. It's for displays.
Oh my God!
But hey Trey, you going live?
I can't.
Hold on. Well, never mind. I forgot what's the name. I had to give it the
Nah, you good? I'm going live at 10 though for sure.
Okay.
Ali, was that your answer to my question though?
What's the question?
Remember when I was asking if a woman, what qualities would it take? You mentioned a lot of things.
Yeah. The main things about we want women to be women, right? It's the lady. It's the characteristic for her actually trying to be a righteous woman. She's not trying to be outside. She conducts herself like a lady. She walks like a lady. She speaks like a lady. She moves like a wife. She moves like a woman. If she didn't believe in a God, she moves like a righteous and orderly woman. She's trying to always do the right thing. I don't have to hold this woman accountable because she'll acknowledge when someone's right. She'll acknowledge when someone's wrong. Right now, that's one of the most important things men are looking for, is a woman who actually has some type of morality where she can admit when she's wrong. So if she can admit she's wrong, I know already there's other traits that she'll fulfill to make sure she can do what men want. So it can go with the cooperation again, a woman who dressed naturally, a woman who's communicative and sounds like a lady, a woman who cares about society, a woman who cares about children, a woman who cares about the elderly, a communicative woman, a woman who cares about the people. You know what I'm saying? She cares about doing right. She's disgusted by people who do things that are degrading and takes away from her. She cares more about her being respected and people being valued and loved than getting attention and putting her body all over the internet and having everybody see her body and promoting her body all over the place. You know, she's a family woman. She's a family-oriented woman. It's not a lot of women like that anymore.
Yeah. I think this is going to help a lot of women, I feel, you know, when they see it. What about you, Big Aaron? What are some of the qualities that it would take for you to make
He's already married.
Oh. Well, you could talk about the qualities that caused you to marry your wife.
Yeah.
I bet you his wife, I bet you Aaron's wife, if you walk into his house, will ask if anybody wants to drink. His friends want something to drink. That type of woman. I bet you. Hey, Aaron, is that your type of the type of wife you have?
100%.
My grandma and your mom.
That's a woman. A woman. If I take this woman to my mother's house, if I take this woman to my granny house, and the women are cooking and cleaning, she helps. She goes in the kitchen and helps them too. Most of the women I'm talking about in general will sit their behinds down on the couch and watch a woman cook and clean instead of helping her and trying to help with the house. Help your mama, help your grandma, help your auntie. They'll sit there too good and too pretty. They won't even know what to do. So a woman who will even help other women when she goes to their house as well too, and open to serve the men that come inside your house, or or the brothers you have, or the fathers you have, or the men in your family as well too. She's looking to serve them.
So to answer your question, three things. One, she has to be totally self-aware. Self-awareness is where it all starts, knowing who you are, where you fit in this thing called the universe. The second thing, she has to comport herself with an extremely elevated level of decorum. Now, these are things that she's going to receive the benefit of out of me. None of this is a one-way street. But she has to have a level of decorum that is virtually unmatched. The third thing is she has to have an ability to communicate respectfully and thoroughly. Communication is a two-way street. It's not just the ability to express yourself, but to listen and understand and to process information. And then to express yourself in a way that people can get it and have the patience to go through the process, filling gaps, just in case there's miscommunications and things like that, and accepting responsibility for your position, your place in miscommunication. Those to me are the three things that are paramount. Everything else I can build upon that. If you're not self-aware, you don't comport yourself with some serious decorum, and you don't communicate effectively with me, then the rest is use. I can do nothing with you. Nothing.
What about you, Ronnie?
My biggest thing is respect. I don't know. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, because I can't hear myself. But my biggest thing is like what everybody said. I'll take the respect over the love, because the respect is about the most greatest thing a woman can give a man is the respect, meaning she respects his leadership. She respects how he moves. She respects everything he does, and she doesn't second guess it or judge it. She's basically giving him the realms to be the man that he's supposed to be. Women just don't respect men no more. And you see it on how they are on the panels. They tell us that men are supposed to be the leaders. Then we get on here and we tell women this is what we want. Like what Ali says, everything that he says, everything that everybody else says. We're pretty simple. Cook for us, keep the house together, give us sex whenever we want, and respect us. And that's basically it. And you'll basically get anything that you want from us. You guys will win in the relationship 9 times out of 10. Being submissive, cooperative, respectful, and honest, and do all the other things, the other few things that we ask for.
Right.
You win. I see it in the people that are around me that have successful marriages. Their wife runs the relationship because they respect their man and their authority. He leads. She does what her role, but he takes care of what he's supposed to take care of, and they ain't in sexless relationships. You know what I'm saying? The man doesn't have to beg for that, for her to be a woman and cook and keep the house together. You know what I'm saying? She's not asking him to not do what he's supposed to do, because he's doing it by showing his leadership. It's basic stuff, but women just don't want to follow that diagram. They want to do what they want to do. And that's unfortunate. And that's why we're in the situation we're in, where there's gender war between men and women. But women don't want to listen to us, but they tell us that we're the leaders. But then women are scared to like really hold women accountable. You guys kind of dance around it when you get on these panels. When you see a female, you know what I'm saying the wrong things or getting nasty or boisterous and everything, then the men try to check her, but there's women on the panel and they just fall back and don't say nothing.
And just in case he hasn't made his point clear. And by the way, I don't think it's a gender war. Women are at war with men. Men are trying to cooperate with women. Men are trying to get cooperation from the men. Women are competing with their men. But in case it ain't clear, this is for you, Chris.
What we need. Head. You know how much that costs? $0, huh? Are you following me? Let me break this down. Coaching. You know how much that costs? $0. Oh man, we getting down this deep. Let me see. Hold on, wait. You see what that say? I'm sorry. You know how much it costs to get that? $0. Hold on, wait. Let me give you one more just to make sure. Baby, you was right. You know how much that cost? You ain't gonna believe how much it cost. $0. And I would spell accountability up here, but I don't want to look stupid. I'm gonna try to do it anyway. Accountability. You know how much that costs to take accountability? $0. Baby, what I'm trying to tell y'all is to keep us don't cost you nothing, and you can't even do that.
You on mute, Chris.
I'm sorry.
You on?
Yeah, the video put you on mute automatically.
Mute puts everybody on mute.
Am I off? Am I off?
Yes.
Oh,
yes.
Yeah,
I was
you're
saying
good
hi,
now.
Thrift. I asked the guys a question because it was just me and them for a moment. So I was gonna ask why so serious is, and then we can keep moving.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hey,
Yeah.
Thrift, where you been, Thrift?
I've been in the comments.
Mm-hmm. Mrs. Yeah, that's the only woman in history that has sex every day for 3 years, right there. Just
Oh shit, for real? Shout out to her.
It was not three.
I like those.
Don't
Hey, how
believe
many,
that, bro.
Thrift, how many years is it then?
She said 2.
Hold on. Oh, only 2.
Damn, girl.
Every day.
Hey, I hope you're doing your Kegels, girl.
Plus, I ain't got no. Never mind.
She said she just later.
Oh
She
no,
starfish?
she said she a professional starfish.
You
She said
starfish?
she just later.
I don't
Can
know
you
what that means. What is that?
You just lay there
Oh, okay.
like a star. Like a star. A star.
Hey, you do what they want. You do what they want.
Mm.
He don't want you to lay there just like a star.
Oh, hey,
If I'm
it's
trying
not
to
my
get 2 minutes, just later.
Do something strange for a piece of change.
That person, they're not interested. They said, don't bring the last relationship into this one.
Hold on. I thought that was the last relationship.
No, remember my husband? I'm a widow.
Yeah, we know
Yeah,
that.
but I thought your new relationship was the one where it's every day for 2 years.
Right. So
That
don't
is.
bring what
It's
you
with
did.
the African guy.
Don't bring what you did with your husband.
Yeah, because you know we got the memory of an elephant.
What part of Africa he from?
She know I know the whole story.
The
What part of
Nigeria.
Africa He from Nigeria.
The apple.
Yeah, Nigerian niggas be freaky though. They horny all day.
I'm from Sudan.
Hey, Thrift, how you been? Did you have anything you want to add to the conversation? And then we'll get Daryl in as well too, man.
Oh,
Hey,
no,
Daryl, you almost triggered me. You almost triggered me with your name, my
Rodney?
brother.
No, I disagree with
You
what
almost
Rodney
got
was
sent, you almost got
just
sent to the abyss. Yeah, you almost got sent to the abyss. You almost threw me for a fast one, but you all right. You got a name that's very frowned upon in this area. Yeah. You might just call yourself the designer, man. You better get rid of the Daryl. Go ahead, Thrift.
Oh no, I was agreeing with what Rodney was saying because what he was saying is different people. It's myself and other people that I know. That's their experience in relationships, and so I agree with what Rodney said, but on the woman's side. And then earlier, you guys were saying that women leave good men, and I did a poll yesterday at work because I know this comes up a lot. And I was asking the women at my job, I was like, "Do you think women leave good men?" And they were saying, "No, I would still be with my high school sweetheart." Like we, in our mind, like in high school, you get your boyfriend, like you dream, you think about the wedding, you think about the kids, the white picket fence. Women do not get into relationships thinking this is I'm gonna leave this relationship.
Right.
And so when you guys are saying stuff, I just be baffled because that just baffles me. We don't want to go from relationship to relationship, like you guys say. You just gonna be old and die alone, and then
Right.
after relationship and different relationships and different experiences, and then you guys say, "I never dated a man that was exactly the same as the man that I was with before," and then you guys say that, "Oh, we're easy, we're simple." To you, you are. It might
Right.
not be to that lady that you're with.
Well, hey y'all, look, y'all see that StreamYard link right there? Y'all see that? We about to raid somebody's YouTube. Okay, can y'all hit that? Can y'all hit that StreamYard link for me, please? Hit that StreamYard link. Everybody hit that StreamYard link. We about to hit
Everybody?
YouTube. Yeah, we're gonna surprise them. We're gonna YouTube.
Where is that? Where do you find that?
I'll send you the. Yeah. You see the link?
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, hit that link right there.
Did I do it too fast? Oh, okay.
Are
I
you
clicked
there?
it, so hopefully
Are
I'm
you
doing
there? Yeah, everybody
It says
go there.
enter in the studio. Okay.
Yeah, go ahead. Enter the studio. Okay, let me see. We about to raid her. She gonna be surprised.
Okay.
Because we support our sisters too now. We support our untouchable sisters. All right.
Okay,
Hey, thank y'all, everybody, for the support. Thank you all for the love. Yeah, go, Chris. I'm about to go over there too.
Okay.
Roddy, man, you a breath of fresh air as well too, my brother. Thanks so much for coming through. Hey, my brother, why so serious, man? You legit as well too. Thrift, make sure you go over there as well too. My brother Dale, I appreciate all of y'all. I took myself off the stage. Hold on real quick, y'all. I'm gonna read the rest of these. Let me see. We about to raid Petty now. All right, red lipstick. We about to raid red lipstick. You know I gotta be red lipstick. Mont, make sure you go to red lipstick. All right, I'm gonna send y'all red lipstick too. We going over there for a little bit. Show us some love. You know, I love making our people happy too. Make sure we supporting our people. We supporting all our untouchables. Let me read this real quick. All right. My brother Young Jay hit us with the $5 super chat. Yes, whining, nagging about your feelings 24/7 sounds like a child, not an adult, man. Much love to you, my brother. And then my brother Mont hit us with a $5 super chat. You got to be careful not to ask men who aren't ready or interested in having a woman what they are looking for in a woman. And then my brother T.O., I need to, man, you the sponsor of the show. I got to go and count that up, man. My brother's the sponsor of the show, 2 shows in a row. My brother T.O. with the $5 super chat. Chris, if it's not in the realm of what the woman wants, most of these women watching don't give a F about what these ninjas panel is talking about. Much love to you. Let me see real quick. Hold on. Chris, did you hit the link?
I did hit the link. I'm just looking at myself right now.
Hold on.
Am I not over?
Yo, you funny. Hold on real quick.
See, my hubby does all this stuff for me. I don't actually know how to do it myself. He
Okay, hold on. I'm helping you right now.
Thank you.
Okay. Hit this link. You see the private chat?
Oh, wait a minute.
Hit that link that's in the private chat. Press private chat.
Hit the link in the so this bottom link right here, right?
Yes. And Thrift, hit that link that says StreamYard. It should end with an M. Hit that link and it's gonna take you to the other StreamYard.
Okay. Because let me see. It looks like it's doing something right now.
Yes.
It says enter in the studio.
Enter that studio.
Once I enter it, let's see. It says this studio is full. Try again.
Oh, is it full? Hold on.
It might be full.
Oh, it might be full. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
But I mean, if you guys can get in.
So hold up. Look into my YouTube.
Okay.
And go to this is the YouTube. This is where everybody's at. Okay.
Hold on. Let me go back to this one.
Look at the YouTube. Oh, actually, I'm putting it here. Hit this link. What am I doing? Thrift and Chris, hit that link right there. Okay.
Oh, right here. Okay. Let me
you see that? That's where it's at. And the StreamYard link is on there as well. You see it now?
See it.
Okay. You got it now? Oh, she must see it. All right, y'all. And then my brother T.O. Oh, we already said that. My brother Quinn, my sister Quinn, excuse me, with the $5 super chat. Hey, chat. Hey, panel. Sorry, couldn't watch tonight. Just saying hi. Ali shows are my favorite. Love the way you lead the panels. Love you. I love you too, my sister. Thank you so much for always contributing and being on the panels as well too. I know you couldn't make it, but I truly appreciate you as well too. And then my brother T.O. again with the $5 super chat. I think women who get a BBL have issues in their head. I agree with that as well too. Just like if a man got knee surgery to get taller, he's sick in the head. I might have given him some grace to yo, you funny, man. Classy young man with the $10 super chat. In my opinion, cosmetic surgery only made sense to me if a woman had breast cancer and that affect them mentally because the breast was taken away. They didn't feel like women. Most is for attention. I agree, man. There's the minorities that if she had something and lost it, I think she should be able to get surgery to get it back. I agree with that. My brother Mont with the $5 super chat. Buddy was just asked, name the traits of a good woman. and he literally started saying everything that women don't do and what he don't like. He said the traits first, then he started talking about that too.
Oh man, hey.
And then my brother, I equate women wanting with the $5 super chat. I equate women wanting leadership like the existence to have the WNBA. Women don't really support it. Women don't really support it. They just want it, and that's absolutely correct. And then I don't know if you still watching, Big Bad Bull. You hit us with $20. Please unlock my 20 accounts, 2 accounts, brother. It's gonna have to be 80 on the Cash App, and you will make peace with the untouchables moving forward. We'll let bygones be bygones and put the past in the past, my brother. We're more than okay with certain people we can move forward with. You the mod father. So if you see this or you look at your IG, that's what you have to do, my brother. Will be okay. Chris, you still ain't figured it out. Okay, I think she figured it out. I hope she figured it out. But again, y'all, 2 shows in a row, man. I truly appreciate all the panelists. We went to 400 to 500 2 days in a row. Hopefully we can go to 500 to 600 tomorrow. I don't know what happened to my eye. I appreciate everybody that's involved. I appreciate all the support. Everybody, y'all, we got love for everybody. Because we disagree with you, that's okay. It don't mean we don't like you. If you come up here from now on, though, you start being extremely disingenuous and you being disrespectful and you playing around up on my panels, I'm gonna blow your head up. I'm not gonna be this super nice guy going forward. I'll still give grace. I'm gonna give some grace, man, but I'm not gonna play around with people being passive aggressive and being passive disrespectful as well too, and being condescending and saying they're not doing what they're doing when I'm watching you do what you're doing while I'm watching you watching me. All right. Where's I think they already there. But again, y'all, we about to YouTube raid my sister Petty Red. All right, everybody go over there. All right, I love y'all. Thank you for the support again. Thank you for all the love. I'll see y'all tomorrow on Ali. All right, where my button at? There you go.